Chapter 721. The World Doesn't Lack Smart People. Chapter 721. The World Doesn't Lack Smart People. Through the forums and internal message system within the army, the players who were in the other bases also received news about the discount they could get if they participated in the war. Around 10 days later, more than 1 million players gathered at the headquarters of the army and chose to participate in the war. A portion of the players fell for Han Xiao's marketing strategy and surrendered their entire wallet to him. In just half a month, they provided the Black Star Army with a few $100 million in pure profit. However, most of the players still placed their focus on leveling up. For example, all the professional players focused fully on leveling up during the start of the version, and the number of players who chose to learn new knowledge were the minority. Han Xiao did not feel discouraged. When the players became fat with experience and had some extra experience points, they would definitely purchase the various knowledge from the army. It was only a matter of time before their experience became his. Just the profit from this half a month was more than the total that he had earned over the past 7 years. The players happily enjoyed their new equipment while Han Xiao happily counted his money. In just half a month, Han Xiao increased his level to 217, and he was only 3 levels away from level 220. After this round of harvesting, he had pretty much emptied all the savings of the players, and they needed some time to recover. The players' savings are still too little. At the end of the previous version, many of the players went to participate in the preliminary round of the Pro League for fun and used all their experience points leveling up their skills. It is best I feed them until they are fat first. In the lounge of the conference room, a group of officers were playing cards and creating a loud commotion. Han Xiao sat on the sofa alone and began thinking of his future plans. After this battle, I should be able to gather enough experience to reach the next promotion mission. The gap to becoming a beyond grade A super is becoming narrower. While it would not be that easy for him to become a beyond grade A super, Han Xiao was satisfied with his current progress. The other beyond grade A seeds still could not find a way to break into the beyond grade A realm and were stuck at a bottleneck. On the contrary, his growth was only reliant on his leveling speed, and he did not have any real bottlenecks. Furthermore, he still had a stash of mission completion cards. As long as he had sufficient experience, his growth would be smooth. Just as Han Xiao was thinking, a loud cheer could be heard from the side. Loggy had a look of resignation on his face as he made his classic pessimistic remark. He then stood up to leave his seat. On the other side of the table, Reynolds sat down with his back straight and a calm expression on his face. He nodded slightly as though to say, "Thank you for letting me win." "Not bad. Our logistics manager won 5 games in a row. TSK, I lost 50,000 anas. I should have bet on Reynolds instead. Our vice commander was completely thrashed. His skills are just too lousy. The logical thinking process of a mechanic is truly amazing. But why is His Excellency Black Star so terrible at playing cards?" Sylvia turned around and said to Han Xiao, "Teacher, someone is talking bad about you." Han Xiao snapped back to reality and walked towards Sylvia with his hands behind his back. Standing behind Sylvia, he bent down slightly and placed his chin on Sylvia's head. His gaze then swept past all the officers with an expression that said, "Let me see who is talking bad about me." Because the majority of the officers had participated in the battle a few days ago, almost all the core members of the army were present in headquarters. Han Xiao had held a short meeting before this, and after the meeting, everyone had gone to the lounge to play cards and opened a betting station. Han Xiao was not interested in participating in any activity that relied on luck. Reynolds was originally studying a blueprint by the side, but after Sylvia lost a few games in a row, she insisted on dragging Reynolds into the game to vent some anger for her. While Reynolds did not like wasting time on entertainment activities such as Wayne cards, he would occasionally be invited to join a game or two, and thus had his own deck. Phoebnovel.com. Playing Wayne cards seemed to be a part of all the officers' resumes. While all the officers had powerful combat capabilities, they usually did not manage administrative matters. When they were not deployed, they also had hobbies like an ordinary individual. Since he had decided to play, Reynolds naturally treated every game seriously. He had a powerful logical reasoning skill, and he had always been good at playing cards. He won 5 games in a row and did not even show his sister Rosalind any mercy. Reynold collected his cards and looked around expressionlessly. Who else? Teacher, why not you play around too? Sylvia then said with a cheeky smile. I bet that Black Star will lose, Harmon said honestly. It is a sure win bet. Not bad. Han Xiao snorted. I will beat whoever dares to win against me to death. Who wants to play? No, no, no. Everyone waved their hands immediately. You're the boss. You're the strongest. Of course, we won't dare to play. Reynold knocked on the table lightly and said, If no one is playing with me, I shall take my leave. Right at this moment, Herluz stepped forward and sat opposite Reynold. Let me take you on. I shall let you understand the true meaning of skill. It should be the true meaning of luck, right? Reynold replied expressionlessly. Herluz snorted. Humph. Luck is a type of skill too. It's over. Reynold's victory streak shall end here. Reynold, take care of this B***starred. Everyone cheered on excitedly. After 7 years of hard work, Herluz had finally stepped into the doors of a calamity-grade super. His talent was truly higher than his peers, and he lived up to the name of being a protagonist character. It was as though he had become a grade A super just by playing cards. Among all the officers, Herluz enjoyed playing Wayne cards the most. Because all his victories usually come from a lucky draw, together with the fact that Phaidon did not like to play cards, Herluz had some prestige in the Wayne card world of the Black Star Army. Even the players knew that he would never reject an opponent, and even they could find Herluz to play cards against. There were even corresponding missions, and they could obtain experience points if they beat Herluz, even getting the chance to obtain a rare card from him. After a few lines of trash talk, Herluz started his game with Reynold. Both of them were using a Black Star Army deck. 5 years ago, the Wayne cards had been refreshed, and despite being a subsidiary of Floating Dragon, the Black Star Army had more Wayne cards than Floating Dragon. Han Xiao's card was strengthened greatly with plenty of special effects and high HP. His card had already become a rare card. Not too long later, Herluz got a few lucky draws in a row. Despite Reynold's skills being superior, he was still on the losing end. A thought suddenly sprung up in Han Xiao's head, and he gave Herluz a luck curse. Humph, you are dead. Herluz drew with confidence, but after glancing at his card, his face froze up. Wayne cards were pretty much determined by luck, and Herluz's luck attribute was still higher than his after being reduced by 90%. But in front of Reynold, he could only lose miserably after a few terrible draws, and Reynold easily turned the tables. Your luck finally isn't working. Haha. You can also have such a day. Herluz's face darkened, and he quibbled, What do you lot know? This is a strategic retreat. I will turn the tables in a while. Everyone around burst into laughter, and the entire room was filled with energy. Han Xiao did not join in the fun and returned to the sofa to check the forums. It had been less than half a month since the release of version 3.0, and the players from the other starfields were still in the exploratory phase. The news that had been released by Han Xiao had become a clue for the other players who were searching for the main storyline missions in the various starfields. This time, the main storyline mission in the Shattered Star Ring was the first to appear again, and the players from the other starfields were all extremely jealous. As such, the forum of the Shattered Star Ring was the liveliest, with players from many other starfields coming to leave their comments. Coincidentally, Bunhitdog's new video was also released, and it discussed how the Black Star Army was a hidden main storyline mission that spanned across 3 different versions. A huge wave of discussion was created, and both Han Xiao and the Black Star Army became the hottest topic in the past half a month. Han Xiao briefly looked through the post, and it was mainly describing his importance and past events. Bunhitdog helped to boost his fame, which was never a bad thing. The event that made Han Xiao the happiest was that Galaxy Times introduced the benefits of the Black Star Army according to the players' information. Version 3.0 would bring about a new wave of players joining the game, and the introduction from Galaxy Times would sway many into choosing the Shattered Star Ring as their starting point. This would directly result in a large increase in the number of players. Knowledge can only be learned once, and these new players represent a new market. Apart from planet Aquamarine, there are a few other novice planets in the Shattered Star Ring. I need to find some time to construct a Black Star army base on those planets and bring those players into the army. Apart from the players who started off with him from version 1.0, it was time for Han Xiao to increase the size of his crops. The players from the other star fields also represent a huge market. It is a pity that the distance between star fields is too large. The Black Star army still isn't able to leave the Shattered Star Ring, and there isn't any hope of capturing those markets for now. Han Xiao shook his head silently. He had always been eyeing the players from the other star fields, but because of the distance, he had not been able to include them in his plans. While casually glancing at the posts, one of the posts caught his eye. The title of the post was "The True Strategy of the Secret War." What is this true strategy? Why don't I know about it? Han Xiao clicked on the post, and the owner of the post was someone called Summer Night Flower. The content of the post made Han Xiao raise his brows in response. There are actually two factions that we can choose from in the Secret War, and everyone should already know about this. However, we all belong to the Black Star Army and automatically belong to the Purple Crystal faction. Since that's the case, why can we still choose the Klent faction? I think that a hint is hidden behind this. This hint is, joining Klent will bring us more benefits than staying in the Black Star Army. This is the true strategy of the main storyline mission. I am not spouting nonsense. Firstly, I've investigated the events that have happened over the past 10 years. Bloodshed Land have had the upper hand from the beginning of the war, and they still have the advantage. They are invading more and more territories, and it seems like Klent has a much larger chance of victory. By looking back at the example of the Germinal Organization and Mutation Disaster, I have concluded that the main storyline missions are out of our league, and players aren't able to affect the direction of the storyline. The Secret War is fought between two star cluster civilizations, and I don't think that we will be able to affect the outcome of the war. In other words, Klent will be the final victor of the war. While we will be able to receive benefits from staying in the Black Star Army, we will fail the main storyline mission, which will result in a lower mission rating. If we join Klent, even if we skip the missions, our mission rating will be increased. Second, there aren't many players joining Klent at the moment, and the competition is low. This means that we will have a greater chance of obtaining more resources. The Black Star Army has over 1 million players, and with so many people fighting for resources and missions, we will have to expend more energy to receive reward. Third, the connection to future versions. Klent's backer is the Crimson Dynasty, which is one of the 3 great universal civilizations. The future versions will probably revolve around the universal civilizations, and joining Klent will open a door for us that leads to the universal civilizations. Regardless of how powerful the Black Star Army becomes, it will be impossible for them to exceed a universal civilization. Thus, we will only be able to enjoy short-term benefits if we join the Black Star Army, and will end up losing more opportunities. Perhaps the benefits of the Black Star Army are no more than a trap. Only an intelligent individual will be able to see through it and join Klent. After reading the post, Han Xiao had a strange feeling. He recognized this player called Summer Night Flower. In his previous life, Summer Night Flower was a famous player who triggered a hidden storyline. He enjoyed analyzing storylines, and he had some fame. If Han Xiao was being honest with himself, Summer Night Flower's analysis truly seemed extremely logical. However, Summer Night Flower was wrong from the very beginning. This was something that Han Xiao had purposely created, and there was no hidden hint or anything. If someone really believed this post and chose to join Klent, the outcome would truly be terrible for them. Han Xiao had a look of resignation on his face. Even if you wanted to come up with a hypothesis, you should at least get your facts straight. Hopefully no one ends up being fooled. Chapter 722 Going to War. Chapter 722 Going to War. Han Xiao committed Summer Night Flower's name to memory before throwing this matter to the back of his mind. This was something that would definitely happen. Players were explorers after all. There would be some who wanted to seek something fresh. Since this could not be avoided, Han Xiao could only let nature take its course. Only the crops that went through wind and rain would be truly precious. After browsing through the forums for a while, Han Xiao suddenly felt the sofa tremble slightly, and someone sat down beside him. Turning around to look, it turned out to be Reynold. Not playing cards anymore? Loggy dragged fightin' over. What's the damn point of playing? Reynold replied expressionlessly. Han Xiao then chuckled before casually saying, You must let me know if you have any requests. No, think about it carefully again. Don't need to worry about troubling me. You must let me know if you have any problems. Reynold had a strange look on his face. Why do you ask me this question every month or so? It's just me showing concern for my subordinates. Han Xiao let out a dry cough. In order to obtain Reynold's perfect mechanical sense, Han Xiao showed concern to Reynold every now and then in an attempt to trigger a mission. However, ever since Han Xiao saved Rosalind, not a single mission had appeared from Reynold again. Just when would he be able to finally obtain the perfect mechanical sense talent? Should I get some people to kidnap Rosalind so that Reynold will seek my help to save her? Your Excellency Black Star, how long do you think this war will last? Reynold suddenly asked. Han Xiao thought for a moment before saying, If you were to ask for my opinion, a war represents opportunity, and the longer the war, the better. However, this war can only be considered ordinary when compared to the other galactic wars, which last hundreds of years. As long as the Crimson Dynasty finishes their negotiations with the Federation of Light, Klent will retreat. According to some intel that I received, the universal civilizations will probably finish their negotiations in a few years. Reynold shook his head. Looking at the current situation, Klent has completed almost half of their plan. When the Crimson Dynasty has fulfilled their wish, they will help Klent redraw the territorial borders of the Soul Star Cluster and include the few star clusters conquered by Bloodshed Land in the territory of their Soul Star Cluster. If Purple Crystal doesn't find a backer, they won't get any help for sure. That's right. An independent civilization will have to endure all this, Han Xiao replied. He had some thoughts of his own but did not feel that it was necessary to let Reynold know about them. After pausing for a while, he continued, however, even after the end of the secret war, the Crimson Tide won't disappear quickly. It is just like how a rock being thrown into still waters won't only create a splash but ripples as well. There are numerous civilizations in the galaxy, and they all have their own desires for more, which is like extremely combustible firewood. The Crimson Tide is like a spark to light up their dormant desires. The moment their desires are ignited, they won't be extinguished easily. Purple Crystal also know that they cannot let Bloodshed Land occupy so many star systems. The purpose of this battle is to organize a large-scale retaliation, clear out all the strongholds that Bloodshed Land have in the Kant star system, and snatch back control of the entire star system. This is the largest military operation that Purple Crystal has launched since the start of the war, and they are sending out almost all their forces. In 2 days' time, the Black Star Army would be officially deployed to meet up with the other members of Section 0 and head toward the Kant star system. This time, he was prepared to give the players a chance to show off their abilities and give all the dirty work to the players. More importantly, he wanted to groom the players and make them perform more war missions so that his crops could grow up healthily. Since the players would not die if they did not go to hell, who would? Furthermore, the overall gaming experience would be better if the game was more dangerous. If the players did not experience some deaths, they would not be motivated at all. Summer Night Flower had his eyes fixed on the forums, paying attention to the replies to his posts. Disagreements formed the majority of the replies, and his expression became ugly as he saw them. He had only managed to create this post after some deep thought, and Summer Night Flower had felt extremely delighted at that moment. The way he saw it, he would definitely be able to knock many of the players awake and lead them in the right direction, gaining their praise in the process. However, the reaction to the post was completely contrary to his expectations, and most of the players sided with the Black Star Army. Most of the replies were extremely sarcastic and said that his post was completely worthless and no more than a blind guess. This made Summer Night Flower extremely infuriated. These people do not know how to think at all. As Summer Night Flower saw more and more sarcastic replies, his mood became terrible, and he decided not to read the replies anymore. Summer Night Flower edited his post and added, "All of you will know who is right and who is wrong when the truth verifies my thoughts. At that time, it will be too late for all of you to regret." At the same time, another player called Hate the Heavens also saw Summer Night Flower's post. Hate the Heavens had always felt that he was extremely good at spotting hidden storylines that no one knew about. He was also an avid reader of the Post by Galaxy Chronicles and had even set up a small guild for players who enjoyed digging up hidden storylines. When he saw the Post, Hate the Heavens immediately felt that Summer Night Flower must be right. The main storyline would not give them a meaningless faction, so there must be a hidden storyline in Clent. Hate the Heavens made his decision and sent a link to Summer Night Flower's post to all the members in his guild. All of you look at this post. I think that it is extremely logical, and I plan to join the Clent faction. The guild immediately broke out into commotion. You must consider this matter carefully, guild leader. You will be screwed if your guess is wrong. I think that it makes sense. Guild leader, count me in. This trip will definitely be interesting. Guild leader, how are you planning to join them? I don't think we have a path to join them, right? I searched for some information, and there is a news report of Bloodshed Land hiring soldiers in Colton. Hate the Heavens replied. I think that there will be a chance to join the enemy if we go to the frontline stronghold of the enemy alone. We can make use of this opportunity to change factions. Fruabnovel.com. This can be considered betrayal, right? We won't be able to return to the army again in future, another person added. So what if we can't return? Bloodshed Land is a large faction, and it may not be any worse than the Black Star Army. Furthermore, we may have the chance to come in contact with the Crimson Dynasty in the future. Hate the Heavens replied indifferently. Ren, all of these are guesses. Guesses can be wrong. I feel that it can't be wrong. Hate the Heavens shook his head. Besides, with so many players being in the Black Star Army faction, we will know about any developments in the army. However, no one has triggered the hidden storyline in the Clent faction, and I want to play a storyline that no one knows about, but the benefits of the Black Star Army are so good. Haha, I am not a professional player. Why do I need to be so powerful? Hate the Heavens replied with loud laughter. He was a player who craved satisfaction, and the allure of a fresh storyline was far greater than benefits. Among the players, there were plenty who felt the same. Summer Night Flower's post did have some effect. Apart from those who replied with sarcasm, there were some who began considering his words and grew curious about the Clent faction. There were a small portion of players who were like Hate the Heavens and sought a fresh storyline, but the majority were gambling on the benefits that the Clent faction could bring to them. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was the day to go out for battle, and all the manpower had been gathered up. A large fleet was awaiting orders in the military dock of the headquarters. More than 1 million players formed a special fleet and waited on board the battleships with excitement. They were no longer strangers to these large-scale missions, but most of them still felt excited whenever they participated in a mission that involved more than 1 million players. As a faction that had gathered all the players together, such missions gave them a sense of belonging, and they felt as though they had a mission on their shoulders. All the members participating in the battle waited in their respective battleships with Logi's face being displayed on the screen of all the battleships. He was currently briefing all the participants of the mission. This should have been the job of the faction leader, but Han Xiao felt that Logi was a demonic talent when it came to boosting the morale of the troops and thus allowed him to take this job. As such, everyone had no choice but to listen to Logi's monotonic voice. We will all die eventually, and the difference is only whether we die today or tomorrow. -20 morale. Regardless of whether we are powerful or weak, we cannot avoid death. Being alive is only a process of rotting away slowly. Everything you do is meaningless to the universe, including this battle. Regardless of victory or defeat, it has nothing to do with all of you. -40 morale. However, even if we know that the outcome cannot be changed, we will still continue to work hard. Even if we know that life is more important than everything else, there will be some who take risks. Even if we know that we are no more than a small chess piece in the war who will be reduced to dust by the various weapons, we are still willing to fight. Why is this? The morale slowly rose back up. It's because of money. The morale instantly went back to 0. We will only be able to enjoy life with money. We will not have to bend our backs to others if we have money. We will be able to take care of all our problems easily with money. We are warriors, and fighting is the way for us to earn money. Do you lack money? Then pick up your weapon and slaughter the enemy. A war is the best opportunity for us to earn money. Every single enemy has a price on their head, and your earnings shall be determined by the number of enemies you kill. A special effect has been triggered, plus 80 morale. Any righteous slogan would only make the members of the army sneer in disdain. After all, the secret war was a battle of benefits between Clint and Purple Crystal. They had nothing to do with the war but chose to participate in it for money. As such, the best way to stir the army would be to tell them the truth and let them know how much money their enemy was worth. All the players looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They had thought that they would be listening to an inspiring speech but never expected it to be such a pragmatic one. Black Star, you have changed. But we like it. Han Xiao stifled his laughter and hurriedly kicked Loggy away, who wanted to add something. If he allowed Loggy to speak freely without following the script, the morale of the army would definitely vanish. Han Xiao coughed dryly and added, "Set off." Boom! The next moment, the surface of the Black Star Army's satellite headquarters opened, and a large catapult rail was revealed. Thousands of battleships took off from the catapult rail and formed neat rows outside the atmosphere of the headquarters. The fleet entered hyperdrive at the same moment and transformed into rays of light disappearing into the universe. If the pedestrians on planet Golden Gate stopped what they were doing and looked up, they would be able to see thousands of shooting star-like objects disappearing into the horizon. On planet Heber, the Bloodshed Land headquarters. Your Excellency Tyrant, intelligence from the front lines reported Section 0 sending out all of their forces. Their target is the Kant star system, and Black Star has personally set off. Jord reported to Heber respectfully. I have arranged for the forces from other star systems to reinforce them. Heber's soft murmur indicated that he had heard the report before asking, "Has Black Star grown up yet?" Jord hurriedly replied, "It has been a full 7 years, and Black Star's strength has not changed up until now." Talking about this, Jord could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Back then, Black Star's fame was peerless, and it was as though he could become a beyond grade a super anytime. However, 7 years had gone by, and Black Star had not achieved a breakthrough. His fame was no longer as high as before, and some organizations no longer paid close attention to him. Every beyond grade a seed was a genius, but they would always become ordinary after a brief commotion. It turned out that Black Star was no different from the other beyond grade a seeds. Heber shook his head with a tinge of disappointment. He had been waiting for Han Xiao to grow up and wanted to kill Han Xiao after he became a beyond grade a super. Only then would he have a battle record of killing a beyond grade a super to allow his prestige to increase another level. 7 years ago, news of Clint working together with ES-God had soured relationships between Bloodshed Land and Clint. However, both parties were allies and fought for their own benefits. Thus, this little conflict did not affect the plan for Bloodshed Land to fight on behalf of Clint. I overestimated him. Heber felt that it was a pity. With his status, there would not be any benefits for him killing a beyond grade a seed. Jord could not help but ask, "Your Excellency Tyrant, Black Star has not shown any progress over the past 7 years. Will he suddenly achieve a breakthrough and become a beyond grade a super?" Heber looked at him and slowly explained, "Before the appearance of the primordial ones, calamity grade supers were the most powerful beings in the universe. This went on for many years, and many generations of geniuses weren't able to touch the door frame of becoming a beyond grade a super. The barrier to becoming a beyond grade a super won't be broken so easily. Compared to talent, luck seems to be more important. After all, one will become an entirely new organism after becoming a beyond grade a super." This was not the first time that Jord had heard that a beyond grade a super was a completely new organism. Just where did the huge chasm between the calamity grade and beyond grade A come from? However, Tyrant did not wish to tell him, and Jord could only suppress the curiosity in his heart. Does Black Star have a chance to become a beyond grade a super? Perhaps after a few decades of exploration, Heber said with a deep voice. However, Clint's plan will be completed in a few years' time, and the war will be over soon at that time. Black Star will die by hand, so he won't have the opportunity to live that long. Heber's patience was limited, and he would only give Black Star until the end of the war to become a beyond grade a super. After the war ended, there would not be anything to restrict a beyond grade a super from taking action. At that time, even if Black Star was only at the calamity grade, he would personally kill Black Star. Black Star had to pay the price for killing his officers. Chapter 723 Money is the most terrifying weapon. Chapter 723 Money is the most terrifying weapon. In the Kant star system, a gigantic fleet was currently hovering around a space filled with nothingness. The size of this fleet was comparable to the elite forces of Klent or Purple Crystal. Two large flagships that were a few dozen kilometers long were located at the core of the fleet, with the military technology of Purple Crystal being built into it. Its exterior was covered in a dark purple prism crystal, looking as though it was an artificially carved purple diamond. Energy veins that flickered with a bluish gold color ran through the crystal, and these energy veins transmitted psionic energy to the entire ship like the veins of a human body. These veins granted the flagship an extremely powerful defense and also gave it the ability to shoot out compressed psionic blasts from any corner of the vessel. It was a star diamond grade flagship, Purple Crystal's flagship model. With the Gemini star as the furnace, a special mineral from the Purple Crystal civilization called Dark Stream Crystal was used to forge this super flagship. It was made from Military Warehouse Number 3 of the Purple Crystal civilization and was a war machine for Section 0. Every time he saw these two gigantic flagships, Han Xiao would drool over them. This flagship was the epitome of Purple Crystal's technological skill, but it was a pity that it was not for sale. Furthermore, Purple Crystal's technological skills leaned toward crystal magic and inscription magi, which was not compatible with him. After a long-distance hyperdrive, Han Xiao brought the Black Star Army fleet to the gathering point. There were already millions of battleships awaiting their orders, and they were the fleets of the various members from Section 0. After 10 years of war, Purple Crystal invested a large amount of resources and used their military factories to support Section 0. As such, the fleet of every Section 0 member had grown greatly. The flagship of the Black Star Army was a spherical satellite base. Han Xiao gave the flagship a name befitting its appearance, Model Marble. This was an armed satellite fortress that Han Xiao had personally modified. Its size was smaller and had a higher mobility and combat capability. It had the more stable dark energy furnace as its core, and its cost was within a reasonable range. According to Han Xiao's estimation, it should be comparable to an ordinary flagship model of a galactic civilization. The blueprint of this flagship came from a Bloodshed Land armed satellite fortress. Han Xiao created multiple versions of the fortress and completely embraced the idea of copying and plagiarism. After all, Han Xiao had chosen the path of virtual technology, so he was not able to gamble for the blueprints of gigantic machinery. Thus, making a copy of an existing machine was much easier to him. Psionic energy was still far too dangerous, so Han Xiao only dared make use of psionic energy when forging high-grade weapons. When forging such a large fortress, Han Xiao had chosen to use a more stable source of energy. Dark energy existed all around the universe, and it belonged to the category of abnormal state energy. All the leaders of the participating organizations were gathered into a star diamond grade flagship called Everlasting for a meeting. As the leader of the Black Star Army, Han Xiao naturally needed to attend the meeting. He was currently in a conference room that had more than 100 individuals present listening to the commander from Purple Crystal nagging endlessly. A map of the various Bloodshed Land strongholds in the Constar system was displayed on the holographic screen, and every hyperdrive base station was connected to 3 to 14 different planets. An efficient reinforcement system was formed, and Bloodshed Land had a total of 11 strongholds in the Constar system. They formed a fan-like formation with the first Bloodshed Land stronghold near the border as the core. The enemy's fan-shaped territory could be split into 3 different layers. 6 weaker strongholds at the outer rim, for strongholds to slow down the enemy in the middle, and the bridgehead, which was the very first stronghold of Bloodshed Land in the star system. The objective of this large-scale invasion was to purge all the enemies from outside to inside. According to our intelligence, Bloodshed Land has found out about our operation and raised their level of defense. We will be facing a head-on battle. Han Xiao did not pay too much attention to the meeting. He had already obtained all this intelligence from Ralph and was currently looking around at the people around him to kill time. Of the many leaders present, the most powerful few were the leaders of the Arc-Light Organization, Hero Group, New Phylan Rebels, and so on. They had once been the trump card force of Section 0, but their position had been replaced with the Black Star Army. At this moment, the commander said, "Bloodshed Land mobilized some reinforcements, and Hadavi will be joining this battle. Your Excellency Black Star, we will need to rely on you on our side." Han Xiao nodded in response, and the other leaders nodded to him in response. He was the most powerful individual in Section 0 and would always deal with the most powerful enemy. Among all the high-level combatants, all the organizations there relied on him to deal with the most troublesome enemy. This was also the reason for the Black Star Army status in Section 0. According to the intelligence, Hadavi and his reinforcements will be guarding the innermost bridgehead. They are currently constructing various large-scale defensive measures and plan to use their strongholds on the outer rim to slow down our progress. "Can't we attack the enemy's bridgehead directly?" one of the leaders asked. The commander replied with a deep voice, "The border of the Kant star system is connected to Kaya, and Bloodshed Land's stronghold is located right behind the bridgehead of Kant. If we attack the bridgehead directly, we will have to face enemies from both the Kaya star system and the other strongholds located in the Kant star system. Thus, we will face less pressure if we choose to attack from the outside. Because of the lack of time, we have to uproot all the strongholds located on the outer rim as quickly as possible. The enemy forces located on the outer rim are the weakest, and we have an absolute advantage in terms of strength. We will split our forces into 6 and attack 6 different strongholds at once. The forces shall be split as follows." Han Xiao realized that the Black Star Army was assigned to lead a few different organizations to attack a weaker stronghold. An idea then came to his mind. "I have a suggestion. Please speak," the commander said with a respectful tone. Han Xiao pointed at the star map and said, "The smallest stronghold is only connected to 3 different planets, and it would be too troublesome to send an entire fleet over. Leave them to the Black Star Army. I will uproot them completely." Phoebnovel.com. The commander hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right then, I shall withdraw those forces." He had plenty of trust in Han Xiao's strength. However, a mere 3 planets without a single calamity-grade super could be easily taken care of by Black Star alone. The enemy did not arrange for any experts in the outer rim, and it was truly a waste of resources to send a powerhouse like Black Star. Then the reward. "Don't worry, you will definitely be satisfied," the commander nodded. Purple Crystal definitely would not be stingy if the Black Star Army took on an extra mission. Han Xiao smiled and said, "I don't need too much. I just want 7,000 tons of dark stream crystal and 2,000 tons of string alloy. Rare materials could be used to create plenty of elite mechanical soldiers, and compared to money, Han Xiao preferred to receive his payment in materials. I will report this to my higher-ups." The commander's lips contorted slightly. Returning to the Black Star flagship, Han Xiao called the fleet commander, Herluz, over and indicated his intention to split up his forces. Lagi would lead the majority of their forces and join the main fleet, while Han Xiao would lead a small bunch to attack the smallest stronghold. "You want to lead them?" Herluz asked with doubt. "You can destroy the 3 planets single-handedly, right? I plan to bring Marion, Sylvia, and a portion of the Undying Force. I mainly want to train them." Han Xiao shrugged. "All right then." Herluz nodded. "I also have something else to add. For the Undying troops that I don't take with me, I want you to send them to the most dangerous part of the battlefield. I want you to throw all the jobs with risks over to them." Herluz rubbed his head and said, "I understand. I'll have them follow Harmon." After giving some instructions to Herluz, Han Xiao then issued a mission to the players through the interface. He indicated that the army would be split into 2, and he would be taking 300,000 players with him. Through the faction interface, the 300,000 spots were filled up in less than 3 minutes. Han Xiao then mobilized more than 100 battleships and took Sylvia, Marion, and the 300,000 excited players to their destination. Han Xiao's objective of this operation was to fatten the players up and allow them to earn as much experience as possible. Thus, he was willing to participate in more operations. Apart from the main storyline mission, Han Xiao was prepared to use up the daily faction reward quota to give the players experience. on planet number K00156 was one of the bloodshed land strongholds in the Kant star system. This was a new stronghold that had not been completely overhauled. Grayish metal covered the surface of the planet, and more than 1,000 battleships were patrolling the atmosphere of the planet to keep it safe. Over 100 rays of light suddenly sliced through the dark space and exited hyperdrive. They exited hyperdrive not too far away from planet K00156, and Han Xiao led his forces over without stopping. 300,000 players looked at the planet through the windows of the battleships excitedly. This is our target, right? Is it finally going to begin? I can't hold back my excitement any longer. Have you guys triggered the war mission? My mission is to destroy this planet's stronghold. Are all of your missions the same? All the players obtained a subsidiary mission through the main storyline mission that required them to destroy the stronghold on planet K00156. Frenzied Sword and a portion of the professional players took part in this mission as well. Maple Moon also followed along, and there was not even a need to mention Bun Hit Dog. He would follow Black Star wherever he went. Right at this moment, an orange alert light went off in all the battleships, and Philip's voice sounded. All forces, proceed to the charge cabin and prepare to launch. Check the durability of the armor and life support system of the charge cabin. We will be entering the atmosphere of planet K00156. We will land on the surface. Kill all enemies who fight back and destroy the base on the surface of the planet. I repeat, all forces, all the players heard the order and entered the charge cabins with their comrades. However, Maple Moon looked outside the window with hesitation on her face. The defense team of planet K00156 had already detected the approaching troops and were currently about to surround them. The enemy had over 1,000 battleships, a full 10 times their size. They were like sheep being surrounded by wolves, and it would be impossible for them to break out from the enemy's encirclement. How were they supposed to be launched onto the planet? Maple Moon was much more observant toward such details. What are you waiting for? Let's go. By the side, Bun Hit Dog pushed her along, and Frenzied Sword also began to rush her. Wait! Maple Moon took out her communicator and summoned Philip. The enemy battleships are about to surround us. How are we going to deal with them? If our battleships are destroyed, all of us will be sucked into the universe. This isn't something for you to worry about, Philip replied mechanically. The enemy fleet will not cause us any trouble, Maple Moon wanted to continue asking, but Bun Hit Dog, who was beside her, suddenly let out a gasp. Look outside. Black Star has met the enemy force alone. As the people in the surroundings heard that, they all stopped moving and looked outside the window curiously. Maple Moon also looked up, and Frenzied Sword ran back to look outside the window. Han Xiao exited the battleship alone and faced thousands of enemy battleships. The enemy had also locked onto him and opened fire immediately. All the players in the spaceships could not help but grow anxious. In the previous version, Black Star had not displayed an overwhelming prowess in the universe. While they knew that Black Star would definitely have become stronger in the new version, this was the first time witnessing Black Star take action in this version. None of them were clear about Black Star's strength. This was the firepower of over 1,000 battleships. Would he be able to block them? Just when everyone was feeling nervous, Han Xiao's hands turned into claws, and as though he treated the space around him as a piece of cloth, he tugged down on it firmly. The space around him contorted, and the endless wave of cannon fire was immediately dispersed in every other direction, flying past his body. Shortly after, ripples could be seen in the space around him, and his army boxes appeared behind him in an orderly formation. Frenzied Sword did a quick count of the number of army boxes, and there were 121. The next moment, all the army boxes were opened up, and as though Pandora's box was opened, a never-ending wave of black machines swarmed out. Millions of energy blasts were launched, and the energy blasts swallowed half of the enemy fleet. Hundreds of enemy battleships were immediately torn apart by the energy blasts and reduced to fireworks in the dark universe. In a single instant, half of the enemy fleet was wiped out. Even though this frightening wave of machinery was charging toward the enemy, the players on board the spaceships could not help but take in a deep breath. In the past 7 years, Han Xiao did not have much experience to level up and thus focused his attention on his mechanical army. Currently, the size of his mechanical army was already in the millions, and he had forged a new artificial intelligence to deal with the calculations in battle. Philip would then focus completely on being a butler. Alert! Detecting a large energy spike. Alert! Alert! An alarm went off in the spaceship. All of a sudden, the surface of planet Cave 00156 began to tremble with a huge energy wave being released. The window of the spaceship adjusted itself automatically, and the view on the window seemed to be zoomed out. A large anti-air railgun that was used to deal with enemy flagships appeared from the surface of planet K00156, and a brilliant purple light began charging up in the barrel of the railgun. Han Xiao's attention was also attracted by the railgun, and he threw out a compressed orb, which rapidly opened to become an Ice Age star freezing cannon. An even more frightening energy reaction emanated from the Ice Age star freezing cannon, and an ice blue pillar of light shot out from the barrel of the cannon, accurately striking the anti-air railgun on the surface of the planet. Everyone aboard the spaceships could clearly see the outcome of this shot. A large ice crater was left behind on the surface of the planet with frost covering the surroundings of the railgun. Tens of kilometers of land was covered in frost, and the frost was still spreading. While they could not hear the commotion from that attack, all the players felt a chill run down their spine. If this attack landed on an ordinary colonial planet, perhaps a single cannon would be able to destroy an entire city. Just when everyone was still in a daze, Han Xiao suddenly weaved through the enemy vessels and appeared beside the enemy's flagship. He immediately activated machinery apostolization, and the eyes of his mechanical suit lit up with a bright blue color. This was an indication of the energy within his body being extremely abundant. Han Xiao placed his palm on the electromagnetic shield, and through the psionic energy being emanated by his body, the electromagnetic shield was dyed blue in color. With a few flashes, it shattered like a piece of glass, and Han Xiao proceeded unobstructed to the outer armor of the flagship. His hands turned into claws, and he embedded them deep within the armor of the flagship. A never-ending flow of psionic energy infiltrated the enemy flagship through his 10 fingers. With Han Xiao's palm as the center, the psionic energy spread out to the exterior armor of the flagship like energy veins. The entire flagship lit up like shattered porcelain pieces, and when the light became blinding, the entire flagship exploded with bright blue flames. The flames rapidly consumed the oxygen within the flagship and were extinguished in an instant. At the same time, Han Xiao's mechanical army had already destroyed the entire enemy fleet and returned to the army boxes like birds returning to their nest. Only the remains of destroyed battleships were left floating about in space. The battle had ended in less than 5 minutes. For an expert of his realm, as long as there were no supers of the same level to restrict him, destroying an entire fleet was a piece of cake to him. The sound of Philip's cheers could then be heard in the spaceships. His Excellency Black Star has cleared all obstacles. All forces prepare to launch in 3 minutes. I repeat, His Excellency. All the players could not help but gulp in shock. Was this the world of the powerful? Too awesome. Chapter 724 Fertilizer. Chapter 724 Fertilizer. Fighting an entire fleet with the strength of an individual. All the players were completely entranced by the sight before them. The last time they had witnessed Han Xiao taking action, he did not have such overwhelming strength. It seemed like many things had changed greatly over the past 10 years. Frenzied Sword had a strange feeling in his heart. It was as though he had been through many good and bad times with Han Xiao. Bun Hit Dog's eyes lit up, and he immediately interviewed Frenzied Sword. Hey, didn't you say that our strength would slowly be unlocked with the release of new versions? Does this mean that we will be able to destroy fleets in future? This is too interesting. We should be able to. Frenzied Sword was not too sure. He felt that as long as the level of strength in the galaxy did not change, their growth in strength would influence the way NPCs viewed them. With this game's world being extremely open and free to possibilities, perhaps they would truly be able to attain a strength that could rival Black Star. Maple Moon looked as though she was deep in thought by the side. She felt that the effect of the players leveling up should not be limited to an increase in their PvP abilities. This small interlude did not affect the progress of the spaceships. The 100 or so spaceships approached planet K00156, and the AI system began the countdown for their launch. Under Philip's pestering, all 300,000 players boarded the launch pods and were ready for launch. One after another, the space chargers shot out from the spaceships, and all the players took out their weapons while awaiting touchdown. Even the espers and pugilists would also have firearms as weapons. Maple Moon frowned and suddenly thought about something. Since Black Star destroyed the enemy's fleet, why do we still have to be sent down to the planet? Can't we just shoot at them from outside the atmosphere? Everyone was stunned for a moment, but before they had the time to react, the launch pods trembled, and everyone felt their bodies becoming weightless. Boom! Han Xiao floated beside the fleet and looked down on the planet from above. The numerous space pods were like burning meteors raining down on the planet. Han Xiao then zoomed in on the surface of the planet. An endless stream of players exited the launch pods and flooded the planet like a huge wave. This stronghold had many different bases, with the sergeants of the Bloodshed Land leading their troops out to fight off the players. The strongest enemy fighter was only at grade B, and under the fearless assault of the players, the enemy was forced back slowly. Not bad. I should be able to earn a large amount of experience this time. Han Xiao did not have any intention of helping and sat cross-legged outside the atmosphere to watch the battle. Han Xiao had volunteered to attack the smallest Bloodshed Land stronghold, so that the hyperdrive base station and the 3 planets that it was connected to would become the players' fertilizer. Apart from the war and faction mission, all the Bloodshed Land warriors on the surface of the planet were also like walking bags of experience. As long as they were killed, the players would be able to gain plenty of experience. With his level, getting rid of these useless soldiers would only give him 1 experience point. On the other hand, the players' levels were low, and thus they would receive plenty of bonus experience from killing the enemies. Han Xiao would then harvest the experience points from the players, and a beautiful production line would be formed. It was just like the principle of feeding a chicken to lay an egg. The strength of the players is growing, and they will slowly walk up to a larger stage and display their prominence in the various organizations. In his previous life, as the players' strength increased and they began to roam the galaxy, many powerful galactic organizations paid close attention to the players. In the later versions during his previous life, the players had received a resounding nickname: Cancer of the Universe. Han Xiao had always felt that the nickname was extremely cool and fitting. The players were still far from that standard. Only when the first few waves of players became grade B would it be the time for the players to rise. As the farmer who was prepared to let the name of his crops shine far and wide, Han Xiao knew that his responsibility was heavy. Your Excellency Black Star, are we going to help? Just when Han Xiao was deep in thought, Marion, who was clad in heavy armor, flew to Han Xiao's side and asked if they should reinforce the ground troops. He was one of the 3 Calamity-grade supers who had joined the Black Star Army 7 years ago. He was a powerful mechanical pugilist who did not talk much, with his focus being set on raising his strength. He could still be considered loyal and had gained Han Xiao's trust over time. It isn't necessary. I am training the soldiers, and both of you have something else to do. Han Xiao waved his hands. Marion nodded in reply. With this planet being attacked, the hyperdrive base station will definitely send reinforcements very quickly. I want the both of you to attack the hyperdrive base station before the reinforcements arrive. I want you to then send me over to the 2 other planets through the wormhole of the hyperdrive base station. I will destroy their flying equipment before sending our forces over to clear up their nests, Han Xiao said. He wanted to turn the ground troops on the 3 strongholds into lambs waiting to be slaughtered. He would destroy all their methods to escape and trap them all on the planet. Not a single person would be allowed to escape, and they would all become fertilizers for his crops. Han Xiao wanted to add something on but suddenly detected fluctuations in space. With a chuckle, he said, "My prediction is spot on indeed. Both of you prepare yourselves. Someone is here to seek death." The moment his voice sounded, a whirlpool-like wormhole opened outside the atmosphere of planet K00156 and spat out battleship after battleship. Without saying a word, Sylvia revved up the output of her mechanical suit and transformed into a beam of light. She nimbly avoided all the incoming laser beams and charged straight into the wormhole. Marion followed closely behind her, but his performance was far more boorish. He activated dozens of shields and charged straight into the wormhole while tanking all the cannon fire. Along the way, he had even crashed straight through 2 small assault ships. Both of them were mechanical pugilists, and their mechanical suits had personally been fine-tuned by Han Xiao. Together with their calamity-grade strength, they were more than sufficient to take care of a hyperdrive base station without any high-level combatants. Furthermore, both of their mechanical suits were equipped with Philip's child program and could extend the range of his virtual intrusion. When both of them arrived, he would be able to assist them from afar in infiltrating the base. The reinforcing battleships appeared without ending with their guns blazing. Han Xiao remained cross-legged, and his new and improved 11th generation Watcher instrument defended him automatically. A total of 361 bluish-gold orbs floated around him to form a thick psionic shield that deflected all the enemy's attacks. "Let me play with you guys for a bit, since I am not pushed for time," Han Xiao chuckled. With a single thought, a terrifying amount of data assaulted the artificial intelligence system of the battleships. In the blink of an eye, the firewalls of these battleships were completely riddled with holes, and their calculation modules became unstable. After multiple class advancements, his virtual technology skill had already entered a new realm, and his speed was completely different from the past. Furthermore, he had obtained a new cutting-edge knowledge, quantum network matrix, from Purple Crystal, which multiplied the amount of data he could send. His infiltration technique went through a revolutionary change, and Han Xiao was currently capable of directly connecting to a quantum network. As long as the enemy was within range, he would be able to generate a storm of data with a single thought, and his infiltration ability was extremely powerful. This was the flagship skill of a virtual mechanic. Han Xiao had already grown to be extremely powerful in all areas. Although he had yet to reach beyond grade A, he could already be considered a powerhouse in the galaxy. A virtual mechanic was a huge killing machine in a galactic battle. Even if Han Xiao did not make use of his mechanical army, he would be able to easily deal with a small fleet. As he infiltrated the enemy ships to throw the enemy into a mess, Han Xiao sent out his elite mechanical army to board the enemy ships and kill all their crew. Since he was not in a hurry, Han Xiao decided to minimize the destruction and capture all these battleships. Han Xiao had plenty of strength to spare and diverted part of his attention to the players. On planet K00156, one of the bases was currently a bitter battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Frenzied Sword's large-caliber rifle punctured a hole in the body of a 1,000-beast soldier. The corpse of the soldier fell toward him, and Frenzied Sword kicked it away before raising his arm to activate a shield. A series of gunfire immediately rained down on his shield, and Frenzied Sword began to calculate the durability of his shield. He then charged forward into the midst of an enemy 5-man team. Whipping out his electromagnetic whip and helix blade, he killed the 5-man team after a short battle. Taking in a deep breath, he looked around his surroundings. They were currently in the hub center of the base, and the main hall was currently a messy battlefield. Both parties exchanged fire with dead soldiers lying all around the hall. The players transformed into white light after reviving and did not leave any corpse behind. Thus, the situation looked like a one-sided massacre, as though a swarm of locusts had just swept by. The players formed small parties and worked together. Their screams could be heard amid the cannon fire. Pull the enemies. Back row output damage. Hang in there, main tank. Inject yourself with life-sustaining hormones. Second and third tanks, prepare to switch out. Mechanics. Quickly set up your artillery towers. Ha ha ha. We're rich. A single 1,000-beast soldier actually gives us so much experience. What the F***CK? Who is the one who stole this daddy's kill? The Esper-class players unleashed their various skills, and all the different kinds of energy blasts bombarded the enemy into retreat. The players had the numerical advantage with their individual combat abilities reaching an acceptable standard. They were all grade C, at least, with an extremely small portion of them having reached grade B with their accumulated experience from the previous version. They still had their biggest trump card: reviving. With such an army, there was no need to bother sending scouts, sneak attacks, ambushes, or any complicated combat maneuvers. They just needed to use human wave tactics. Frenzied Sword charged past the defensive line and entered the walkway of the base. Although the mission only required them to occupy the base, Frenzied Sword was extremely experienced and knew that killing the base commander would definitely raise his mission rating. Thus, he ignored all the other soldiers and searched for the base commander. There were definitely other players who had the same thought as him, and Frenzied Sword did not dare delay. At the same time, the base commander was currently watching the situation of the battle from the surveillance equipment in the base. He knew that their defeat was imminent, and his legs could not help but tremble. "This is Black Star Army's immortal troops." The commander's voice trembled with fear gripping his heart. Everyone from Bloodshed Land had looked through Black Star Army's information before and knew that the immortal troops were the true hidden trump card of the Black Star Army. After disappearing for a full 10 years, they had made their appearance again. Hopelessness filled his heart, and he witnessed the most frightening aspect of the immortal troops from the screen. They were all extremely bloodthirsty and would never leave anyone alive. In a short while, the entire base would be soaked in blood, and all their spaceships had already been destroyed by Black Star. They no longer had any chance to escape. Where are the reinforcements? The base commander still held on to the last bit of hope in his heart. "We tried to contact them 17 times, but we did not receive any response. We lost all contact with the reinforcements, and they were probably..." The intelligence staff had a face full of fear. The base commander fell into complete despair. They no longer had a way out and could only wait for their deaths to arrive. "Why don't we surrounding?" Boom! Before he could even finish, the door was suddenly blasted open, and Frenzied Sword appeared from the large cloud of dust. Without any hesitation, he switched to a close-ranged weapon and waved his axe around to slaughter anyone in sight. "Wait a moment. I am the commander of this stronghold. I surrender." The approaching axe had truly frightened the base commander out of his wits, and he hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. The axe stopped 10 centimeters away from the commander's head, and the base commander felt his entire body turning soft. Frenzied Sword then looked at him with doubt. "You are the commander." "I am." "You're surrendering?" "That's right. That's right." Frenzied Sword paused for a while before suddenly letting out a battle cry and swinging his axe down mercilessly to cleave the commander before him in two. His axe was instantly stained with bright blue blood, and Frenzied Sword shook his head. "What's the point of keeping you if your surrender doesn't trigger a mission?" Killing a commander actually gives so much experience." Frenzied Sword had a bright smile on his face as he left the room, leaving behind a dismembered corpse and bloodstains all over the walls. unravel.com. At the same time, in the interior of the hyperdrive base station, a long sword was being dragged by a slender hand. Reddish-gold bolts of energy could be seen coursing through the body of the sword, and the tip of the sword created a deep scar on the surface of the alloy floor. This was an alloy walkway with Bloodshed Land soldiers both in front and behind. They were trying their best to push back the beautiful lady in the middle, but all of their firepower was easily blocked by the protective shield of her mechanical suit. Sylvia completely ignored the army that was surrounding her and looked at Marion, who was currently destroying the enemy ships outside. He was smashing his body through all the spaceships and having the time of his life. "Hurry up and take down the base. Don't keep teacher waiting too long," Sylvia muttered under her breath. Holding onto the sword with both her hands, her body began spinning. Marion, who was currently fighting the enemy spaceships in space, could clearly see a reddish-gold circle burst forth from the interior of the hyperdrive base station, cutting the entire base in two and slicing off a fifth of the base cleanly. "Why are you even more violent than me? You'd better not destroy the base." "We still need to use it later," Marion said helplessly. Outside the atmosphere of K00156, Han Xiao floated in space and waited silently. Over half of the enemy battleships had already been captured by him. Right at this moment, a wormhole channel opened again, with the other side of the channel being the second planet. The remaining defending battleships were clustered together as though they were screaming out, "HH, don't come near me." A bright smile could be seen on Han Xiao's face. Not a single bag of the 3 fertilizers could be missed. Sylvia succeeded so quickly. It seems like I taught her well. Chapter 725 Hidden Scheme. Chapter 725 Hidden Scheme. Because Sylvia had managed to seize the enemy's hyperdrive base station, Han Xiao quickly utilized the wormhole of the enemy side to attack the last 2 planetary strongholds. With the fall of their hyperdrive base station, the remaining 2 strongholds knew that their troops were not a match and wanted to retreat. However, Han Xiao was too fast for them, and the enemy did not even have the time to move their supplies before they were attacked. The second planet's fleet was completely annihilated, while the fleet for the third planet left their troops on the surface, choosing to turn tail and run instead. Having lost their means of transportation, the ground troops of the 2 strongholds turned into trapped beasts and could only watch as the airdrop capsules rained down on them, as the screaming immortal players rushed out like a tsunami, bringing with them blood and slaughter. Small and new strongholds like these would not have many strong supers, which was suitable for the player's standards. Once in a while, there would be a grade B super which could be regarded as a boss monster. In general, clearing the stronghold went smoothly. It did not take Han Xiao very long to wash the 3 strongholds with blood, using the 300,000 players. No one from the enemy side lived, the players taking all their heads. In addition to the reward provided by the Battle War mission as well as the faction reward, the players obtained a huge sum of experience, leaving them satisfied. The rest of the personnel in the hyperdrive base station were also cleaned up by Han Xiao, and only the logistics department were left behind to take the supplies left behind on the battlefield. This base station could be considered to have been successfully thrashed. Han Xiao then contacted Herluz, inquiring about the status of the Black Star Army with the objective of checking on the status of the players there. The Black Star Army, under the leadership of Herluz and Lagi, had attacked a stronger base station. The millions of players were scattered around, attacking the 6 planet strongholds as they conducted ground battles through airdrops. The team with the most people was led by Harmon. Han Xiao brought up the battlefield imagery, revealing an expanse of a desolate battlefield. Harmon was rushing at the front, full of energy and his fur bristling around his burly body, as he concentrated fire on one of the enemy's ground vehicles. He wielded his war hammer, killing one enemy after another. At his position, the tens of thousands of beast soldiers hung around him, weaving in and out with affecting his battle. freewebnovel.com. A large number of players were also cooperating with him to fight, but because Harmon's burning spirit always resulted in him running to the area where gunfire was the most concentrated, the players behind him also received the most damage. While Harmon's behavior frazzled the players, following behind him was a good way to get kills. This was enjoyable yet mind-numbing. However, the treatment of the majority of these players was not as good as how Han Xiao treated his 300,000. After all, they did not have that many people reserved to kill, so their final gains would not be as lucrative. However, based on the current level of all the players, the reward could still be counted as generous. There are a few more battles coming up. It should be enough to allow everyone to level up a few times. Han Xiao stroked his chin. Version 3.0 had begun less than half a month earlier, and excluding those who progressed quickly to reach grade B, the average player's level was around 93. The moment they reached level 100 and underwent their promotion to grade B, the combat capability of the player teams would change qualitatively. In the beginning of the version, due to the increase in mission rewards, the players would be able to progress swifter as well. It should not be too difficult to reach level 100 in the short term. Sylvia and Marion returned after accomplishing their task, and Han Xiao praised them for their efficiency. It went without saying for Marion, who was always hardworking and reliable. As for Sylvia, after 10 grueling years of training, she had finally turned into a powerful assistant that Han Xiao was looking for, able to hold her own. This is all thanks to the hard work put in by you, teacher. In the cockpit, Sylvia let out a happy smile upon hearing Han Xiao's praise. She could still remember herself being blinded from the truth 10 over years ago, and she had even tried to attack Han Xiao. But in the end, Han Xiao had led her down the correct path. Sylvia was full of gratitude toward Han Xiao. While the 10-year child labor contract had long ended, she did not mention it at all. If it was not for Han Xiao's guidance in those 10 or so years, she did not know which galaxy she would still be lingering in, and she could not imagine how bad her life might have been. Rather than saying that it was a slavery contract, Sylvia now felt that it was more of Han Xiao using it as an excuse to lead her down the right path. After being around him for over 10 years, she looked up to Han Xiao like her adoptive father, and she did not wish to leave him right after being groomed properly. Continue working hard. You still have room for growth. Han Xiao nodded. Because Sylvia had just broken through to the calamity grade, her strength was still on the weak side. However, with a full set of orange equipment from Han Xiao, she could unleash a higher level of strength. She herself also had the potential to grow even stronger. Han Xiao let the entire team rest for a while before setting out to find the rest of the army to convene. Because there were a lot of people on Lagi's side, he was reassured and did not rush to meet up with them. When everyone rejoined, the battle had already ended, and they had also succeeded in destroying the base station. Everyone was now busy cleaning up the battlefield. Intelligence reports continuously flowed in. The 6 stronghold bases of the Bloodshed Land within the Kant star system had been completely cleared, and only some fish had managed to escape the net, falling back to the 4 base stations in their second layer. Section 0 consolidated the entire team before aggressively advancing. The next 10 days showed that the speed of advancement for the team had slowed down. The base station systems of the enemy's second layer were far more defensive compared to those in the periphery, and from time to time they even received reinforcements from the rear, holding back the progress of Section 0, albeit barely. The fighting had continued unabated for the past half-month, and players had gotten plenty of opportunities. They had adapted to the battle mission modes and rushed to the dangerous front lines, gaining a lot. Cold-blooded, this was the impression that the player army left on the other members of Section 0. They did not accept surrender. Even enemies that showed no resistance would be killed, without a single one left alive. All parties knew that Black Star commanded a unit of immortals, and they had finally resurfaced after a decade. Their role in this war was very obvious, making many of the forces quite envious. Because the Black Star army was growing ever stronger, many of the organizations had also gone to study the data of the Immortals unit. According to their performance, it was projected by most organizations that these groups were a sort of space wonder derived from the universe. While they were immortals, they would require a certain amount of energy to resurrect each time, and the number of resurrections was also finite in a certain time span. While having hundreds of thousands of low-leveled supers was not considered a lot in an interstellar war, the good point was that they would be continuously recycled. Every enemy died was one enemy less, but they would forever have a 0 casualty rate, which was even better than the well-known Special Forces troops of the universe, the Demon Lake and Mechanic Empires. In the eyes of the other organization, this group of immortals was the true trump card of the Black Star Army. Their abilities could be considered above the 1,000 beast soldiers on the battlefield. With the current status of the Black Star Army, they were naturally entitled to have their own special forces. Although many of the organizations were envious, they did not plan to provoke Black Star just for the immortals. Besides, apart from Han Xiao, no one else was aware that the players could still grow. Han Xiao continued to lead his side, but he did not launch any more attacks personally for the next half a month. However, he alone could cause 1,000 soldiers to retreat, causing the high-level combatants of the enemy to turtle up and not show themselves. This was all caused by Han Xiao's fierce reputation of the many people he had killed in the past 10 years. There were just too many grade A supers, and his name was a deterrence, causing ordinary calamity grades to not dare to face him. In this battle, the only opponent worthy of him was Hadavi. This beyond grade A seed was too difficult to fight against. Han Xiao had clashed against Hadavi 13 times in the 7 years, and while the battle results were all victories, Hadavi had good brains and was always able to run faster than anyone when the situation turned bad. Han Xiao had been unable to capture him up till this point and finally understood the feelings of his enemies. Han Xiao estimated that he would only have an 80% chance of causing Hadavi to retreat this time. However, he did not mind that at all and was instead quite relaxed. With the return of the players, his own level was already skyrocketing. When the time came, it would be easier for him to get rid of Hadavi. Thus, he was not worried at all. Since the leader was lazing around, Lagi, as the high-level combatant, was sent out to lead the Black Star Army instead. Right now, Lagi was already firmly seated in the position of vice leader, and was also a first-rate character in the eyes of the public. He could be considered the captain of all the mages in the army. While his pessimism was truly whack, Logi's battle prowess could not be denied. This former forbidden sorcerer commander lived up to his name, with vast mana and throwing around forbidden spells like hurling garbage. His actual combat power placed him in the top 10 of Section 0. After spending more than 10 days breaking through the 2 base stations at the second layer, the personnel in the last 2 base stations took the initiative to retreat, all of them returning to their final base station at the core. Originally, Bloodshed Land wanted to use the other base stations to stall for time and take advantage of the opportunity to arrange defense facilities. However, the offensive of Section 0 was too fierce, causing them to be unable to delay at all. They simply decided to save their fleet and assemble their forces, preparing for a final fight against Section 0. The last enemy base station on the Constar system was where all the retreating fleets had assembled. Together with a large amount of reinforcements, their military strength looked extremely robust. Section 0 formulated the corresponding tactics to deal with them, passing over the command to Han Xiao to contain the enemy's advanced combatants, as well as to repel Hadavi. The moment they started fighting, Han Xiao would not have time to care about the players any longer and thus arranged for his officers to brief the players properly. At the same time, the officers of the last base station in the Constar system all gathered for a meeting, discussing on how to deal with the attack of Section 0. As a relay commander, Jord also participated in the meeting through a virtual projection. We have a total of 14 planetary bases as well as a transition base station. Whether the enemy sends a division or launches a total attack, there is a way to deal with it. While our fleets are much weaker, as long as we can endure for 3 days, the next batch of reinforcements will be able to arrive, and they will bring a teleportation gate with them. It is impossible for Section 0 to keep such a huge number of troops assembled all the time. Furthermore, our comrades in the other galaxies can also use this opportunity to further expand. The longer this is delayed, the more beneficial it is for us. There's no need to fight to the death. We can always return to Kaya and wait for the Section 0 troops to disperse before we break through their blockade once again and return to Kant. Everyone present expressed their opinions and their recommendations toward Jord, as he was the final decision-maker. After listening to everyone, Jord nodded and replied, "We have a plan for the general direction, but it is inevitable that we will have to fight. Now that the enemy has seized the initiative, the countermeasures we are laying out might be useless, but the tactics will still need to be adapted to the movement of the enemies. What we need to consider the most right now is how to resist the enemy's attack. Let's not talk about Section 0 soldiers, since they far outstrip you all in quantity. In terms of advanced combatants, no one can fight against Black Star, so we're at a great disadvantage." Hearing that, Hadavi spoke in a deep voice. "I'll hold him back. He has already pushed you back tens of times, proving that you are unable to handle him yourself. There have been many cases of you retreating early, leaving those combatants that were helping you up *T Creek. At least 15 grade A supers have died because of you," Jord replied rudely. Sometimes, he even wondered if Hadavi was sent by the other side. Every time that he moved, the casualty rate would definitely be higher. Hadavi was speechless and could not refute his unscrupulous betrayal of teammates, so he could only snort in dissatisfaction. Jord had a solemn expression as he continued. "This time, I'll hand the rights to the weapons specially designed to curb Black Star over to you. This can only be used once, so you'd better make use of the opportunity." Touching the contents of his pocket, Hadavi looked a little hesitant. A few days earlier, a squad belonging to Jord had been sent over, delivering a weird object to him. They had said that this was a special one-time consumable weapon created to deal with Black Star, which could damage him severely. They had told him to utilize it when facing Black Star. While Hadavi did not understand the specific function of the weapon, it was definitely used as a hidden scheme. Hadavi had gone to work for the Bloodshed Land specially to fight against Han Xiao. He wished to use a proper confrontation to stimulate his potential, so he was reluctant to utilize underhanded methods against Black Star. "Do you understand? If there's an opportunity, you must use it immediately," Jord stressed. "This is not the style of the tyrant." Hadavi was a little dissatisfied. "But this is my order," Jord snapped. He respected the demeanor of the tyrant, but there had to be someone to deal with the dirty work. This special weapon had taken him much effort to obtain, and he did not even tell Heber about it. Hadavy deliberated for a time before finally reluctantly agreeing to use it. However, he secretly planned to never take it out. Anyway, he was only there to fight. Whoever won the war was not of any concern to him. He was not a subordinate under Bloodshed Land, and Jord could not punish him even if he failed. At worst, he could just stop working for them. Chapter 726, Psyker. Chapter 726, Psyker. Bloodshed Land and Section 0 had been fighting each other for 10 years already and were extremely familiar with each other. The upcoming battle would be another exchange between both parties, and they all made their respective preparations. The main force of Section 0 did not delay and very quickly launched an all-out assault on the final few strongholds in the Kant star system. 10 or so planets burned with the flames of war. The Black Star Army fleet worked together with the other members of Section 0 to attack a few different planets. Currently, the players could not play a huge role in a galactic battle, and Han Xiao sent the players to be the vanguard force of a land assault. He placed them in the most treacherous location of the battlefield. Despite the front lines being the most dangerous location on the battlefield, it also allowed them to gather as many kills as possible. Furthermore, their fearlessness also served the purpose of breaking through the enemy defense lines. As for Han Xiao himself, he was situated at the core of the battlefield and followed the main troops to attack the hyperdrive base station. Their troops had the absolute advantage this time, and he did not have to infiltrate the enemy force alone. He only needed to guard the Star Diamond grade flagship. He watched as his allied troops slowly destroyed the enemy defense line and advanced. In the command room from the flagship, the walls of the spaceship seemed to have been made from transparent crystals, and one could clearly view the explosions and cannon fire outside the spaceship. A scaled projection of the entire battlefield could be seen floating in the middle of the command room, and the commander of the battle as well as his advisors were monitoring changes in the battlefield. Han Xiao stood by the side and watched the battle. He was not the commander of this operation, but as the most powerful fighter around, he was also a member of the core team. He guarded the command room personally and was ready to set off at any moment. The commander and the others were currently analyzing the battlefield while Han Xiao listened by the side. The enemy withdrew a portion of their fleet from the other strongholds to guard their base. They are putting up a strong resistance, and we may need a long time to break through the thick defenses of the enemy. However, there is also a piece of good news. Because the enemy withdrew a portion of their forces from the other strongholds to guard the base, the defenses of their other strongholds have been weakened, and our forces attacking the other strongholds have the upper hand at the moment. Han Xiao nodded. The hyperdrive base station was connected to all the strongholds and was like the heart that sent blood to the other organs. Most importantly, the moment the hyperdrive base station fell, the entire defense line would also collapse. Because his side had an advantage in the number of troops with their main force attacking the hyperdrive base station, the enemy had no choice but to withdraw their forces from the other strongholds to guard the hyperdrive base station. This way, it would be much easier for them to clear out the enemy strongholds. Section 0's objective was to wipe out the fleets protecting the strongholds. The moment the hyperdrive base station fell, the fleets of the various strongholds would definitely retreat to preserve their strength. Thus, while the intention of their forces seemed to be an all-out assault to capture the enemy base, they were actually trying to tie down the enemy forces to allow their allies to destroy more enemy strongholds. Han Xiao's gaze swept past the various regions of the battlefield to find Hadavy's location. His only job that day was to defeat Hadavy. Han Xiao could not help but stroke his chin after realizing that Hadavy was nowhere to be found. Isn't he prepared to take action? Did he appear on the other battlefields? Perhaps Hadavy would avoid him and make use of the hyperdrive base station. He could choose to reinforce the other strongholds through the wormhole since the other fleets would not have a high-level combatant capable of stopping him. However, Han Xiao was not too worried. If Hadavy avoided him, it meant that the enemy troops would not have a high-level combatant capable of stopping him. At that time, he would be able to take action to push the enemy forces back and force Hadavy to return. The other divisions haven't discovered any traces of him. The commander shook his head. He is still in the base. As long as he doesn't appear, you do not need to take action. We aren't the ones feeling anxious. Han Xiao nodded and opened the forums to pass the time. The players were currently carrying out their various battlefield missions, and the forum was filled with screenshots of the battle. The players took screenshots of different enemies, bosses, and their spoils of war. There were some players who also made live streams of the war. For example, the professional players from the various clubs did a live stream of the war in order to attract fans. Participating in a large-scale war truly excited many of them. There was no fun without any challenges. After briefly looking through the forums, Han Xiao concluded that most players felt a sense of satisfaction from this battle. Compared to the players from the other starfields who were still searching for clues regarding the main storyline mission, the Black Star Army had already began receiving benefits from the main storyline mission. After browsing the forums for a while, the commander's anxious voice snapped Han Xiao back to reality. Hadavi has appeared. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he closed the forums. Hadavi's figure appeared within the assault battleships of the Black Star Army, and he was currently destroying battleship after battleship. Logi had already gone forward to stop him, and both parties had begun fighting. Your Excellency Black Star, please fight him off, the commander said with a heavy tone. Logi and Hadavi were currently facing each other amid the chaotic battlefield. Logi's staff flickered with various colors, and colorful magic spells smashed down onto Hadavi like a waterfall. Hadavi was a close combat main tank while Logi was a long-range damage dealer. The battle between them would naturally be one chasing while the other fled. The battlefield between the two shifted every second, and the energy waves from their battle were like shining stars on the radar. All the battleships near them were affected by their battle. They easily traversed over 10,000 kilometers during their short exchange, and their battle went from one corner of the battlefield to another. Hadavi grasped the right opportunity and hugged Logi's body. Their figures then crashed into a Section 0 battleship, and both of their bodies tumbled into the inside of the battleship. They got up instantly with their gazes locked on each other. An ear-piercing alarm sounded from the inside of the battleship, and the defensive measures of the ship were activated fully. Various miniature floating guards, mobile artillery towers, and mechanical soldiers flooded over from the various walkways. The defensive squad of the battleship also charged over without hesitation. The sound of mechanical activity and cluttered footsteps could be heard from the walkway behind Hadavi. Without even looking back, Hadavi threw out a punch backward. A powerful force compressed the air within the battleship and sent it out with a powerful shockwave. As though a violent storm had blown past, the entire walkway behind him was torn to shreds, and all the guards were wiped out in an instant. Hadavi retracted his fists and lamented as he looked at Logi. You truly live up to the reputation of being the vice commander of the Black Star Army. I can feel a great sense of danger from your magic, and you are definitely one of the top 5 mages that I have seen in my life. I should have chosen to become a psychic instead back then. What's the point of being a mage? I can't kill you, and it still takes so much effort. Logi let out a sigh and lowered his staff. As Hadavi saw that Logi did not intend to attack him, he asked with a face full of doubt, "Are you going to admit defeat?" Logi shook his head and replied, "I can't kill you, and you can't kill me. Since Black Star will be coming in a while, we might as well just wait here and save our strength." Hadavi had a strange look on his face. "You obviously just want to avoid work." Right at this moment, Han Xiao appeared from the large hole in the battleship. Seeing the two of them getting along peacefully, Han Xiao was stunned. Without waiting for Han Xiao to say anything, Logi said, "I shall hand things over to you." Logi then cast a teleportation spell and disappeared without a trace. Han Xiao was truly helpless in the face of Logi's laziness, and he turned around to look at Hadavi. "You again. Why did you have to join Bloodshed Land and create trouble for me? Since you like being beaten up by me so much, you might as well let me catch you and beat you up 3 times a day. You will only face me with killing intent if I am your enemy. Only then will the battle between us be meaningful." The moment Hadavi saw Han Xiao, his battle intent began to burn, and he charged forward toward Han Xiao. Han Xiao had already activated his machinery apostolization talent, which gave him a boost of almost 1,000 attribute points. He avoided Hadavi's charge and grabbed onto Hadavi's arm to throw him out. A new hole was immediately created in the battleship. Han Xiao then sent out a psionic blast and sent Hadavi flying further away before summoning his mechanical army. A cold voice sounded in Han Xiao's helmet. War System Sparta awaiting orders. This was an artificial intelligence created specially to control the mechanical army, and Han Xiao had named it Sparta. This name sounded as though it was made for war. Han Xiao gave out an order for Sparta to control the mechanical army to assist him in battle. A dark cloud of mechanical soldiers then chased after Hadavi to block him. After fighting him so many times, Han Xiao was extremely familiar with Hadavi's abilities. Because it was extremely difficult to kill Hadavi, the focus of the mechanical army was on control. Hadavi and the mechanical army were engaged in an intense battle, and Han Xiao harassed Hadavi by the side. At the same time, he casually destroyed a few battleships nearby and harassed Hadavi through voice chat. Stop fighting. You can't win anyway. When are you planning to run? I will give you a chance to escape beforehand. Let's make a deal. Why don't you stand there and allow me to fire at you a few times to vent my anger? I will face you in hand-to-hand combat next time. How about that? How much is Bloodshed Land paying you? I will give you double if you come and work for me. Hadavi's face turned darker and darker before he finally exploded. Shut up. Focus on fighting me. He enjoyed facing powerful opponents to stimulate his potential and felt that he would only receive benefits from a treacherous battle that forced him to the edge. Just when Han Xiao was prepared to continue, George's stern voice suddenly sounded in the communication channel. He and Hadavi heard everything that Han Xiao had said. Hadavi, use the weapon I handed over to you immediately. Weapon? The enemy may have prepared some special method to deal with me. Han Xiao immediately became alert and tightened the attack of his mechanical army. At the same time, he closely monitored all of Hadavi's actions. However, it was as though Hadavi did not hear anything, and he continued to fight the mechanical army. Did you hear me? Jord bellowed. Are you going to defy orders? Hadavi pretended that he had not heard anything. Jord's voice then turned cold. I knew that you wouldn't listen to me. Hadavi suddenly had a bad premonition, and the special weapon on his body suddenly reacted. This was a secret message bead that suddenly unlocked itself automatically. A faint palm-sized ball of white light then floated out from the bead and hovered beside Hadavi. What is that? Both Han Xiao and Hadavi were taken aback. Before the two of them could even think, the ball of white light disappeared and appeared above Han Xiao. Han Xiao had already made preparations and immediately reacted. Void travel. The space around him seemed to have been frozen, and Han Xiao rapidly avoided the ball of white light. This ball of white light seemed extremely eerie, and it was best to stay as far away from it as possible. The next moment, the ball of white light shot toward Han Xiao and could actually move in the void dimension as well. Han Xiao was startled and tried his best to avoid it, but the ball of white light chased after him tightly. Han Xiao hurriedly deactivated his void travel and activated a short-ranged hyperdrive to exit the battlefield. However, the white light appeared before him yet again as though it was a homing skill that would definitely hit him. This thing can't be avoided. Han Xiao's gaze became solemn, and he shot at the ball of light. However, the ball of light seemed to have no physical form, and the laser beam went right through it. Since he could not avoid it, Han Xiao activated a few psionic shield layers and welcomed the ball of light instead. However, the many layers of shield could not even touch the ball of light, and it went straight through the shields and struck Han Xiao's body. It then disappeared right after. Han Xiao touched his body, and he did not seem to be injured at all. Just what is? Ugh! He suddenly felt an intense pain in his head, and a notification popped up on his interface. You have been struck with psychers. Psychic parasitic toxin. You have received 14,860 mental damage. You have gained the schizophrenia status. Duration unknown. You have gained the poison soul status. Duration unknown. You have gained the sensory misdirection status. Duration unknown. You have gained the parasitic mind status. Duration unknown. You have gained the mild hallucination status. Duration unknown. Han Xiao gritted his teeth as he stared at the notifications on the interface. The thing that shocked him the most was the attacker. Psyker. He was the only beyond grade A super in the Shattered Star Ring that Han Xiao had not met. Psychic. Why would it be him? Chapter 727 Psychic Toxin. Chapter 727 Psychic Toxin. There were 4 beyond grade A supers that everyone knew about. For Tyrant Heber, Dragon Emperor Ames, Magus Austin, Han Xiao had met or even communicated with the 3 of them at some point. But for the final beyond grade A, the Star Pupil Psyker, he had never even seen the guy. Psyker's territory was located at the very edge of the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao had once attended a party of overlords, but only Psyker did not show up. Psyker was born in a star system level civilization and was the supreme leader of that very civilization. He had led his tribe and compatriots to develop silently in their own territory. Could it be that this guy has also sided with the Crimson Dynasty? Inside his mechanical suit, Han Xiao's expression was dark. In version 3.0 of his previous life, Psyker did not get involved in this secret war. He could only attribute this current situation to his influence on the events in this life. While he had never seen Psyker, Han Xiao could still remember his data. Psyker was not a humanoid creature. It was said that he had achieved atavism, and his genes could be traced to one of the deities in the Arcane Church. He possessed a high spiritual talent and possessed the abilities of psychic activation as well as psychic realization. The attack that he had taken was only a psychic attack from Psyker that was stored by some means and not from the main body, so the damage was not high. The headache-inducing part was the array of negative statuses with an unknown duration. Han Xiao himself was unsure if this sneak attack was intended by Psyker, or if the enemy had managed to obtain the item from certain channels, with Psyker being unaware. After these thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind, he suddenly found that he no longer had any energy to continue thinking. The negative statuses had begun to play their role, and his brain was suddenly filled with chatter, as though there were countless people murmuring within his head. His vision began to overlap, as though mirrors were placed in random positions all around the place, giving birth to illusions. A sense of weakness began to appear from the depths of his spirit, as though he was suffering from mental exhaustion but unable to fall asleep. Now that the guys from Bloodshed Land know that any calamity grade cannot threaten me, they've started to use beyond grade A attacks against me. Strongly suppressing the chaos in his mind, Han Xiao gritted his teeth and waved his hand, and his mechanical army acted according to the established order, strengthening their offense against Hadavi. At the same time, they rushed like a huge mechanical wave toward the battlefield, smashing apart enemy warships and speeding up their advance. Han Xiao did not care about the command to delay the battle any longer and prepared to rush down to take over the hyperdrive base station as soon as possible and end the battle so that he could return and take care of this negative state. Hadavi was a little stunned. The white light before was a psychic attack, and without any outward appearance of any damage done, he did not know if Han Xiao had suffered any sort of attack at all. Even a beyond grade A seed such as him could not tell, let alone everyone else on the battlefield. Only Han Xiao himself knew what exactly had happened to him. Jord, what sort of thing was that? Hadavi's expression was ugly. He hated using underhanded methods the most. This is a secret. Jord was dissatisfied with Hadavi and could not be bothered to explain further. Besides, Hadavi was only a cooperative partner, not loyal to Bloodshed Land. He did not take Hadavi as someone whom he could trust. Hadavi suppressed his flames of anger, and while dealing with the concentrated firepower of the mechanical army, he observed Han Xiao before saying, "He seems to be unaffected. What sort of damage did that white light do?" Jord only coldly laughed, not deigning to reply. After exchanging blows for a decade, the intelligence collected by Bloodshed Land on Han Xiao was not little at all. Compared with his strong physical vitality, Black Star was considered weak to mental attacks. This could not be concealed, and most forces had guessed that. However, Han Xiao was only considered relatively weak in this regard. It was not his Achilles heel. Because his life force was so strong, ordinary grade A psychics or mages were unable to exchange blows with him. However, if the attacker was a beyond grade A psychic, then things would be different. The attack was derived from Psyker's psychic toxin, which was something that Jord had spent a lot of effort to obtain. His inspiration came from the Esga doppelganger that Darkstar had summoned 7 years ago, with the purpose of weakening Han Xiao. This was because the tyrant was initially hoping for Han Xiao to reach the Beyond a grade so that he could make an appearance and kill him to improve his reputation. Thus, Jord had taken Heber's orders as his life, not utilizing this toxin whilst waiting for him to improve. However, not long ago, the tyrant had personally accessed the situation and told him that it was almost impossible for Black Star to have a breakthrough in the next 2 to 3 years to become a Beyond grade as super. The tyrant's plans had fallen through, and thus, Jord thought that there was no need to let Black Star go, contrary to Heber's intentions. Since Black Star was unable to advance, the tyrant would have no way to interfere in the war based on the rules set. So Jord decided to use Psyker's psychic toxin to weaken Black Star and reduce his strength, removing the pressure of an advanced combatant. This mentality was equivalent to originally thinking of holding a stock with great potential, yet suddenly seeing the growth of the stock stagnate or even begin to plummet and deciding to quickly sell the stock to cut his losses. Psyker's toxin was extremely insidious, and no hint of the source could be seen. Jord estimated that Black Star would probably not even know of Psyker's name. Your mission is already complete. Find a chance to retreat. Jord regained his composure, throwing out this sentence before cutting the communication. He was very satisfied with the results this time. Hadavi remained silent. Only he was left in the call, and he no longer asked nor grumbled about what Black Star was inflicted with. He was suddenly enveloped with a sense of loneliness and resignation. Hadavi weaved left and right in the battlefield, utilizing the Bloodshed Land's fleet as a protective shield as well as his indestructible body, forcefully extricating himself from the siege of the mechanical army. He then stole a spaceship and quickly fled using hyperdrive. Han Xiao had long been accustomed to his escapes, and knowing that he could not give chase with his current strength, he recalled the mechanical army and turned back to deal with the other enemy calamity grades. The Everlasting had also entered the battlefield, its crystals emitting psionic annihilation beams continuously destroying and annihilating all the spaceships passing by its crosshairs, leaving a line of blank space on the battlefield. Faced with the unstoppable advancement of Section 0, the Bloodshed Land changed its strategy, no longer resisting desperately. They began to withdraw whilst fighting, and seeing that the hyperdrive base station was about to fall to the enemy, they decisively blew it up, cutting off their links to their various planetary bases and preventing Section 0 from reaching them. After losing the fast wormhole passage, the rest of the planetary bases also became independent, and the fleets from each planet started to evacuate, abandoning the Constar system to preserve their strength. It did not take long for all the troops from Bloodshed Land to evacuate. Section 0 had achieved a massive success in their counterattack, expelling all enemy forces in the Constar system. Bloodshed Land's number of star systems reduced from 5 to 4, which also meant that the situation in the Constar system was not stable. If it was the West Wind, Kaya, or Chaida star systems which had been occupied for a long time, it would not be so easy to repel them. Even so, this was a great victory, and Section 0's morale was boosted. The Purple Crystal Civilization was also overjoyed when they received this intelligence. The rewards for the players' missions were also settled, and the victory result improved their mission evaluations and increased the total reward. On a random planet that had been occupied by Section 0, black smoke rolled, and the ground was filled with burnt corpses. Groups of soldiers combed through the battlefield to collect any loot. There were many players in the battlefield cleaning teams, picking up loot as though they were picking up trash. Our harvest this time is not bad. If we convert all this broken equipment into materials, we should be able to sell them for 1 or 2,000 anas. Frenzied Sword picked up a high-tech mechanical war hammer, throwing it into the loot box as he spoke with a happy expression. The Rivervale team was in the area collecting war loot and idly chatting in 2s or 3s. The vice team leader, Evil Sword, picked up a broken blaster, pursing his lips before tossing it aside, as he casually asked, "Leader, how much experience do you have now?" "Let me see." Frenzied Sword glanced at his interface. "I'm almost ready to advance." Because the professional players had to take part in the Pro League at the end of version 2.0, they did not save up much experience. Thus, at the beginning of the version, their levels were not the highest, and a majority of them had not reached the level 100 mark to undergo their promotion. "You're leveling up very quickly." Evil Sword was envious. "I'm still lacking quite a bit. I killed more enemies than you and got a higher mission rating, so of course, you haven't leveled up as quickly as me. Frenzied Sword smirked. Evil Sword twisted his mouth. Forget it, I won't rush to promote together with you. I'd rather spend my experience on learning more high-end knowledge. I'll suppress my grade for the time being. Why would you want to suppress your grade? You can probably promote to grade B right after you reach level 100. Who knows? Maybe there will be an experience penalty for killing grade CS after reaching grade B anyways. With you as our guinea pig, it's better for me to just wait for a while. Evil Sword grinned. Up to you, you wimp. After all, you'll need to promote sooner or later. Frenzied Sword rolled his eyes in response. On the other side of the battlefield, Hate the Heavens was also sweeping the battlefield with a few of his friends idly chatting. This battle is finally over. After this, we'll find some time to proceed toward another star system to participate in another war mission, Hate the Heavens suggested. While they were involved in a war, there was no chance to defect to the enemy camp. Now that the war mission had ended, they were free to move around, and Hate the Heavens had decided to take the opportunity to move by themselves. But the 50% discount seems to be ongoing. I feel that we should enjoy the last wave of benefits before we change to another faction. We should first return to the Black Star Army headquarters, spend all of our benefits, and then join Bloodshedland, one of them said. Hate the Heavens nodded in response. That works too. It's just that our main storyline will have to first be removed and changed to the Clint faction main storyline, one of them said regretfully. There's no way around it. Hate the Heavens shook his head. But we at least managed to obtain the reward from this campaign. We should not be considered to have lost out. Compared to the hidden storyline of the Clint faction, this sort of loss is nothing. Everyone else nodded in agreement. At the same time, in yet another stronghold, Summer Nightflower was considering the same problem. After this mission ends, there should be people who go and join Clint. At that time, I'll be able to prove my hypothesis, that the Clint faction is the best choice. Summer Nightflower sighed to himself. He believed in his conjecture and was full of expectations toward changing factions. The majority of the forces were cleaning up the battlefield, so Han Xiao allowed Herluz and the other officers to deal with that while he closed himself up inside the training room. In the room, Han Xiao's face was pale, and his eyes closed as he tried to gather strength to sense his body's condition. It was only after a long time that he reopened his eyes, his expression grave. The problem was quite thorny. Poison Soul would keep him in a permanent status of mental weakness that reduced all his attributes by 20%. In addition, his stamina and energy would fall 15% faster than normal, meaning that he would require more effort to use the same skill. Sensory misdirection reduced his hit rate, critical rate, and evasion. Mild hallucination targeted his mental state, constantly harassing it with weird voices, making it difficult for him to maintain a calm and rational state. The schizophrenia status was the most dangerous, as it produced a subpersonality within him. It was linked with the parasitic mind status, where the mental toxins would parasitize his spirit, consuming part of the energy he used each time to nourish the weaker subpersonality. This would strengthen it, to the point that it would compete with the main personality for control of the body. If the control over his body was robbed, his interface would show that he had entered the chaos status and would run rampant, not recognizing friend or foe. However, Han Xiao knew that the actual effect would be more complicated, not as simple as stopping at the chaos status. Psyker. I really hate this psychic. Han Xiao rubbed his temples while frowning. Right now, the sub-personality was still weak, and he could not detect its presence. However, every time he moved to attack, the sub-personality would also grow in strength. Could it be that the objective of Bloodshedland is to restrict my movements, making me afraid to fight? Han Xiao helplessly shook his head. Toward a psychic attack made by a beyond grade a psychic, even if he was prepared for it, the attack would still land. It seemed as though he had to let go of whatever he had currently and think of an idea to resolve his negative statuses. Han Xiao sighed. The duration of the negative status is not written. Thus, I can assume that it will not go away on its own. How should I go about resolving this? Enduring the mental fatigue, Han Xiao thought silently. The easiest method would be to request His Majesty Psyker for aid. However, He was unsure whether Psyker was a friend or foe and would not throw himself into their grasp for nothing. The second method would be to ask Austin for help. This plan could be considered. The information on the interface was not comprehensive enough, and Han Xiao wished to examine the nature of the toxin in detail. However, he was more suited for dealing with material items and was unable to sense his mental state. Thus, he could only invite Logi and Phaidon over. You were hit by the sneak attack from a beyond grade psychic? When Phaidon and Logi came into the room and heard the explanation from Han Xiao, both of them jumped in shock. Han Xiao rubbed his eyebrows and sighed. It was impossible to avoid, and I didn't expect to encounter Psyker either. Phaidon, please check and see how bad my situation is. Phaidon turned solemn and stretched out his hands, pressing behind Han Xiao's ears as he closed his eyes. His mental power began to seep into Han Xiao's brain. Han Xiao could feel Phaidon's mental energy seep in like tentacles. Suddenly, the vision in front of his eyes turned illusory, and it displayed the vision in his mental state, as shared by Phaidon. His mental territory was a blank world. Both him and Phaidon existed in the form of spiritual bodies and light particles, overlooking the entire area. About 10% of the area was filled with purplish-black mist. From time to time, it attempted to condense into a human figure but met failure. This is the psychic toxin that has taken root and parasitized your mental territory. Phaidon's tone was grave. Not only will it continue to absorb your strength and expand by itself, the moment it reaches approximately 30% of your territory, the subpersonality will be born, and it will begin to fight with you for control over the body. Han Xiao's expression was ugly. Can you clear all the psychic toxins? Phaidon helplessly shook his head in return. This is a psychic power belonging to a beyond grade super. This power is tyrannical and hard to remove. Even my own psychic strength will be swallowed by it and turned into its nutrients. Sorry. At this time, Logi's spiritual body also squeezed in, appearing beside the two. One look at the scene, and he patted Han Xiao's shoulder immediately. You have no hope left. Just hand the position of army commander to me. I'll continue your work. Thanks a lot, man, Han Xiao replied sarcastically. Chapter 728 Enchantment and Leaving Tutelage. Chapter 728 Enchantment and Leaving Tutelage. Despite a psychic toxin sounding pretty severe, Han Xiao was not too flustered and only found it pretty troublesome. He had always believed that there would be more solutions than problems. Even you can't clean up the toxin? Han Xiao asked Logi. I can engrave a soul defense rune formation on your body at the very most to slow down the speed at which the toxin invades your soul. Logi sighed. However, these methods won't be able to treat you. It was indeed a mistake for me to become a mage. Phaidon then interrupted him and said, I can also help you strengthen your soul's defense to defend against the psychic toxin. As for purging it entirely, this is something that neither of us are unable to achieve. You have to think of another method. Phaidon was the most talented individual in the army, and he had entered the calamity grade even before Sylvia. However, his status in the army was more like a guest, and he did not have any responsibilities. Then help me suppress the toxin for now. I will think of another way. Han Xiao felt slightly relieved. Things were fine as long as they were not totally helpless. Despite a beyond grade psychic being extremely powerful, a calamity grade super would also be able to defend against it to a certain extent. Phaidon's body began glowing brightly, and an endless stream of psychic energy rushed out from his body like a tidal wave and enveloped Han Xiao's mental world. A hexagonal structure then appeared on Han Xiao's mental wall to strengthen its defense. Very quickly, the effect of the psychic toxin was obviously reduced, and the purplish fog also seemed to have become less aggressive. Han Xiao instantly felt energized, and the feeling of weakness and disturbance was reduced greatly. Poison Soul only reduced 14% of his attributes from the original 20%, and the effects of mild hallucination and sensory misdirection had also been reduced. I will have to inscribe the rune formation on your body. Let's exit. Logi's mental body then left the chat room in Han Xiao's mind. Han Xiao and Phaidon also retracted their mental bodies, and their senses returned to the outside world. Han Xiao felt the scene before his eyes changing, and he was back in the cultivation chamber of the spaceship. Phaidon also retracted his finger and walked to the side. Logi walked forward, and with a flip of his palm, a small jade-green crystal staff appeared in his hand. Waving the staff, 10 or so thick spell books appeared in front of him and began flipping themselves automatically. As the pages were flipped, pages full of magical incantations fell off automatically and hovered around Logi. These were the formations that Logi was preparing to inscribe on Han Xiao. Take off your top. I will inscribe a formation on your body. Han Xiao took off his top and revealed his muscular upper body. His muscles were packed tightly, and despite being packed full with power, they were extremely lean, not bulky like a pugilist. The golden ratio body talent that he had transformed his body into a work of art. Go ahead. Han Xiao nodded. Logi circulated his magic, and his eyes glowed brightly. With his staff as a brush and magic as paint, he began to draw a formation on Han Xiao's body. The cool magic energy lingered around his body with a tinge of pain and itchiness. Felt just like getting a tattoo. After 10 or so minutes, Logi let out a long breath and spat out a mouthful of magic breath. At the same time, the glow in his eyes receded as well. For a mage of his caliber to spend a full 10 or so minutes inscribing an enchantment, it could be said that he was giving it his all. Logi then took a few steps back and studied Han Xiao's back as he said, although I don't know if it will work. My drawing is truly nice. Han Xiao lowered his head to take a look. At this moment, his entire body was filled with exquisite and complicated runes that looked like tattoos. A bluish-gold circular formation could be seen on the left of his chest, and a horoscope-like shape could be seen on his abdomen. The two formations were connected by a chain-like inscription that covered his entire arms as though they were wrapped up in chains. His back was also covered with runes, with his backbone as a tree trunk and countless branch-like formations extending out from his backbone. Apart from his face, Han Xiao was covered in runes all over his body that flickered with a dim glow as though the runes were breathing. With your body as the foundation, I inscribed plenty of formations on your body through body enchantments. The formations will automatically absorb the elements that exist in nature to replenish themselves. Body enchantment was an important skill in the enchantment path. It could strengthen certain aspects of the target, and some magical civilizations would use this method to strengthen the combat capabilities of their soldiers. There were some powerhouses who would also inscribe enchantments on their own bodies. Han Xiao was not a stranger to these enchantments, and there were mages from his previous life who specialized in providing such enchantment services. This was the way a mage could earn money, just like how a mechanic sold their products. Han Xiao stroked his arm curiously, and his finger could clearly feel the inscription lines of the rune. Even with his experience, he could clearly feel that the enchantment on his body was extremely complicated. The level of enchantment is limited by the strength of your body. The more enchantments, the greater the burden on your body. Thankfully, your body is extremely powerful, and I was able to inscribe plenty of enchantments. Logi then said with assurance, the protection of the sacred emperor, hug of the white-robed mage ancestor, 5 different soul protection formations, the 13 rings of secret soul stabilizing formation, and so on. The effects are pretty good. I feel much more comfortable. The various hallucinations were being suppressed, and Han Xiao's head was much clearer than before. Looking at the interface, the various negative statuses were weakened once again, and the negative effects of Poison Soul was reduced to a mere 5%. On his interface, the effect of these various enchantments was displayed, with the majority of them having the effect of increasing his psychological resistance. Because of an increase in the base attribute, the boost from his advanced psychological resistance talent also increased. Right, I also inscribed a mental exploration formation for you. Logi pointed at a small formation on Han Xiao's chest. As long as you gather your attention on this formation, you will be able to enter your own mental world without our aid. You can use this ability to observe the situation of the psychic toxin. This is practical. Han Xiao was overjoyed. A mechanic did not have any mental abilities, and he was not able to observe his mental world on his own. He could not possibly get their help all the time. With this enchantment, he would be able to enter his own mental world anytime he wanted. He tested the formation, and his mental body immediately entered his mental world. At this moment, there were many barriers around the psychic toxin, and the region of the toxin was reduced to 6% from the previous 10%. These measures are only capable of suppressing the toxin, but if I want to purge it completely, I still need the help of a beyond grade as super, freewebnovel.com. There was no need to mention Psyker. Han Xiao did not even know if Psyker was an enemy or neutral party. Furthermore, he did not have any relationship with Psyker, and Han Xiao was not prepared to find him. It would be much more convenient for him to find Austin instead. While Austin was a mage, there were similarities between the mage class and the psychic class. Han Xiao then left his mental world and took out his communicator. After thinking for a while, he put on his clothes and contacted Austin. Black Star. The childlike Austin appeared in the holographic projection. It has been a few years since you last contacted me. Why are you looking for me? Your Excellency Magus. I hope to receive your help. Han Xiao explained what had happened. You were actually struck by Psyker's psychic attack? You are truly unlucky. Austin laughed. All right, come and find me. I haven't seen Psyker for a long time. Let me see if he has improved. Among the 4 beyond grade supers in the Shattered Star Ring, Heber was tyrannical, Ames was willful, Psyker was arrogant, and only Austin was friendly. Upon hearing that Han Xiao needed his help, he agreed without much hesitation. After hanging up, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief before turning to look at Loggy. Do you want to follow me to Austin's territory? Loggy shook his head. Since he had left, he was not planning to return. All right then. You can remain in the Black Star Army and work together with Herluz and Sylvia to tie up any loose ends after the battle. I will be leaving for a short while, Han Xiao said solemnly. Only you two know of my condition in the army. Don't let anyone know. Even Jord did not know the exact effect of the toxin, and Han Xiao was prepared to seal all news about it. He did not want to expose his temporary weakness. Phaidon, follow me for now, Han Xiao said. With Phaidon beside him, he would be able to enjoy Phaidon's luck glow, and the moment any changes happened to the toxin, Phaidon would be able to help him to a certain extent. Most importantly, his energy would become fertilizer for the toxin if he went into battle, and he needed to keep some fighters beside him. Phaidon was currently a grade A psychic, and his combat capability was reliable. I will naturally be beside you since you are in trouble. Phaidon smiled warmly, and his entire face seemed to be radiating light. My goodness, please don't unleash your charisma already. Han Xiao felt his head ache. After the battle was over, Section 0 left some forces to guard the borders of the Kant star system and build up a defensive line to prevent the Bloodshed Land from making a comeback. The 1 million players who joined the battle returned full of rewards. Meanwhile, Han Xiao took Phaidon and another bodyguard, Marion, and left the main force for hidden Red Robe Abbey. Han Xiao would be able to give out missions from the faction interface even from afar. All his products were already placed in the faction store, and Han Xiao did not need to follow beside the players all the time. The players returned with their bags full of rewards this time, and with the 50% discount still active in the faction store, Han Xiao was not afraid that no one would shop in the faction store. Thus, there was no need for Han Xiao to worry about that for now. Furthermore, after this battle, there would not be another large-scale battle like this in the near future. He had more than enough free time to take care of the psychic toxin. The hidden Red Robe Abbey was located in a different star cluster, and the journey would take a long time. At the same time, on planet Heber, the command team calculated the losses from the battle, and Jord listened to the reports from his subordinates. Despite the losses being significant, Jord still had a smile on his face and was not frustrated in the least. Since Section 0 had sent all their forces, it was only normal for them to be chased out. However, their greatest harvest from this battle was succeeding in their sneak attack on Black Star. Jord was extremely satisfied about this. Black Star was only a single individual but could single-handedly suppress all the high-level combatants on their side. Over the past 10 years, Bloodshed Land had lost more than 100 Calamity-grade supers by Black Star's hands. Even if they had the talents of an entire star cluster backing them, this was not a small amount. Heber's heart was as hard as steel, and he did not care about the losses that his forces had suffered. However, Jord could not remain indifferent. He was an extremely meticulous butler and felt his heart ache over the loss of high-level combatants. If not for Heber wanting to rear a pig, Jord definitely would not have allowed Han Xiao to do as he wished in the battlefield for so long. He had made use of so many different methods but still failed to kill Black Star. Even if Black Star fell for his trap, Jord felt as though he still could not threaten Black Star's life. Thus, Jord was not prepared to send out more assassins but chose to leave Black Star to His Excellency Tyrant instead. Jord was in an extremely good mood that day. He was extremely satisfied with the outcome of weakening Black Star. Although he did not know what kind of injury Black Star had suffered, Jord prayed for the best outcome, that Black Star would not be able to participate in the war anymore. Without Black Star, the high-level combatants of their bloodshed land could go all out. In some star system within the Colton star cluster, Floating Dragon Island was drifting in the galaxy. Compared to 7 years prior, Floating Dragon Island had experienced a huge change. There were now 3 floating islands, 1 large and 2 small. The largest island was the original floating island, which was now the main island. The other 2 smaller islands revolved around the main island like 2 small satellites. These were 2 new subsidiary islands where the Floating Dragon armed forces were located. With the support of the Black Star Army, Vilna had only taken 7 years to grow Floating Dragon's second field team to a pretty sizable scale. Even the port of the main island was not able to fit the entire armed force. As such, both subsidiary islands were army camps for the new armed force. The 2 islands had been created by Ames Force Field. 7 years of development had given Floating Dragon a new look. At this moment, Ames, Aesop, Vilna, and Jenny were gathered at the Floating Dragon dock. All the famous individuals on Floating Dragon Island were present. A small reddish spaceship was parked at the dock, and both Gila and Aurora were carrying on to their suitcases. Both of their personalities remained the same, but they were much more mature than 7 years prior. They were dressed in battle suits of different designs and colors. Gila's outfit was red and black in color, while Aurora's outfit was white with golden rims. "Are you really not going to consider staying behind to help me?" Vilna asked with a look of regret. The date for the Black Star Army's departure grew nearer and nearer, and Vilna's second armed force was one that belonged solely to Floating Dragon. She was the commander of the fleet with plenty of elites and experts under her. She had been working for Floating Dragon for a full 7 years and had a close relationship with the officers of Floating Dragon. She was especially close to both Aurora and Gila. It was the day for Gila and Aurora to leave Floating Dragon. They had followed the Dragon Emperor for more than 10 years, and it was time for them to leave their teacher's tutelage. Vilna had pleaded for the sisters to stay behind on more than one occasion to become her left and right-hand officers. However, it was a pity that the 2 were determined to leave. "I am sorry, Sister Vilna. We promised Uncle Black Star that we would go and find him." Aurora had an apologetic look on her face. Vilna let out a sigh. The Black Star Army had helped her out a lot, and the sisters had a close relationship with Black Star. She would also be embarrassed to poach them from Black Star. Jenny then said coldly, "I have deposited 200,000 anas into your accounts, which will be sufficient for your journey. Black Star is a wealthy individual, and there won't be a need for me to give you any more money after you join him." "Thank you, Sister Jenny," Aurora said politely. "Humph." Jenny turned around without saying anything else. She was extremely depressed that both of them were so insistent on joining the Black Star Army. Will Sander then chuckled and said, "Remember to say hello to Black Star for me when you see him." "All right," Aurora nodded. "Right, help me say hi to..." The logistics manager Hire, who was used to being a transparent bug, also spoke up. "All right." Aurora shrank back slightly. Even after knowing each other for more than 10 years, Hire's ferocious appearance still scared her slightly. Aesop then shook his head and said, "I looked into both of your futures, and I don't know if it is a good or bad thing for both of you to follow Black Star." Aurora blinked and said, "Destiny is never fixed and will change any time. This is something that you have told us." Aesop let out a long sigh while muttering words like Black Star, death, and war under his breath. Finally, both of their gazes landed on Ames. Ames smiled and said softly, "Be careful. Aurora smiled sweetly and replied, "Okay, teacher." Even the emotionless Gila revealed a look of respect and gave a deep bow. "Thank you for your teachings over the past 10 years. A doting look could be seen in Aim's eyes, and she nodded without saying anything else. Gila then straightened her back and looked at her comrades and friends over the past 10 years. She then pulled Aurora along with her and boarded the dark red spaceship. The spaceship then floated up into the air and disappeared into the stars under the gazes of Ames and the others. Ames placed her arms behind her back and softly muttered, "So, this is the feeling of being a teacher." Aesop's ear twitched slightly, and he tiptoed away like a thief. Chapter 729 Wanted. Chapter 729 Wanted. In the Black Star Army headquarters, the fleet returned victorious. The players received tons of rewards, and most of them were looking forward to spending them. This large-scale operation had made quite an impact among the players. It was the first large-scale war for the players in the Army in version 3.0. After this battle, most players had gotten used to version 3.0 and figured out the goal of the main storyline and the current situation of the galaxy. There were countless discussions about this war on the forums. The Black Star Army's first galactic war after the 10 years period was rather commemorative, and it was recorded in the Galaxy Chronicles. Galaxy Calendar Year 704, August 4th. The Black Star Army and Section 0 attacked the Bloodshed land troops in the Constar system and returned with an overwhelming victory. The Galaxy Chronicles consisted of important events that every player took part in writing. It recorded what countless players had witnessed and formed the storyline of the various areas in Galaxy. Although it was now just version 3.0, the Galaxy Chronicles had already recorded a lot of information, categorized by star field, organization, and characters. As for the Shattered Star Ring area, the Black Star Army was the organization and storyline that the players were most familiar with. Han Xiao and the Army had their own categories. The players recorded the stages of the Black Star Army's development according to time, even including the various things that happened during the 10 years of the update. It was extremely detailed. A spaceship left the dock of the Black Star Army headquarters. The 100 or so people on the spaceship were players heading to Clint. They had contacted each other on the forums and decided to leave together. Hate the Heavens and his friends were on board. They had just enjoyed the last benefits of the Black Star Army and spent most of what they had received in the war. After spending so long in the Black Star Army, I have to say, I do feel kind of sad for leaving. At the corner of the cabin, Hate the Heavens fell down for some strange reason while browsing through the Black Star Army records in the Chronicles. He turned around and looked out the porthole as the enormous Black Star Army headquarters became ever smaller in his eyes. The players had witnessed the Black Star Army's growth ever since version 1.0. They were responsible for how much the Black Star Army had grown. The Chronicles recorded the memories of these players fighting together, and Hate the Heavens felt reluctant. Hate the Heavens looked at the people around him. Most of the players on the spaceship were gamblers. They did not change faction to experience never experienced before storylines, but to be a step ahead of others in grabbing the possible hidden benefits of joining Clint. Hence, they were not as sentimental as someone like him who did it for the storyline. Don't overthink it. My judgment won't be wrong. A person saw that Hate the Heavens looked nervous and patted his shoulder. Hate the Heavens turned to him. The ID above this person's head was Summer Night Flower. Summer Night Flower was the initiator of this team. He trusted himself, so he was going to change factions as well. He had contacted these players who intended to join Clint and invited them to move together. As he was the one that had come up with the analysis which suggested that Clint would be more beneficial, the players on the spaceship saw him as their leader somewhat. I'm not nervous. Hate the Heavens shook his head. Summer Night Flower smiled. He then clapped and attracted the eyes of all the players on the ship. The target of this trip is the West Wind Star system. The Bloodshed land has many strongholds there, and their forces are the steadiest in that area. They are currently recruiting on a large scale. This is our chance to join Clint. Only then will our main storyline mission become the Clint factions. The others replied disorderly. Trust me. Guys, you won't regret this. Summer Night Flower smiled as he looked at the 100 or so players in front of him. He was excited, he felt like he was a pioneer. After several stops and galactic flight changes, they finally arrived in the West Wind star system after traveling a long distance. They went to the recruitment office and handed over their documents. They then followed the officers onto the ship to head toward a stronghold. The Bloodshed Land was recruiting locally. With the tyrant and Clent's name, there would always be people who were willing to join. Galactic residents were very free, especially in border areas like the West Wind star system, where there were many foreigners who were not loyal to the Purple Crystal civilization. On the spaceship, about 1,000 galactic warriors lined up neatly to accept the inspection of the officer. Summer Night Flower and the other players were among them. The officer browsed through the resumes of the warriors one after another. Suddenly, he stopped before Summer Night Flower, frowned, and said with shock, "You guys are from the Black Star Army? Why join us?" Summer Night Flower thought about it and answered, "We hope to develop ourselves in the Bloodshed Land better." "Oh, you've made the right choice." Despite saying so, a tint of derision flashed within the officer's eyes. The members of the Bloodshed Land were mostly tough people, and this officer was no exception. He had always looked down on people who joined the enemy because of mere profits. "Okay, you're now a member of the Bloodshed Land. Missions will be given to you guys once you arrive at the stronghold." The officer then walked away. He felt that he needed to report this to his higher-ups. Summer Night Flower clenched his fists in excitement and softly said, "See that? I was right. The identity of being a member of the Black Star Army will give us special treatment from Clent. The earlier we join Clent, the more important we will be to them." The other players saw that this was a good start and were all joyous. At this time, a notification popped up on the interfaces of these people. You have activated a new faction, Bloodshed Land. Current relationship: indifferent, 0 of 300. You have activated a new faction, Clent Kingdom. Current relationship: indifferent, 0 of 300. Summer Night Flower and the others were just about to feel cheerful when more notifications came, stunning them. Your Grade S main storyline mission, Secret War, Section 0 has failed. You have received a new mission, Secret War, Bloodshed Land. Accumulated mission rating has been reset. You have joined the opposing faction of the Purple Crystal Civilization. Relationship with the Purple Crystal Civilization is now hostile. Some of the Colton Star Cluster Star System civilization relationships have been reset to 0 and are now indifferent. You have joined the opposing faction of Section 0. Relationship with Section 0 is now hostile. You have joined the opposing faction of the Black Star Army. Relationship with the Black Star Army is now hostile. You have lost the identity as a Black Star Army member. Faction interface and faction store are shut down. You will no longer receive services from the Black Star Army. Relationship with the Black Star Army characters has been reset to 0. Contribution points have been reset to 0. Summer Night Flower and the others were stunned. Although they did guess that they would lose many things when switching factions, they still felt quite heartbroken when it actually happened. Suddenly, everyone's communicator rang. Philip's subprogram jumped out. His original cute and childlike voice became cold and robotic. You have betrayed the Black Star Army and decided to join the enemy. You will no longer receive services from the Black Star Army in any form. This program will automatically uninstall. Uninstallation complete. The next second, the subprogram of Philip disappeared. It looked like it had uninstalled, but it was actually hidden for background monitoring purposes. Something like this would not happen if they had just joined a neutral faction. However, joining the enemy meant betraying their former faction, so it was inevitable they would be punished and lose the favorability of their original faction, thus becoming enemies. Summer Night Flower felt heartache. Suddenly, he felt the furious looks of the players around him and was forced to the corner. "You have to give us an explanation." Such a colossal loss hurt their weak nerves. They had built up those faction relationship points and favorability through the course of 2 entire versions, but now they were all completely gone. The 100 or so players were furious. "Let me explain," Summer Night Flower said hastily. "I said this long ago. There will definitely be risks in changing factions. The benefits of Clent are more long-term. There's a higher chance of winning the Secret War, and there are fewer people to fight for resources with. Most importantly, there is a chance to be affiliated with a universal civilization. These are all future potentials. We have to give up the short-term benefits in exchange for long-term profits. This is an investment. An investment. Do you get it? The others were indeed there because of the future potential of Clent. It was just that the tremendous loss made them lose their senses. After hearing Summer Night Flower's explanation, they calmed down a little. Summer Night Flower smiled and said, "Guys, don't panic. The damage of losing the favorability of the various factions in Colton is actually not that huge. This is because we will be developing in Clent's territory in the future, where there's less competition and more resources. Even though we must start climbing up from the bottom, there will be more benefits in the future. Just wait and see. There will be more people joining Clent because of the universal civilization sooner or later, and we will be one step ahead." The other players had different looks on their faces. These people only wanted to make profits, not losses, but since they were already there was no way of turning back. They could only trust Summer Night Flower and keep walking down this path. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Summer Night Flower breathed a sigh of relief. Among the players, Hate the Heavens was the calmest. His goal was to experience a different storyline so he could totally accept the losses. Seeing that the gamblers around him were so anxious, he thought that it was quite funny. At the same time, Summer Night Flower and the others did not know that the moment they betrayed the Black Star Army, a new mission was suddenly pinned at the top of the mission list of the army. It was a wanted notice for Summer Night Flower and the rest. Bounty Mission. Army Wanted Order. Mission Introduction. The Black Star Army shows no mercy for traitors. All members will receive a reward for killing the traitors. Mission requirements. Kill or capture the traitor alive. Reward. Based on the target's strength. This is a repeatable mission. The players were not the only ones that received this. The 100 million Black Star Army members could all accept this task. Issuing a bounty was a definite outcome. This was the standard procedure for how most organizations dealt with traitors. Although the players were important to Han Xiao and he gave them enough freedom and benefits, he was certainly not going to miss out on the necessary punishments. Otherwise, his faction would be a joke where the players could join the enemies whenever they wanted. If the army did not draw a distinguishable line, he would be the one to suffer losses in the end, which would be even more troublesome. Someone betrayed the Black Star Army? It's actually a group of players? I thought they were NPCs. Summer Night Flower? Isn't this the guy that said the Clent faction is better? So he's making an example of himself? Not bad. This means that these players have joined the opposing faction and will become red names. So will we be rewarded every time we kill them? The players in the army were thrilled. It had been a very long time since there were players in the opposing faction. The earliest ones were those unlucky people that joined the Germinal organization in version 1.0. After so long, there were finally players who they could PvP in the open. If the traitors were NPCs, they would be gone after being killed once, but if they were players, they could kill them as many times as they wanted. It was a reusable resource. On the other side, shortly after Summer Night Flower and the rest calmed down, their friends contacted them privately. "What? We're all wanted." Summer Night Flower's mouth opened wide with shock. Doesn't that mean that the millions of players and hundreds of millions of NPCs of the Black Star Army will all be chasing after us? This was a much more severe consequence than he had expected. Summer Night Flower gulped uncomfortably. He suddenly felt a sharp sense of coldness from behind him. He turned stiffly like a robot and saw the enraged looks of the 100 players. I can still explain." Summer Night Flower forced a smile. After a thorough explanation and convincing, he finally put out the flames of rage of the people around him. Such a severe consequence was something that he did not expect. Summer Night Flower carefully observed the faces of the others still lingering with anger and was scared. If he had guessed wrong, the people of the army would not even have to chase him. These people beside him would all be waiting at his revive point to kill him countless times over and over again. In a certain star system in the Colton star cluster, 4 spaceships surrounded a dark red spaceship. Energy chains and beams locked the dark red spaceship in its place. The leader of this group of small galactic pirates stared at his prey through the porthole. Greed appeared on his malnourished face. The galactic pirate subordinates behind him were also delighted. Due to the rise of the Black Star Army, the lives of the galactic pirates in the Colton Star Cluster had become much worse. The name of Black Star struck fear into the hearts of even the big galactic pirates. A small galactic pirate group like them could only act in an extremely low-profile manner, like mice. Finally, they met a lone spaceship and they quickly came to rob it. I found it. This is a crimson-coated grade spaceship. It's very expensive. A subordinate found the model of the dark red spaceship online and was overjoyed. The galactic pirate leader clenched his fists in excitement. Intending to seize this dark red spaceship, he hastily threatened them through the communication channel. Don't run away, and don't fight back, or we will destroy your spaceship. It seemed like the people inside the dark red spaceship were scared. The spaceship stayed stationary and did not show any signs of fighting back. The galactic pirate leader felt relieved. He controlled the spaceship and slowly moved closer. Mechanical arms extended out of his spaceship and were about to connect with the dark red spaceship. At this time, a high-energy reaction suddenly exploded from this dark red spaceship. A red energy wave expanded in a sphere and passed through the 4 other spaceships in the blink of an eye, penetrating them like they had no physical form. The smiles of the galactic pirate leader and his subordinates were fixed on their faces. Flop, flop. The next moment, all the galactic pirates on the 4 spaceships collapsed. The smiles were still on their faces, but their eyes had lost their color. Their minds were shattered in an instant, and they became corpses. Gray shadows were dragged out of the corpses by an invisible force, turning into a rolling cluster of fog and flying toward the dark red spaceship, gathering on a white palm. With no expression on her face, Gila absorbed that soul energy. Her Esper ability became stronger by a negligible amount. She could absorb the remaining mind energy of dead beings to strengthen her own Esper ability. She did not have an opportunity to do so on Floating Dragon, but now that she had entered the galaxy after finally becoming Grade A through intense training, she would have plenty of opportunities to kill people. Hence, she discovered this method of becoming stronger. In terms of growth potential, Gila was not below the average player. However, she would not be so mad about becoming stronger and slaughter planets for it like in Han Xiao's previous life. Sis, what should we do with these 4 spaceships? Aurora asked while controlling the spaceship. On Floating Dragon Island, other than training her Esper ability, Aurora had also gained other knowledge and knew how to operate a spaceship. Bring them along. Maybe Han Xiao will want to modify them. Gila was not very interested in the loot. She reflected on the battle. Since she had always been training with aims, she did not know how strong she was exactly. I seemed to be quite strong. After a long trip, Han Xiao and the other 2 finally arrived at Austin's hidden Red Robe Abbey after more than half a month. Chapter 730 Universal Treasure. Chapter 730 Universal Treasure. As a famous Beyond Grade A organization, the location of hidden Red Robe Abbey was known to the public. It was located in the Galactic Star Cluster and was also known as the Palace of Hidden Spells. Palace of Hidden Spells was a large palace that floated in the universe, and this palace was Austin's Mage Pagoda. It was used as the base of hidden Red Robe Abbey. The Mage Pagoda was important equipment for a mage, and it was both useful in combat and for research purposes. As the Mage Pagoda of a Beyond Grade A mage, it was said that the Secret Law Temple had 48,000 different formations. It had a perfect attack, defense, movement, and life support systems. Furthermore, it had projections in a few hundred secondary dimensions and was able to leave the universe and enter those dimensions at any time. If it was classified into a grade, the grade of Austin's Palace of Hidden Spells would exceed that of Orange equipment and would be at the level of a universal treasure. It was the equipment of the highest grade, the gold grade. The spaceship approached the Palace of Hidden Spells, and the trio looked out of the window and admired the gigantic palace from afar. The Palace of Hidden Spells was majestic and luxurious with essence gold and dense silver as its foundation. It was decorated with colorful magical crystals all around and looked like a dreamlike castle in the universe. The palace could be broken down into many different layers with plenty of subsidiary pagodas all around. A magical glow enveloped the entire palace and covered it with 5-colored gas. Numerous energy source formations were inscribed all around the protective shield of the palace to absorb a portion of the dark energy from the universe to replenish the consumption of the various formations. How majestic, Phaidon said with admiration. How luxurious, Marion said with reverence. How rich, Han Xiao said with envy. He truly saw things differently from others. If those from the mechanic class were like merchants, then those from the mage class were like local tyrants, especially a mage of Austin's caliber. The thickness of his wallet was something that even Han Xiao could not help but feel envious about. Han Xiao then sought permission from the Palace of Hidden Spells to land, and after receiving permission, he piloted the spaceship toward the dock. At this moment, the dock was filled with many different models of spaceships that came from different star systems. They were all there to seek apprenticeships. The Palace of Hidden Spells had always been open to the outside world, and countless mages chose to research magic in this place. If one threw a random brick out over there, at least 2 mages would end up being hit for sure. Hidden Red Robe Abbey was a neutral mage organization. Austin did not work together with any star cluster civilizations and did not attempt to expand his armed force either. He allowed the majority of mages to enter Hidden Red Robe Abbey to cultivate and shared knowledge with them. As long as one raised their membership level, one would be able to gain access to knowledge that was of a higher grade. The organizational structure was extremely loose, and their number of members was certainly greater than that of Bloodshed Land. However, only the forbidden sorcerers and a few other armed forces were considered Austin's direct subordinates. According to Han Xiao's understanding, Hidden Red Robe Abbey was like a private mage school, and Austin was the principal. His direct subordinates were the lecturers, and the various armed forces under him was like the security detail of the school. The trio stepped onto the dock, and there were already people waiting for them. The one waiting for them was Desoro, who had previously appeared to bring Logi back. It's been more than 10 years. You haven't increased your rank? Han Xiao remembered him and began to joke. You must be joking. His Excellency Magus is waiting in the main hall. Please follow me. Desoro's attitude was much more respectful than before. 10 years ago, he had still dared to exchange pointers with Han Xiao, but now, he did not even dare to compete with Han Xiao. The few of them then chatted casually as they entered the Palace of Hidden Spells. The energy level of this place is so high. Marion took in a few deep breaths and felt extremely refreshed. The Palace of Hidden Spells is capable of absorbing the dark energy and magical elements floating around in the universe and can raise the density of magical energy here, Desoro explained. A mage who meditates in this place will see their efficiency increased greatly, and there is also sufficient energy to conduct various magical experiments. Even if one isn't a mage, breathing in the air here will allow one's spirit to be greatly refreshed. Phaidon then frowned and said doubtfully, I feel my psychic energy being suppressed in this place. I am unable to release it too far, and it's greatly restricted after 50 meters. It's like this. Because many mages carry out their own magical research in this place, they set up various restrictions to prevent any mental probing. Releasing one's psychic energy in this place carelessly is a taboo, Desoro said. The few of them then entered the main hall. Numerous thick magical books floated in midair, releasing a silver glow like the stars in the sky, seemingly forming a Milky Way in the main hall. There were a few hundred half-transparent Austins floating in midair and reading different books. They were all his doppelgangers, and Austin's main body was seated atop his throne with his eyes shut. His hand was currently supporting his head up, and it was as though he was having a good nap. The moment Han Xiao and the others walked in, Austin detected their presence and woke up from his slumber with a lazy yawn. Black Star, you're here? Austin wiped off the saliva by his lips, and his saliva transformed into a small, sky-blue dragon about the size of a finger and flew away. Your Excellency Magus? Han Xiao greeted, and both Phaidon and Marion followed after him. Desoro left tactfully and shut the doors. It is so rare for you to seek my help. We can talk later. Let me see what Psyker did to you. Austin got off from his throne, and his numerous doppelgangers returned to his main body like birds returning to their nest. He then walked in front of Han Xiao, and his height was only at Han Xiao's waist. His large and baggy red robes were dragged along the floor like a carpet. Austin then shook his head, and his feet left the ground, levitating until he was at Han Xiao's eye level. He raised his tiny hand and tapped on Han Xiao's forehead lightly. After taking a look at the psychic toxin in Han Xiao's mind, he let out a gasp of surprise. "How is it?" Han Xiao felt his heart sink. For a beyond grade a super to be startled. Could it be that his situation was terrible? "I see. It's a little troublesome." Austin retracted his finger and placed his arms behind his back. He then revolved around Han Xiao and asked, "What do you know of Psyker?" "I don't really know much about him." Han Xiao pondered for a while. He tried to recall the information that the players from his previous life had gathered. However, there was too little information about Psyker. Furthermore, the players were not able to reach the upper echelons, and there was plenty that they did not know. "All right, I have to first tell you that this psychic toxin's official name is called Soul Embryo, and I do not have the ability to purge it for you." Han Xiao was startled. "Even a beyond grade a mage like you can't do it?" "Magic isn't omnipotent." Austin shook his head with resignation. Lagi had also said the same thing. Han Xiao muttered under his breath. "Let me explain it to you. Just like how I occasionally make magic scrolls myself, Psyker also uses various techniques to store his psychic attacks. Our beyond grade disposable weapons are sold on the black market for a sky-high price. This time, the attack that injured you was a psychic weapon that Psyker created. More accurately speaking, not just Psyker's psychic energy is included. Another type of energy is also included within the attack. According to my knowledge, Psyker once roamed the ancient star desert before he became a beyond grade A super. That is an ancient star field, and he obtained a universal treasure there called the Evolution Cube. It was an item from some lost civilization. Hearing that, Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. "It's actually that item?" At this moment, Phaidon asked with curiosity, "What's the use of that Evolution Cube?" Austin looked at Phaidon and felt as though he was pleasing to the eye. Psyker hid the Evolution Cube extremely well, and I have never seen what it looks like. I also don't know its exact usage. I only know two of its uses. First, the Evolution Cube can stimulate the potential of a living being, allowing it to evolve greatly in a short period of time. It can automatically adjust the gene structure of an individual to ensure that it is the optimum gene structure. Psyker relied on this method to become a beyond grade A super. He activated the bloodline of his ancestors, and this was the contribution of the Evolution Cube. Marion's breathing became heavy. "Does this mean that this treasure is able to lower the barrier to become a beyond grade A super?" "Not just that," Austin said slowly. Psyker also used the Evolution Cube to influence all the members of his race and aided an entire race to evolve and easily complete a journey that would take other civilizations a million years to complete. The genes of his entire race have reached perfection. Their body, lifespan, intelligence, and so on all exceed an ordinary species. The combat capability of a newborn infant is almost that of a grade C super. Phaidon's eyes widened with shock. Such a treasure actually exists? This is too unbelievable. Won't other organizations eye such a powerful treasure with greed? Of course, there will be some who are greedy. The Arcane Church also approached him, and Psyker came to an agreement with them. He was willing to serve the Arcane Church with the Evolution Cube in exchange for their protection. Originally, Psyker civilization was only an ordinary star system civilization and grew rapidly because of this incident, looking as though it is about to become the next star cluster civilization. Although a star cluster civilization already existed in the region that he was born in, Psyker had the support of the Arcane Church, and his competitor wouldn't dare suppress him openly. They could only watch as he slowly rose to prominence. Han Xiao nodded secretly. This was pretty much the same as the information that he had. Psyker's attention was fully devoted to leading his civilization, and he did not like to participate in the conflicts of other regions. He felt that it was extremely unlikely for Psyker to participate in the secret war. "He sounds like a hero of his civilization," Phaidon said respectfully. Austin did not deny those words and continued. The second ability of the Evolution Cube was to increase one's mental strength. The upper limit is still unknown. Thus, Psyker's psychic energy is unbelievably powerful, and his mental strength is even higher than mine. Most importantly, the strength of the evolution cube had mixed together with his own psychic energy to form a special reaction, causing his sentient psychic energy to have a terrifying life force. The toxin in your body is actually the embryo of a new soul. In other words, your other personality. This soul that had yet to be born has taken root in your mental world and is connected with your own soul. While I am able to destroy it, your body will suffer irreversible damage in the process. Irreversible damage means, Han Xiao pushed carefully. Not sure. I don't mind if you want to try. Austin chuckled. Han Xiao felt his head ache. Are there any other ways? Austin then smiled mysteriously and said, if Ames or I suffered such an injury, we would be able to recover very easily. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have understood something. You mean, while Psyker's psychic energy is powerful, it is only at the beyond grade A level, and it isn't incurable. The mental strength of a beyond grade A super is extremely stable. As long as you become a beyond grade A super, you don't need to receive help from anyone and can recover on your own. Austin looked at Han Xiao with excitement and added, you know that I would not say such words to anyone else. However, you are different. I have great expectations for your potential, and you may be able to become a beyond grade A super before being eroded. Actually, there is an even easier method. Han Xiao could not help but say, you can ask Psyker to help me. He will definitely understand his own attack. Your relationship with him should be pretty good, right? Nonsense. I don't know him, and I am not familiar with him. Austin denied it without even thinking. Han Xiao rolled his eyes in response. There's no way I'll believe you. You darn old man. That isn't what you said when I first asked you for help. Chapter 731. Return. Chapter 731. Return. Seeing that Han Xiao did not believe him, Austin said, Psyker is only concerned about his own civilization and will not be interested in helping you. Even if I request his assistance, he might not give me face since we don't have any relationship. freewebnovel.com. Your face isn't worth much, and to think you're a beyond grade A. You're also someone who likes socializing, just like me. Han Xiao inwardly complained. As though reading Han Xiao's thoughts, Austin coughed and changed the topic. Even if he was willing, if you don't become a beyond grade A super, you won't live for long. Oh! Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. You killed so many grade A supers from Bloodshed Land, but because of the rules of war, the tyrant has been unable to make a move against you. Austin replied serenely. However, once the secret war comes to an end, what do you think he will do? Han Xiao frowned in response. He'll praise me for all my kills. Austin was rendered speechless, an incredulous expression hanging on his face. He shook his head. If you manage to reach the beyond grade A level before the end of the secret war, the tyrant will enter the war to deal with you. But you at least will have some hope of surviving. However, if you end up being unable to break through to beyond grade A, you will not be able to resist, and even if you try to drag the death sentence, the day will come when you two battle. Thus, to say that advancing into a beyond grade A super is your only choice was not me lying to you. Furthermore, the time you have left isn't great. Han Xiao stroked his chin, not speaking. However, Marion, who was at the side, was already dazed, and Phaidon also had on an expression of worry. He glanced toward Han Xiao from time to time, his eyes showing his concern. Become a beyond grade A in 2 to 3 years? That's impossible. Phaidon could not even imagine how low the possibilities were. He knew very well that Han Xiao had already reached a very high realm at this point. If he wished to take another step forward, how difficult would that be? In the past 7 years, he had practically not improved a single step, and compared to his previous speed of progression that was akin to flying, even his close friends were hypothesizing that Black Star had finally met a bottleneck. At that time, if the tyrant went knocking, Black Star would likely die. The huge Black Star army would also collapse along with his death. Even if Black Star could seize the slim possibility and advance into the beyond grade A realm, he might not survive under the hands of the tyrant. The tyrant had long since advanced to beyond grade A, and his reputation had been earned through fighting. Thus, his combat capability could definitely crush a newly promoted beyond grade A. With this in mind, Phaidon was pessimistic about the future. He reached out and squeezed Han Xiao's shoulder, hoping to give him some comfort. Deep in thought, Han Xiao must have been feeling very depressed at this moment. "Where did you get your news from?" "I naturally have my own sources," Austin smiled. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes as he pretended to sigh. In actual fact, this news was not out of his expectations. Since he dared to participate in the secret war, he was already prepared for the enemy and did not leave anything to fate. Originally, he was only considered an ordinary member of Section 0, but he had turned into one of their trump cards, successfully attracting the attention of the tyrant. Han Xiao had also always been wary of Heber's involvement in the war. He was not scared, however, as he still had the backing of Floating Dragon, and if the tyrant wanted to move against him, he would have to face the wrath of the Dragon Emperor. Both sides already had a prior grudge, so Ames would never take this matter lying down. Moreover, once the tyrant decided to intervene, the Purple Crystal civilization would also explode and send troops regardless of the cost to surround Heber. A star cluster civilization was sufficient to threaten the life of a beyond grade A super. At that time, Klent would also use this as an excuse to send troops, and the nature of the secret war would become a large-scale war of two civilizations. Both warring parties wished to control the scale of the war, so the tyrant had not appeared. However, Han Xiao was not too aggressive. It was okay to take a piss on someone else's head, but **Ting would go too far. In fact, after he carved out a name for himself, he had reduced the frequency of his appearances. Having successfully formed an alliance with Purple Crystal, he had obtained a lot of development opportunities and had completed his original intention of participating in the secret war. Thus, he wanted to avoid the situation where the winds howled around the highest peaks. Although he might have affected the process of the secret war, just based on the strength and status of the calamity grades on both sides, it would be hard to change the outcome of the war. He had acted within his means and did not slave away to complete each objective the Purple Crystal set for him. As such, Austin's words only allowed Han Xiao's speculations to turn into reality, so he was not too surprised. However, on the surface, Han Xiao still had to thank Austin for reminding him. "I can only help you so much. The enchantment that Logi has given you is pretty good. I don't need to improve it. You may leave." Austin waved his hands, telling his subordinated to send off his guests. Seeing the situation, Han Xiao did not stay any longer as well, taking the concerned Phaidon and Marion, leaving the Palace of Hidden Spells. Austin returned to his throne, and on his round face, there was an expression as though he was watching a fascinating show. He never involved himself in disputes, as he liked to be in the position of a bystander, watching the fights across eras even as the seas themselves turned into mulberry fields. Pressure could be a form of motivation, and he had purposefully stated the intentions of the tyrant to see how Black Star would behave before this looming disaster. Would he rise against it, or would he be extinguished within? Would he be a defeated dog, leaving the shattered star ring to escape the pursuit of the tyrant? Whichever outcome it was, Austin looked forward to it. Of course, the scene that he wished to see most would be Black Star breaking the situation of the shattered star ring that had been fixed for decades, injecting new vitality into this remote star field. The trio boarded the spaceship, leaving the Palace of Hidden Spells. There was only silence on board. Phaidon could not resist opening his mouth after a while to ask, "Do you have any hope of breaking past your bottleneck in the next 2 to 3 years?" "Bottleneck? What bottleneck?" Han Xiao did not respond immediately. He only glanced at him in confusion. Suddenly, it clicked as to what he was talking about, and Han Xiao could only shrug. "I don't know." He naturally did not mention the matter of his interface. "What then? The tyrant is sure to come and kill you." Phaidon was a little panicked. "Maybe we can obtain the evolution cube from Psyker himself," Marion suggested. "Isn't that thing capable of lowering the threshold of entering beyond grade A?" "I think there's no chance of that." Han Xiao shook his head. Austin might have been able to discuss the matter with Psyker, but he had no intention of helping Han Xiao. As for Ames, because she was probably not familiar with Psyker, she could not use her face to talk to Psyker. The evolution cube was Psyker's treasure. Even if he wanted to use it, he did not know the other party. There was an 80% chance that Psyker would just ignore him. Furthermore, he himself did not have any real bottlenecks and merely lacked experience. Then, what are you preparing to do? Phaidon asked. Improvise. With the players returning in version 3.0, Han Xiao was confident that he would reach beyond grade A, but he was unable to explain that to Phaidon. Phaidon pressed on the shoulders of Han Xiao, speaking with a solemn expression. If this really does not work, we'll just abandon the Black Star Army and escape to another star field. Our influence can be rebuilt. Our lives are more important. And you'll come along with us? Han Xiao jested. Phaidon paused for a moment before seriously nodding. I will. Feeling the genuine intentions of Phaidon, Han Xiao was a little touched. But he shook his head and changed the topic, smiling as he said, Don't be frightened by what has not come. Let's talk about the issue of the tyrant next time. Right now, I still have a more urgent problem. I need to find a way to suppress the parasitism in my mental territory. This psychic toxin. Oh, I should call it the soul embryo. With this thing here, I can't even exert any energy. A pity that the Magus was unable to help. Phaidon sighed. He just didn't want to help. Don't look at him having an amiable expression. In actual fact, that old chicken is extremely sly. Do you think he told me all that intelligence to help me? Han Xiao pursed his lips. He was not as easily manipulated as Herluz. To make him go all the way there, only to see him flap his lips a little and send them off, not even reimbursing them for fuel costs. What nonsense was this? In the end, he still had to find his own method. If he had known this, he would not have relied on Austin at all. This was a wasted trip. As Han Xiao thought about it, he suddenly discovered a path. Since the reason reaching beyond grade A could allow him to automatically recover was their strong mental strength, this meant that each time he leveled up, his spirit should increase. Thus, even if he did not reach beyond grade A, he should be able to suppress the soul embryo. Because the NPCs did not have an interface, they could only subtly improve themselves through grinding and training. However, Han Xiao's leveling up was an instantaneous process, and the effect displayed was significant. Although upgrading would not allow him to clear away his negative state, it should be able to inhibit the growth of the soul embryo. Han Xiao opened his interface. This trip had taken more than half a month, and the players had long returned to the Black Star Army and made their purchases. He had already accumulated a reasonable amount of experience to raise his level. This would serve to test his theory. He did not hesitate, immediately raising his level by 1. Apostle Mechanic leveled up to LV.23, plus 240 energy, plus 3 STR, plus 4 DEX, plus 5 END, plus 10 INT. You have received 8 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Han Xiao connected to his mental territory, and looking down, he saw that the area of purplish-black mist where the soul embryo was had further shrunk. It had reduced from 6% to 4%. Leveling up is indeed effective. The stronger the mental territory, the more the soul embryo will be suppressed. As he withdrew his spiritual probing, he immediately came up with an idea. It was not as though he was incapable of attacking. As long as he reasonably upgraded himself, controlling the soul embryo to remain below 30%, there would be no possibility of a troublesome subpersonality rising. He sighed in relief. Since there was a long-term plan to suppress it, the threat of the soul embryo had decreased. Indeed, enchanting and stuff were all external means. The most reliable path was still to strengthen himself. A matter that a beyond grade A could not deal with could be resolved simply by leveling himself. If that's the case, it's not as if I can't attack. I just have to control the time taken for battle. Oh, but to be safe, I had better look for a stronger partner. At this time, his communicator rang. Taking it out, Han Xiao saw that it was from Sylvia, who was manning the helm at the main headquarters. There was a photo attached. In the picture, a dark red spaceship was dragging dozens of spaceships through a traction beam into the dock. A memorable flash of dark red hair leaped into his gaze. It was Gila and Aurora who were standing at the dock, showing contrasting cold and warm expressions. Gila's back? Han Xiao looked at the photo, and the corners of his mouth rose. At that moment, he had the best candidate in mind. Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, The ladies have already arrived at the headquarters of Black Star Army. In the palace of Floating Dragon Island, Vilna had her head lowered as she reported the status of the two sisters to Ames. Ames had squeezed her force field into tiny little green spheres and was playing with them on her fingers. She smiled when she heard the news. Did they meet into any problems? Well, I sent out a fleet in secret, and there were 8 small bandit groups that tried to attack them, but all of them were easily killed by Gila, because Vilna was afraid that they would meet with unforeseen circumstances. She had sent out someone to follow them for protection. Ames nodded in response. You've done well. Since they have successfully reached Black Star's territory, recall the troops. Black Star will naturally take care of them. She cared more for the siblings than herself. She did not feel that normally, but now that the two sisters had been gone for more than half a month, she began to feel as though she was lacking something in her life. By the side, Aesop shook his head. You don't need to worry about them at all. By following Black Star, they will grow quickly. Looking over, Ames seemed a little unhappy. Do you mean to say that I didn't teach well? Aesop waved his hands in helplessness. Gila can absorb the dead's remaining spiritual powers to strengthen her own. She did not have an opportunity to use the ability here, but Black Star is participating in the war with countless dying every second. For Gila, the best place for her to grow and practice is the battlefield. Even I can't imagine the pace of her growth beside Black Star. That's right. Black Star, that be *starred, will definitely make them join the battlefield. So dangerous. What if Black Star doesn't take care of them? Ames murmured to herself, obviously focusing on a different direction. She resembled a worried parent, treating her 2 disciples who had followed her for more than a decade like her children. Aesop and Vilna had a bad feeling upon hearing those words. After spending yet another half a month traveling, Han Xiao's group finally arrived back at the headquarters and met the 2 sisters who had been away for a long time. In the office, Aurora ran head first into Han Xiao's arms, squirming non-stop. Although they were already old, she still felt the same familiarity and closeness to Han Xiao. Based on the contract, we're here to work for you. Gila was expressionless. We're all old acquaintances. There's no need to talk about an agreement or contract. I'm happy that you guys are here to help. Han Xiao stroked Aurora's hair as he laughed. To think that a decade has passed just like that. You're all grown up. The emotions in Gila's eyes fluctuated slightly. They had once been puppets under the control of the Germinal organization, but now, Black Star had become a great figure in the universe, while Gila had also become a calamity-grade super. Things were different. Thinking back to the past, Gila felt moved. The man in front of her had changed her entire life. Without Black Star, she would have grown old with guilt and hatred for the planet and would likely never have been able to enter the magnificent universe. The last time we fought side by side was more than a decade ago. At that time, I could not help out at all. Gila's eyebrows rose, and she was full of spirit. But I've finally caught up to you. I've already waited 10 years for today. Han Xiao patted Gila's shoulders as he smiled. He then took 2 steps back, raising his hands as he said out loud, Welcome to the Black Star Army. Chapter 732, Cultivation Plan. Chapter 732, Cultivation Plan. In Han Xiao's previous life, Gila's strength had earned her the title, Goddess of Death. Ever since Han Xiao saved these 2 sisters from the Germinal organization, he had always seen Gila as a very important aid in the future. After waiting for so many years, Gila had finally grown and was now a calamity grade. She was now starting to be helpful. Han Xiao knew about Gila's ability very well. Being able to become stronger by absorbing the souls of the dead was something that only she could do. In his previous life, she had slaughtered countless planets and grown faster than even the players. In his eyes, although Gila did not have the luck glow, she was undoubtedly a legendary character. Of course, a villainous character. Although Gila was not walking the evil path, it just so happened to be in a time of war. All the dead soldiers could become the source of her power. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity that could make Gila live up to her true potential. He needed someone that could fight in his place, and Gila was the perfect candidate. As for Aurora, Han Xiao turned to look at her, smiled kindly, and said, How's the development of your Esper ability? Aurora chuckled. She flipped her hand, and a golden light appeared above her palm. I'm not good at battles, but I can cure any physical damages. And I can also stimulate the vital forces of others and make them stronger. Try it. As she was speaking, a cluster of golden light landed on Han Xiao. Han Xiao felt energized as if an electric current passed through his entire body, and many buffs appeared on the interface. Can your power be stored? Han Xiao asked. Yes, I've tried to inject the vital energy into potions. These can be stored for a long time. But I'm not as hardworking as my sister, so I'm not a calamity grade yet. Thus, the expiration date is a little short. The healing effect of these potions will diminish over time and can last for 2 months at most. Aurora scratched her head, a little embarrassed. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He looked at Aurora as if he was looking at a treasure. He saw the hope of expanding the army's business into the galactic medicine industry. Aurora's Esper ability made her a born healer. When she was still very weak, her healing abilities were already extremely strong. Now that she was a grade B super, her healing ability would most likely have increased many times. Also, although I can't fight very well, I can regenerate very quickly. Aurora pulled out an explosive pistol from the belt of her battle suit, spun it a few rounds on her finger, and suddenly fired at her other hand. With a bang, the beam penetrated her palm. Before Han Xiao could even be shocked by her actions, her wound healed up extremely quickly and disappeared. Her palm became white and smooth once again. No signs of it being wounded could be seen anywhere. See, I can protect myself now. Like a child showing off, Aurora's face was filled with anticipation. She wanted to be praised by Han Xiao. In the training that lasted more than 10 years, other than cultivating her Esper ability, Aurora had also learned quite many shooting and fighting techniques to make up for her combat capability. As she had once been tortured by the Germinal organization, although she looked weak and soft, she was extremely resilient and had a very high pain tolerance. She did not even frown the slightest when she casually shot through her hand. What a tough girl. Han Xiao smiled and praised her. That's an amazing ability. The name, Life Return, sure was not an exaggeration. Aurora was only grade B now, so when she reached grade A, her regeneration power would probably be even stronger than his. Sadly, her Esper ability did not have a high combat capability. However, her ability and Gila's ability definitely made up for each other's weaknesses. After the three of them chatted for a while, Gila said with a serious face, "How do you plan to arrange us?" "I shall bring you to meet the officers of the army first." Gila shook her head. "Before you came back, Sylvia took us to meet all the high-ranking officers. She said that when you're back, you'll personally decide our positions. During the mutation disaster in version 2.0, the most senior members of the army had all met Gila. They knew that her relationship with Han Xiao was not usual, so they definitely treated them well. Since that's the case, let's get down to business then, Han Xiao said. The two of you will follow me as my bodyguards first. After you know more about how the army operates, I'll then arrange official high-ranking positions for you. No problem. Gila nodded. Han Xiao thought for a moment, then said, "Rest a few days, then I will bring you guys along." Gila, however, shook her head and rejected that. "There's no need. We have rested enough. Give us missions as soon as possible. I want to test my true strength. Why are you in more of a hurry than me?" Han Xiao smiled, contemplated for a while, and then nodded. "Okay, we shall head out tomorrow. I'll take you guys to war." He planned to keep a low profile for some time while reaping the player's experience and cultivating Gila's potential personally. In the West Wind star system, Star Zone 11. This was the border star system that had been invaded before any others. The forces of the Bloodshed land stationed there were the largest. They had built around 100 strongholds spread across the various star zones in the West Wind star system. Section 0 had set up perimeters at some strategically important places to prevent the Bloodshed land from invading the areas around West Wind. Perimeter 027 was one of them, with numerous Section 0 members garrisoned there throughout the year. The Black Star Army's fleet was in it as well, and the people stationed here rotated in shifts. Other than the occasional large-scale military operations, Perimeters were where battles occurred the most regularly. The bloodshed land tried to penetrate the perimeters time after time. The troops at the perimeters also sent small fleets to disrupt and attack the bloodshed land strongholds regularly. Those perimeters were the front lines of the war. After the Kant star system battle ended, the players started to explore freely. Han Xiao had yet to cancel the 50% off sale for those taking part in the war. The requirement to enjoy this benefit was to continue participating in the war. Hence, in the more than a month Han Xiao took to travel back and forth, most of the players were scattered across the various perimeters where there were countless battles. This was also the usual way of taking part in the Secret War main storyline. There were also players that did not take part in the main storyline. Some went to do mercenary missions, some went to explore around, and some guild players bought mining devices and small carrier ships and went to become miners on the resource planets under the Black Star Army. More than 20,000 players gathered at Perimeter 027, participating in the daily combat missions. Not long ago, a bloodshed land fleet had attacked the perimeter but failed. The station troops were now cleaning up the battlefield. In the military space station office, the commander of Perimeter 027, Rex Sun, was looking at the troops outside the window cleaning the wreckages while listening to his deputy report the result of the battle. The enemy lost 86 small battleships and 19 heavy frigates. We lost 38 battleships. As for casualties, it's unknown for the enemy. The casualties on our side are being calculated right now. The initial estimate is that the damage is very small. All thanks to the Black Star Army again? Rex Sun said with a relaxed expression. Yes, the immortals of the Black Star Army destroyed many of the enemy battleships through close-quarter battles. Since they don't need any retreat plans, we did not suffer any extra casualties. The deputy swallowed his saliva. It was written on the battle report that after landing on the enemy battleships through the charge cabin, many of them instantly detonated the charge cabin and did not consider retreating at all. Some even landed while carrying nuclear bombs. These people were extremely brave. Ever since the Black Star Army sent a few dozen thousand immortals, the combat pressure on our side decreased tremendously. These people are born warriors. Rex Sun took a deep breath. It had been 2 months since the version started. A lot of players had reached level 100 and completed their promotion missions one after another, getting the opportunity to experience race evolution. The versatility of the players increased once again. The first batch of players had finally entered Grade B. Although they were just the weakest kind of Grade BS, the increase in their grade still made a powerful impact. The mid-tier combatant standard of the Black Star Army instantly increased an entire level. As more than 1 million of those supers were sent into the various perimeter battlefields, the situation of many of those perimeters immediately became much better. For Perimeter 027, the 20,000 or so Grade B players secured victories for all the recent skirmishes at the perimeter. Rex Sun could not have been more satisfied with the Black Star Army's players. The first batch of Black Star Army players were no longer disposable forces like before. They had the ability to make decisive impacts to small-scale skirmishes. The players discussed this on the forums. Bun Hit Dog mentioned Frenzied Swords theory during his video and said that as the players became stronger with the version updates, their influence on the world would grow bigger as well, and they would be widely recognized. Real-time feedback was an important source of fun for the players. If the attitude of an NPC was the same toward max-level players and new players, it would be way too boring. The factor that attracted the players the most in Galaxy was that immersive experience as if they were living in a real world. This time, Rex Sun suddenly received a notification. He glanced at it, and his expression changed drastically. "What happened?" the deputy hastily asked. "Quickly, make the preparations. His Excellency Black Star will be coming personally, and he's almost here." Rex Sun quickly walked out of the room. Rex Sun summoned the high-ranking officers and went to the dock. After a while, the Blacklight Stealth entered. Han Xiao brought along the 2 sisters and Fiden. Fiden had come of his own volition. He was worried about Han Xiao's mental state, so he planned to always be around Han Xiao till Han Xiao recovered, just in case. As soon as they disembarked from the spaceship, Rex Sun approached them respectfully. To him, Han Xiao was someone that he would have no chance of coming into contact with usually. Han Xiao had gained the respect of all the Section 0 members through his battle results. No need to be so formal. I would like to know about the situation of the Bloodshed Land strongholds nearby, Han Xiao said with a smile. Rex Sun was flattered. He hastily invited Han Xiao and the others into the battle conference room, opened the tactical star map, and explained the situation. Han Xiao stared at the star map, nodded, and said, "Got it. I'm planning to attack Stronghold W58. Stronghold W58 was the biggest hostile stronghold around Perimeter 027, and one Calamity Grade was stationed there. Rex Sun had never thought of attacking it, but once he heard what Han Xiao said, he was secretly content. I need some helpers. Don't worry, the merit will all be yours." Han Xiao smiled. Rex Sun nodded continuously and said, "I will send the perimeter fleet to work with you." Although Han Xiao was not his direct boss, Rex Sun was not willing to give up this opportunity of gaining Han Xiao's favor. Not to mention that the merit of eliminating an enemy stronghold would all go to him. "Okay, we act in 1 day's time." Han Xiao nodded. He had gone to the perimeter this time to let Gila test her abilities, so of course he was going to strike. Menudo was the Bloodshed Land Grade A superstationed in Stronghold W58. He was not very worried. Not long ago, he had received a message from spies that Black Star had appeared at Perimeter 027. He was the only Calamity Grade in the strongholds nearby. Since Black Star was already there, Menudo felt that he would not mind getting rid of a usual Calamity Grade like him on the way. His heart was half frozen in fear. Menudo hastily reported this to the headquarters. To his surprise, the overall commander proactively contacted him. "There's a very high chance that the Black Star will be attacking the stronghold you're in now. However, don't panic. I'm going to give you a mission." "Is it retreat?" Menudo saw hope. "Of course not," George said with a deep voice. "I need you to do one thing: lure Black Star into fighting and battle with him. You can just tell me if you want me to kill myself." Menudo felt the utmost despair. "Ahem. I will deploy the Calamity Grades around to support you. You're not going to fight alone." George was practically speechless. The fearful name of Black Star was deeply carved into the hearts of the high-level combatants of the Bloodshed Land. There was nothing he could do about it. He could only explain, "Not long ago, Black Star fell into my trap. He's not at his maximum strength now. I need you to test him." George wanted to speculate what damage Psyker's weapon dealt to Han Xiao through observing Han Xiao's reactions during battle. He could only feel relieved after seeing it with his own eyes. At the same time, on a desolate planet between Stronghold W58 and Perimeter 027, Summer Night Flower and dozens of other players who had joined Clent arrived in spaceships. They were doing the main storyline mission of the Clent faction. As warriors of the Bloodshed Land, they were deployed to the stronghold near the perimeter to take part in small-scale skirmishes just like the Black Star Army players. The Bloodshed Land had very strict rules. They were not allowed to explore freely like they could in the Black Star Army. Summer Night Flower and the others were not used to it. They could not help but to miss the treatment of the Black Star Army. Sadly, they only knew to treasure it after losing it. This time, Summer Night Flower and the others finally had some casual time. They had gone to this planet to wait for someone. Their position in the Bloodshed Land was not high, so their privileges could not be compared to when they were in the Black Star Army. Hence, Summer Night Flower contacted his friend who was still in the Black Star Army and told him to buy the 50% off products from the army for them. This planet was where they were going to make the exchange. Chapter 733, Protecting the Law. Chapter 733, Protecting the Law. "Brother, are you here yet?" Soon. A small spaceship was parked on the brown desolate land. Summer Night Flower and the others were waiting beside the spaceship. Very soon, another spaceship landed beside them. The people in it got out of the spaceship, looked around, and greeted Summer Night Flower. "Where's the stuff?" Summer Night Flower approached. "Where's the money?" The person helping to do the purchases replied. "Didn't I make the transfer long ago?" Summer Night Flower said with resignation. "Ha, I just wanted to paint the atmosphere of an illegal trade. Didn't it feel very dramatic?" The person chuckled. Seeing that Summer Night Flower was expressionless, He could only wipe the smile off his face awkwardly and take him into the cabin to see the stuff. This is all the stuff you wanted. Count it. Don't say I scammed you. Summer Night Flower scanned through and calculated in his mind that the quantity was all correct. Only then did he say, "No need to, I trust you." This time, the person helping to make the purchase rubbed his hands with a slightly embarrassed expression and said, "You know, we've known each other for many years. We're quite close, right?" Summer Night Flower was a little confused. "What are you saying?" "I'm asking you, are we good friends that play together?" "Why? Since we're friends, can you sacrifice yourself and let me kill you a few times to earn some bounties?" The person asked cautiously. "After all, you can't accept the bounty missions from the army. Instead of letting others kill you, I can split 30% of the bounty with you. Piss off." Summer Night Flower was speechless. 30%? How is that little bounty reward going to make up for the experience I lose from dying? "Stop talking nonsense. You've brought the stuff, so I'm taking it away," Summer Night Flower said as he was about to pick up the equipment. This time, the person suddenly pressed on his hand and chuckled. "No, I think it's better for me to keep it for you temporarily." "What do you mean? Are you trying to con me?" Summer Night Flower was furious. His friends around him all came closer with hostile looks on their faces, implying they would not hesitate to kill for the equipment. The person helping to buy the equipment did not panic at all. He slowly said, "This is for your own good. You might be robbed very soon if you're carrying new equipment." Summer Night Flower suddenly had a bad feeling. At this time, the sound of spaceships landing came from outside. Small spaceships landed on the ground one after another, and a huge group of players rushed out. The expression of Summer Night Flower and the rest changed drastically. He knew that these people were there for the bounty. He turned to look at the person who had helped to purchase the equipment in disbelief. "You betrayed me? Look at it yourself." The person curled his lips and took out the communicator. On it was the location of the person wanted by the army, which was the location of Summer Night Flower and the rest of the people. Their coordinates were constantly monitored. This trade was not a secret to the other players at all. Why didn't I know about this? Summer Night Flower was stunned. Then he realized with resignation that his army program had automatically been uninstalled. The fill-up subprogram of these players became a background monitoring device that sent their coordinates to the nearby Black Star Army members at all times. It was like a constant reminder to the army members nearby. Summer Night Flower and the others were as conspicuous as sheep passing through a pack of wolves, except they did not know it at all. Only the players nearby would receive the coordinates. Summer Night Flower and the rest had only gone to Stronghold W58 not long ago, so only the players in Perimeter 027 received the coordinates. They thought that this was just a mission reminder, so no one discussed it on the forums. Thus, Summer Night Flower and the rest had no idea. Suddenly, Summer Night Flower realized something. With a face of shock, he said, "Wait a minute. You knew that our coordinates were exposed all along. Yet you didn't tell me and even did not cancel the trade?" "Sorry. I'm the cop. Speak like a human being." The person smiled and said, "Sci, I have to make a living. Okay? Since you're already here, it's a waste not to kill you. Like I said, instead of letting others take the bounty, just let me take it. I will split 30% with you." Summer Night Flower's mouth shivered. He pointed at him and could not say a word. "So, you had an ulterior motive all along. This was a trap. I saw you as a friend, but you wanted to deceive me? What happened to basic trust between people?" If the furious looks on the Klent faction players around them could turn into knives, Summer Night Flower would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces. Looking at the quickly approaching players, Summer Night Flower hastily raised his hand with a face full of grief. The person helping to do the purchase thought that he wanted to fight, so he quickly jumped back a few meters. To his surprise, Summer Night Flower stood in place and raised 4 fingers. 40%. The person's eye sparkled. He kindly reminded Summer Night Flower and said, "Remember to choose the faction revive point when reviving, or you'll get killed another time. Thank you so King much." Summer Night Flower clenched his teeth so hard it sounded like pieces of metal rubbing against each other. Whoosh! With a familiar flash of white light, Summer Nightflower returned to Stronghold W58. His face was filled with grief, but he had no tears to cry. This is so tiring. I shouldn't have come to Clent. The moment Summer Nightflower thought that, he quickly eliminated it. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and convinced himself to believe in his analysis. Although the path ahead would be twisted, he still believed that the future of the Clent faction was brighter. I will definitely be able to earn back the damages suffered now. Summer Nightflower encouraged himself, then left the revive point. He was not planning to become the target of the rage of the rest of the Clent players. This time, a message appeared on the interface. It was his friend that helped to make the purchase. I'll hold on to your stuff for now. Let's find another time to meet again. Summer Nightflower was filled with rage. You want to scam me another time? Piss of refund. Han Xiao saw this small incident on the forums. A player made a post to show off that he got the first kill of the traitor. He felt this was something worth praising, so he sent extra experience and ANAs through the faction interface. The analysis post of Summer Nightflower became popular again. Many were mocking him and laughing at it. Summer Nightflower said that him getting killed was nothing. It was just a usual faction conflict, and the storyline in the future would prove that he was right. He was clearly very stubborn. After killing some time, a day later, Rexsun gathered the troops and attacked Stronghold W58. With Han Xiao's current experience, he had seen many small galactic skirmishes fought around a single stronghold. He did not even need to observe the battlefield to know what would happen. The fleets fought intensely. Han Xiao was observing from the flagship and did not participate, nor did he let Gila and Phaidon participate. Seeing that there were countless deaths on both sides, only then did he turn to look at Gila. Try the effect of absorbing souls of the dead on the battlefield. Gila nodded. A tint of red light flashed across her eyes. Then, black-red energy covered her entire body. It was like she suddenly grew more than 20 centimeters taller and gave off a vibe of an ancient god, merciless, enormous, and solemn. In the wide galactic battlefield, gray fog appeared in the countless spaceship wreckages floating in space. They formed countless gray snakes and gathered into Gila's hand through thousands of miles. The remaining energy of all the warriors that died on the battlefield was absorbed by her. Gila exhaled deeply, clenched her fists, and said, "Both the strength and range of my Esper ability are enhanced. That saved me at least half a year's time." "Great, it works." Han Xiao was delighted. This was good news. The quicker Gila became stronger, the earlier she would be able to fight in his place. He would be able to let Gila help him get rid of those unimportant enemies. He decided to call the quick growth method exclusive to Gila Gray Soul Absorption. It was almost like a cheat. At this time, a strange energy suddenly exploded in the middle of the battlefield. From the fleet of the Stronghold W58, 3 calamity grades flew out. The interference of high-level combatants quickly toppled the balance of the battlefield and became something that Rexsun's troops could not deal with. Originally, they were only slightly at a disadvantage, but they were now constantly forced to retreat. Inside the flagship, the deputy exclaimed with shock, "Why are there 3 calamity grades? The intelligence says that there's only Menudo." However, not only did Rexsun not panic, he even smiled instead. "It doesn't matter if there's 3 of them. With Black Star here, even if it were 30, Rexsun paused. Although he was extremely confident in Han Xiao, he still did not dare exaggerate too much. He coughed and then said, "Even if there were 13 of them, His Excellency Black Star would still kill them all." At this time, the scenery viewing window of the flagship zoomed in and focused on Menudo. In the window, Menudo did a provocative sign toward the flagship, and the flagship received a video message from Menudo. His pale face appeared on the screen. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he had a very twisted, mocking expression on his face. "Black Star, I know you're in there. Don't hide. I'm not afraid of you. Us 3 great supers are challenging you right here. Do you dare accept it?" Ha ha ha. In the end, Menudo laughed stiffly as sweat rolled down his face. The skin on his face was even shivering as if he was about to cry, and he was barely keeping up the ferocious expression. The people in the flagship command room had strange expressions on their faces. The enemy is taunting us, but why does it feel so unconfident? Han Xiao held his forehead. Taunting with such bad acting skills, are you serious? Rex Sun turned to Han Xiao and respectfully said, Your Excellency Black Star, we can't deal with calamity grades. Please help. In his eyes, if Han Xiao attacked, killing 3 normal calamity grade supers would be a piece of cake. However, Han Xiao shook his head and patted Gila's thin waist. These 3 people are yours. Despite having to face 3 opponents of the same grade, Gila did not look troubled at all. She turned and prepared to strike immediately. She was someone not afraid of obstacles and was happy to conquer them. Since Han Xiao could fight multiple opponents of the same grade, Gila took this as her target as well. She had very high requirements for herself. Furthermore, she also wanted to fight strong enemies and test her limits so that she could gain a clearer idea of where she stood in the calamity grade. Menudo and the other 2 attacked the battleships while waiting for Han Xiao to appear. To Menudo, every second was torture. It was as if he had stepped into the execution ground and was waiting for the blade to land on his head. If not for Jord's orders, he would have run away immediately. Jord was also observing the battlefield remotely, waiting for Han Xiao to appear. This time, a dark red meteor appeared in the eyes of those people at an extremely high speed. It headed right toward the 3 of them. A grade A cannon master beside Menudo fired from far away. High-energy particle beams landed on the dark red meteor one after another, slowly reducing its speed. However, the next moment, this dark red meteor suddenly erupted and released thousands of red energy beams that almost covered half of the entire battlefield. These energies were extremely thick, like thousands of enormous pythons. They spun their head and crashed into the Bloodshed Land fleet. Menudo and the other 2 people were also hit by dozens of almost solid red energy beams. Other than having the usual heat and explosive damage, Gila's energy beams also gave the 3 of them psychic damages. They hastily backed away with shock. This energy is very strange. This energy beam tried to absorb my spiritual body away like tentacles with suction cups. As the tsunami-like red energy release ended, Gila appeared. The black-red armor on her body was focused on mobility and enhancing energy release. She did not wear a helmet, but her head was covered by a half-transparent energy layer, providing life functions and a wide vision. Menudo was shocked. He had expected Black Star to attack. But who was this woman? Is there such a person in the Black Star Army? It doesn't show on the intelligence. Could she be a new officer? She's very strong. I feel a sense of threat from her. The 3 of them spoke in their communication channel. They all felt the pressure. Jord, who was remotely spectating, was also confused. He carefully sized Gila up and was sure that he had never seen this person before, yet Black Star had sent her to fight 3 calamity grades alone. Was this because he believed in her strength? The Black Star Army sure has a lot of talents. Jord clenched his teeth. Seeing that Black Star was not going to fight, he had no choice but to tell Menudo and the others to fight with Gila and see how strong Gila was. At the same time, the others on the battlefield also noticed the confrontation between the high-level combatants. The Black Star Army players saw Gila's look and were shocked. This beauty looks kind of familiar. I remember. Isn't this Gila who appeared in both 1.0 and 2.0? That's right, it's her. I thought she died by version 3.0, but it turns out she's still alive and much stronger. She appeared in the mid to later stages in version 2.0. When did she join our army? If I remember correctly, when Black Star went deep into the Germinal Organization's base in version 1.0, it was to rescue her. Could she be the captain's old lover? Oh, many players let out meaningful grunts before quietly activating the video recording function. Chapter 734, Mislead. Chapter 734, Mislead. On the battlefield, Gila released dark red energy and fought with the 3 enemy calamity grades at the same time. Gila felt the pressure immediately. She clenched her teeth and tried to hang on, barely standing her ground using the uniqueness of her Esper ability. Han Xiao observed for a while and figured out Gila's actual combat capability. These 3 enemies are normal calamity grades around level 180. With Gila current strength, she's in the upper middle ranking among calamity grades. She still lacks experience in fighting with calamity grades, but due to her unique Esper ability, she can deal with 2 such enemies at most. 3 is too much. Although Gila had sufficient strength to be part of the battles that he was in, she was still some distance away from becoming the capable assistant that he wanted. However, with her growth rate, she would be able to overcome that distance very quickly. As he was pondering, the situation started to gradually worsen for Gila. Han Xiao was not worried about Gila's safety. Not only did Gila have the molding talent that would lock her health, Aurora was around as well. It would be difficult for her to die even if she wanted to. At the same time, a small incident was happening on the battlefield that Han Xiao was unaware of. A small bloodshed land assault ship was fleeing in the battlefield, chased by dozens of Black Star Army battleships. Quickly run. They're coming again. The shield endured attacks continuously. The spaceship was trembling as the piercing red alarm echoed within. On the spaceship, Summer Night Flower and the others were covered in sweat, panicking. They were being chased by a large group of Black Star Army players. Philip had sent their coordinates to all the army members on the battlefield. Quite a number of players taking part had seen it and thought, nice bonuses. Thus, Summer Night Flower and the others' nightmare began. No matter how they changed their location, it was always shown on the radar of the army players. Originally, fighting with opposing faction players was very common. However, in this skirmish, the number of players on the Black Star Army side was more than 100 times the number of players on Summer Night Flower's side. Hence, it became one-sided, and Summer Night Flower's group was chased by the other players. Summer Night Flower's mood was extremely bad. He regretted going to Stronghold W58. He should have requested to be deployed to other strongholds that did not have to face the Black Star Army. The Black Star Army was full of bad people that were just merciless. He was afraid. As a player of the opposing faction, he decided to avoid the Black Star Army in the future. Even if that meant that he had to play alone in a remote stronghold, the game experience would be better than being chased by enemies all the time. As Summer Night Flower was in a meltdown while being chased by the army players, the battle between Gila and 3 enemy calamity grades reached its climax. The few of them kept shifting the battlefield, moving across the various areas where the fleets were fighting. With continuous explosions, people died non-stop, and gray souls entered Gila and recovered her energy. So, this is my current limit. While fighting, thoughts flashed through Gila's mind. This was the first time that she had fought in a true battle with a calamity grade. She quickly gained combat experience and a clearer understanding of her own combat capability. Ames and Han Xiao, who had trained her all along, were much stronger than her, so she could not really measure her strength. Now that she was fighting with normal calamity grades, although she had the lower hand, she felt amazing. She could now finally fully utilize her strength in a battle where she was not completely thrashed. Gila thought that she seemed quite strong, but she was not satisfied with that. I can barely deal with 3 enemies. But Han Xiao can fight 10 at once. There's still a huge difference. Gila clenched her teeth. She saw Han Xiao as the goal to chase after. Now that she felt the pressure of fighting 3 enemies at the same time, she had a deeper understanding of Han Xiao's combat capability. If he was in my place, the battle would have already ended. Feeling the difference between the 2 of them, Gila clenched her teeth and increased the output of her energy. On the other side, Menudo was communicating with his comrades. This woman's ability is very strange. It gives me a necromancer feeling, but it's not really the same. Her energy can cause both physical and psychic damage. After getting hit, even the vitality of my cells was suppressed, and the efficiency of cells creating energy decreased. It's as if my life force is suppressed. What do you think, Staff Sergeant Jord? Menudo asked. Jord, who was watching remotely, nodded slowly and said with a serious tone, I have already saved the video of her battle into the database. Although her ability is strong, it's not the focus this time. Black Star is the target that you're supposed to test, but he's not joining the battle. Does that mean we can retreat? Menudo asked hastily. He did not want to stay even 1 second longer near Black Star. Maybe it's because he's training his subordinates or because of something else, George said with a deep voice. Attack harder. As long as this woman's life is in danger, Black Star will definitely do something. Aren't you just hurrying us to die? Menudo felt miserable. The few of them fought intensely for a while. Eventually, Gila showed a flaw under the aggressive attacks from 3 enemies. Menudo's cannon master teammate caught the opportunity. He shot a particle cannon beam that was enhanced with many burst damage abilities right at Gila's hasty defense attempt. It shattered her armor and blasted her away. Gila stopped herself from rolling in the universe. Her body was covered with black wounds and dead cells. The area around her left shoulder and half of her neck was gone, an injury a normal person would have immediately died from and was considered heavy even for calamity grades. Menudo and his 2 teammates were just about to chase when Menudo suddenly felt alarmed and slowed down behind the other 2. Gila took a deep breath. Suddenly, thick light shot out from her eyes. Her wounds started to heal as her cells multiplied at an extremely high speed. The flesh on her neck and her left shoulder grew back in an instant, showing her white skin under the broken armor. Energy was flowing through her entire body, and she was almost back at peak performance. In the flagship, Aurora's eyes were shining as well. After Gila recovered, only then did the light in Aurora's eyes slowly disappear. She quickly gasped for air as if she had just spent quite a lot of energy. Gila and Aurora's Esper abilities had a special connection. Through their blood relation, Aurora created a life force link between the 2 of them. If Gila was too heavily injured, Aurora would send her life force and heal her remotely. As long as Aurora still had stamina, Gila would be able to recover at a terrifying speed. Its effect was similar to Han Xiao's Aurora character summon card. Gila fought the battles and Aurora healed her. The number of times that she could heal depended on her stamina. It was only slightly less powerful than Han Xiao's health stamina cycle. When the 2 sisters fought together, they were almost undefeatable. George was stunned, and his expression changed slightly. This reminded him of Black Star. Black Star had this kind of horrifying recovery ability as well. Could it be that this redhead woman had a special relationship with Black Star? Could she be his daughter? Initially, George did not take Gila too seriously, but he suddenly felt that he needed to do thorough research on her. Menudo and the others stood in place and were stunned as well. Gila felt the overflowing energy in her body, but instead of being happy, she was filled with discontent. She had been keeping Aurora away from harm, but because of her mistake, Aurora had to use her life force to heal her. She felt that this was her fault. Although Aurora could gain that life force back very quickly, because of what had happened back in the Germinal organization, this was still a taboo for Gila. Just as Gila was about to attack in rage, a large hand suddenly pressed on her shoulder. She turned around. It was Han Xiao. That's enough. There's no training value if you carry on. It will just be a battle to see whose stamina depletes first. Han Xiao softly pressed on Gila's smooth, soft cheeks. Nanoparticles extended from the tip of his finger and formed a helmet, replacing Gila's broken helmet and allowing her to speak in the communication channel. Gila clenched her teeth and said, "Understood. Leave this to me." Han Xiao turned around and looked at the 3 nervous calamity grades. Menudo was panicking. Black Star finally was going to attack. This time, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something. The enemies clearly knew of his capabilities, yet they made such a bad attempt at provoking him, so their goal should be to lure him into battle. Of course, this was definitely not because they were kind and sending him free kills. After thinking for a short moment and recalling Menudo's nervous expression when provoking him, it then occurred to Han Xiao. George was definitely behind this. That little weasel had used Psyker's psychic weapon on him 2 months ago, but he had gone to the Palace of Hidden Spells, so he did not take part in any battles for 1.5 months. This had made George anxious, so he was using this to test his current state. Having realized that, Han Xiao had an idea and did not immediately attack. Instead, he connected to Menudo's communication channel and slowly said, "Are you sure you want to fight me? I don't know if this is your own decision or someone ordered you to do so, but think about it carefully. People are going to die from this." Menudo gulped. The other 2 did not speak. George did not want to be discovered by Han Xiao. so he did not speak either. I'm now giving you guys a chance. As long as you surrender and announce to leave the bloodshed land, I won't do anything to you. What do you say? Han Xiao said. You want me to betray the bloodshed land? No way. The Grade A cannon master yelled and immediately fired. Without even moving, more than 300 Watcher instruments appeared beside Han Xiao, formed a formation, and created a psionic shield, easily blocking the attack. Han Xiao shook his head and deliberately said, What's so good about Heber? Does he deserve such loyalty from you? He's the only one I'm willing to follow. How dare you speak of His Excellency Heber like that? This cannon master sneered. He was a direct member of the bloodshed land, so he was extremely loyal. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and did not speak anymore. He summoned the mechanical army and attacked. It swept over the entire battlefield like a tsunami, scattering all the fleets. Facing the mechanical army that filled his vision, Menudo felt suffocated. He had no choice but to fight it. Han Xiao activated apostolization and joined the battle. He secretly changed the tempo of the battle, increased the attack frequency of all the mechanical soldiers, and sacrificed accuracy to do so, deliberately showing impatience. Of course, normal people would not notice such details, but he believed that the bloodshed land would definitely discover these tiny changes with their artificial intelligence's analytical abilities. Sometimes, tricking smart people was even easier than using stupid ones. All he had to do was mislead the opponents into the conclusion that he wanted them to have through details, and the opponents would fall for it easily. If they were not cautious enough, Han Xiao's efforts would all go to waste. High-level lies are always 90% real and only 10% fake. What Han Xiao wanted was to make Jord speculate that he had become weaker. As for the reason, it was so that he could use this opportunity to take some time off from the secret war and focus on cultivating leaks. This was the most important matter at the moment. Be it advancing to beyond Grade A or suppressing the soul embryo, they all required a large amount of experience. He was completely uninterested in letting his subpersonality be born. It would be best to make sure it never formed. As soon as Han Xiao struck, the battle became one-sided. Under the true damage of legendary battle technique, the cannon master was very quickly shattered by the mechanical soldiers. The head of the other teammate was also blown away. Menudo was the only one left barely holding on. Panicking, Menudo hastily sent a message and said, Wait! Wait! I surrender! Han Xiao received the message and stopped the mechanical army. He then waved his hand and pulled Menudo over from afar through the mechanical suit's force field. Menudo did not dare resist and let the mechanical soldiers restrain him. You've made the right choice. Han Xiao smiled. Menudo nodded continuously. He had thought it through. It was clear that Jord did not care about his life, which meant that he would die sooner or later in the bloodshed land, so he might as well surrender. Furthermore, he did not have another choice if he wanted to live. Escape from Black Star? I'm not Hadavi. I can't do it. As the high-level combatants of the enemy were all eliminated, the battle that followed had a clear result. Rex Sun destroyed Stronghold W-58 and seized the loot. After Gila absorbed all the remaining gray souls on the battlefield, she locked herself in her room and digested her first experience of fighting with Calamity Grades. Jord was analyzing the recording of Han Xiao's battle in the headquarters. Losing a stronghold meant nothing to him. What he cared about at the moment was Han Xiao's state. Very soon, he noticed something strange. 2 months ago, Black Star never asked anyone to surrender and killed every one of our people. Even when he faced just one Calamity Grade, he never showed any mercy. Why did he ask them to surrender? Jord frowned and looked at the recording a few more times. Before, Black Star's mechanical army's attacks were all carefully and precisely calculated. Today, however, the attack rate of his mechanical army increased visibility, as if he was willing to waste energy to increase the attack speed and gave up some of the precise calculations. As a result, many attacks completely missed. This change made him feel a sense of impatience. First, he asked our people to surrender. Then he was in a hurry to end the battle. Jord pondered for a while and suddenly figured it out. Black Star was trying to reduce the time of the battle, or he did not want to take part in the battle. These two details made Jord feel that he could guess Han Xiao's current state. Psyker's psychic weapon might have dealt some kind of continuous damage to Black Star, and if he fought others, the damage would be enlarged. This was why Black Star acted differently from before. My speculation should be right. The threat of Black Star had decreased. Having proved that Black Star had become weaker, Jord was overjoyed. Although he did not know what damage Han Xiao had received, with this discovery, he could daringly adjust his strategies. Chapter 735. Evolve. Advancing on the path of a tank. Chapter 735. Evolve. Advancing on the path of a tank. The battlefield of the Secret War was too broad, and the small skirmish did not attract too much attention. Jord was the only one who paid attention to it. Not caring about the Bloodshed Land's reaction, Han Xiao rejected Rexon's celebration invitation after they won the battle. He brought Gila along and headed to other perimeters to give her more battlefields for her soul absorption. While Han Xiao was going around the various battlefields, a new popular topic appeared on the forums. Quite a number of players that attacked Stronghold W58 uploaded the video with Gila in it, which made the players recall memories from long ago. Initially, this was just a usual video, but when people realized that Han Xiao and Gila had known each other for 3 versions now, especially after their old love was dug out from the Galaxy Chronicles, the focus of the topic became entirely something else. Articles with all sorts of titles started to appear. Shock! Black Star did this to Gila. Reigniting old flames? Or has he found new love? A love story that crossed 20 years. Who really is the woman Black Star loves the most? Counting those beauties he once loved. The players' spirits were highest when talking about these kinds of topics. After all, they could imagine as much as they wanted, and there would not be any consequences. The topic gradually turned from Gila to Black Star's love history. Han Xiao was now the most famous NPC in the Shattered Star Ring. His position was high. He was rich, strong, and rather handsome. Ever since version 1.0, the players had never really gotten to know any storylines regarding his love life, and the players were extremely curious about it. Not just Gila, all the known living female characters related to the Black Star Army became hot topics of the players' intense discussions. On the forums, the supporters of different female characters were split into factions and argued with each other. Gila's known him for the longest. It's clearly old flames being reignited. Boo! Us Dragon Emperor supporters will never give in. You people know nothing. Sylvia is the one and only. Us Haluz supporters are smiling. Us Harmon supporters are unhappy. We're gonna chop your heads off. Come on, you guys are weak. Greetings from the Philip supporters. Us Phaidon supporters announce our exit. Phaidon is our husband. Black Star, you're not good enough for him. Right now, Erosia is still on the way. The Germinal organization leader is watching you from above. The popular topics on the forums caused the fame of the various Black Star Army officers to grow. As the focus of the topics, Black Star also gained more attention. Han Xiao did not pay much attention to these topics on the forums. They were all for the players' entertainment and would not cause any influence. The only possible result of it would just be more parodies. After going to quite a few perimeters, Gila's combat capability quickly increased through soul absorption. In just half a month, her Ona grew by more than 400. In this period, Han Xiao fought a few times. His spirit barrier and the enchantments on his body decreased the growth rate of the soul embryo, but the size of the soul embryo still grew from 4% to 9%. However, many army players had already reached grade B, and these people started to use experience to learn knowledges. In this half a month, Han Xiao finally gained enough experience to level up to above level 220. Han Xiao stopped the traveling, touched Phaidon, and hastily locked himself inside the training room. As Han Xiao opened the interface and looked at his total experience, he smiled with satisfaction. After 7 years, he was finally at the doorstep of another promotion. Without hesitation, he threw the experience into leveling up. Apostle Mechanic leveled up to LV.25, plus 240 energy, plus 3 STR, plus 4 DEX, plus 5 END, plus 10 INT. You have received 8 free attribute points and 1 potential point. After leveling up twice consecutively, His level was now level 220 and at promotion. The promotion mission popped up on the interface. This time, Han Xiao did not even look at it. The mission completion cards that he had been hoarding for 7 years had now finally come into use. Use mission completion card? Confirm/cancel. Confirm. You have used mission completion card. Edge of Death. Completed. Level 220 promotion mission completed. Promotion successful. END bonus increased. 1 END equals 175 health equals 185 stamina. His endurance bonus increased by 30 after this promotion. 5 more than the previous promotion. A hot stream flowed out from his heart and quickly circulated his entire body. Every cell in his body became tremendously more active. He could clearly feel his increased life force. Han Xiao focused and looked at the interface notification. This promotion also included a race evolution. He had just got some luck from fighting earlier. He was hoping to get some good options. You have taken another step on the path of evolution. You have ascended in the hierarchy of life. Your genes have reformed. You're closer to another new beginning of life. Race detected void distorter, human form. Randomly drawing 9 matching evolutionary directions. Drawing complete. Please choose one of the following 9 options for your race evolution. Warning. The evolution process is irreversible. Please choose carefully. Appendix. Evolution path feature descriptions. Void rainbow. Force field form. 38% compatibility. Void jumper. Mutated form. 44% compatibility. Void spirit. Spirit form. 28% compatibility. Multidimensional shadow. Mind signal form. 23% compatibility. Void executioner. Human form. 71% compatibility. Magamato blade. Human form. 57% compatibility. Void star pursuer. Human form. 75% compatibility. High concentration void dragon hybrid. Human form. 66% compatibility. Saint Galaxy human race. Gene limiter removed. 54% compatibility. Looking at the 9 options before him, Han Xiao felt a headache coming on. Not because these options were not good, but because they were too good. He was in a pickle. As he had once consumed a Void Lord core, Han Xiao had skipped an entire evolution stage. Without that, the options that had appeared would have been on the same level as Void Distorter. However, many options were evolution paths that were higher than Void Distorter. First, Han Xiao ignored the first 4 options. Those 4 options were not human forms and all had very low compatibilities. What he was having trouble choosing from were the remaining 5 options. Void Star Pursuer was the direct evolution for Void Distorter, a universe life form that fed on universal radiation and fixed star energy. Void Executioner was more combat-focused and belonged to the upper middle class of the Void life system. Magamato was a Void Lord that was recorded in history. It modified strong Void warriors through Void energy and created special elite soldiers, which were called the Magamato Blades. They were extremely strong. High-concentration Void Dragon Hybrid should be the evolution path brought by the Void Dragon Pith that he had once consumed. Han Xiao was not very clear on the ultimate result of this evolution path. Could it be that the Void Dragon genes would take over his genes and turn him into a Void Dragon or some kind of mutant? The last option, Saint Galaxy Human Race, was one of the endpoints for the Galaxy Human Race evolution chain. The removal of Gene Limiter was very tempting. He would gain a ton of attributes from it. However, compared to the Void Life options, which still had evolution potential, Han Xiao was not very tempted to choose this. Most of the evolution paths would remove his Gene Limiter at the endpoint, and the Void Life chain was no exception. Which one should I choose? Han Xiao walked back and forth in hesitation. As he was closer to Beyond Grade A, this might be his last race evolution chance before Beyond Grade A, so he was extremely cautious. In terms of combat capability increase, Saint Galaxy Human Race is the best, followed by Magamato Blade. In terms of potential, Void Star Pursuer is the best. Void Executioner is a balanced option between the two. As for high-concentration Void Dragon Hybrid, the subsequent evolutions of this chain shouldn't be very suitable for me, After pondering for a while, Han Xiao once again decided to focus on potential. He hesitated between the Void Star Pursuer and Void Executioner. The evolution direction of the Executioner would lead to Void Lord and Void Duke, while the Star Pursuer developed toward Void Precursor and Void Archangel. Both had their specialties. Racial talents have minimal effects on my combat capability. Choosing something with better long-term potential is more suitable for me. Han Xiao took a deep breath and made his decision. Selection complete. Undergoing race evolution. Evolution complete. Your race has been changed to Void Star Pursuer, human form. Your molecular structure has been improved, organ structure strengthened, metabolism changed, and adaptability enhanced. Your potential aptitude has been improved. You have received bonus attributes, plus 154 STR, plus 179 DEX, plus 323 END, plus 188 INT, plus 120 MYS, plus 70 CHA, plus 3,760 energy. Energy level bonus attributes have been changed. Han Xiao's senses exploded. As if his soul left his body, his mind slowly ascended while his body descended. It was like his body and soul were separated, but in reality, they were more tightly connected than before. His senses seemed to have extended indefinitely, exceeding this star system, this star cluster, and this star field. It was as if he saw the entire universe in an instant. Although this was just an illusion, it was almost real, and it made him experience extremely high-dimensional vision for an instant. The next moment, Han Xiao's senses were pulled right back to his body. In extreme pain, his body structure was quickly changing. Through the changes, Han Xiao's senses became more and more sensitive. He even gained a few more senses and could see the world in more ways than before. Although everything before him remained unchanged, they felt completely different in his senses. Whoosh! Finally, the pain retreated. Han Xiao took a deep breath. The air he exhaled consisted of extremely tiny energy crystals flashing in a dim blue-gray light. The moment the race evolution finished, Han Xiao took out a mirror immediately and checked if anything weird had grown out of his body. Hair, still dense. Face, still familiarly handsome. Body, great. Tail, non-existent, fortunately. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Although he was human no more, he still hoped that he looked like one out of aesthetic reasons. After checking himself from head to toe thoroughly 3 more times, Han Xiao then opened the interface again and spent the rest of his experience on leveling up. After his promotion, the experience needed to level up increased by a considerable amount once again. He only leveled up once. As a universe life form, the Star Pursuer had an extremely strong physique, so he gained plenty of bonus attributes from this race evolution. He opened the interface and looked at his own attributes. Level 221. Main class Mechanic. Race Void Star Pursuer, human form. Attributes 810 STR, 1316 DEX, 1658 END, 3455 INT, 654 MYS, 284 CHA, 1 LUK. Free attribute points 24. Potential points 15 frueval.com. Health 456,060. Stamina 382,120. Energy 35,530. LV.13. LV.13 energy bonus attributes. Plus 279 STR. Plus 374 DEX. Plus 466 END. Plus 544 INT. Plus 308 MYS. Plus 50,520 maximum stamina. Plus 467% machinery affinity. Super electromagnetic sense. Energy rank 29,277. Grade A+. Grade A bonuses. Plus 15 END. Plus 12 all resistances. Plus 15% highest attribute. Plus 8% other attributes. Plus 80 free attribute points. Plus 10 potential points. Remark. Hello, tank. Bye, tank. This amount of health points was nauseating to look at even for himself. Other than the bonus attributes from the race evolution, he also gained a few hundred attributes from the LV.13 energy rank after his energy surpassed 30,000. The effects of this promotion were considerable. He was once again closer to a beyond grade A. After not experiencing the satisfaction of increased strength for 7 whole years, Han Xiao only had one feeling. Awesome! He entered his mental territory to take a look at the soul embryo. Its growth had decreased from 9% to less than 1%. Solid. How very solid. Han Xiao chuckled. You want to be born subpersonality? Your only ending is miscarriage. After checking through his attributes, Han Xiao looked at the new racial talents that he had gained after the race evolution. Chapter 736 Plans of Expansion. Chapter 736 Plans of Expansion. Void Star Pursuer was the most direct path of evolution. Some of his old talents were kept and others were strengthened. For example, Advanced Void Travel was changed to Void Dimension Jump, and it was no longer a short-ranged blink skill. Void Star Pursuer was a void life form and could travel through space without relying on any equipment. It was able to distort the void dimension through its abilities and alter spacetime. As such, a Void Star Pursuer was able to remain in the void dimension for a very long time, and this skill was like a divine skill for escaping. Void Distortion was changed to Strengthened Void Distortion. Its strength increased and cooldown decreased. Void Molt was strengthened slightly, but the name of the skill remained unchanged. Void Ripple had disappeared. Of the 4 old talents, 3 were kept. He had 2 new talents, which were the core abilities of a Void Star Pursuer. Radiation Absorption. The Void Star Pursuer was able to absorb radiation from the universe to strengthen its own body. This was a special ability of universe life forms. The first use of this talent was to transform Han Xiao into a universe life form. He was now able to survive in the universe without the aid of any equipment and would be like a fish in water. The second use of it was to allow his cells to absorb radiation in the universe and increase his attributes permanently. The actual effects of the skill had yet to be tested, and Han Xiao was not sure about its efficiency and if there was an upper limit. No matter what, this is a new and stable growth path and also the talent with the greatest potential. The universe was filled with an endless supply of radiation, and it was akin to a buffet for him. His other new talent was called Cosmic Environmental Adaptation. The environment of the universe was extremely harsh and filled with radiation and nanoparticles. For a universe life form to survive in such a harsh environment, their bodies need to be extremely adaptable and have a high level of defense. For example, the interstellar beasts that Han Xiao had once killed had skin thick to the point it could make one despair. This talent molded Han Xiao's body into that of a universe life form and provided him with increased defense, physical resistance, and elemental resistance. Han Xiao tested it a bit and realized that he was twice as tanky as before. It could be said that this talent was most suitable for him to become a meat shield. The talents of a Void Star Pursuer lean toward support and defense. It is extremely well-rounded and suited for my combat style. Han Xiao was very satisfied with the talents of the Void Star Pursuer. After understanding the changes of his promotion, Han Xiao had time to think about other problems. Han Xiao had waited a full 7 years for the level 220 promotion, and his strength had finally taken another step forward. Han Xiao estimated that his beyond grade A barrier would be around level 240, and despite being happy about his promotion, he knew that this was only one of the obstacles that he had overcome. He still had a journey to complete. After reaching level 220, the amount of experience he needed to level up had shot up again to a sky-high number. It would be difficult for 1,000,000 players to support him. After all, skill impartation and class knowledge was a one-off purchase, and the majority of the players had learned many different skills. Their expenditure would be lowered after the first round of purchases. It was time for him to find a new plot of land to grow crops. The new players from version 3.0 were undeveloped shoots, and they had a huge thirst for knowledge and skills. This was a new market. Planet Aquamarine is already within my grasp, but there are a few more novice planets in the Shattered Star Ring that aren't under my control yet. Han Xiao opened the star map and directed his attention to a novice planet called Planet Deirdre. It was located in the Galactic star cluster, and it would be the novice planet for all those who joined in version 3.0 and the SMUF accounts of the other players. This was like the opening of a new server to Han Xiao. The new players who joined in version 3.0 naturally would not have to go through as much suffering as the players who joined in version 1.0. They will be able to connect to the galaxy immediately. Planet Deirdre was like a galactic interchange with many resource-rich planets located around it. Many large financial groups were also situated in this location. To the new players, there would be plenty of missions for them to complete. These players who were born outside the battlefield could choose to travel from afar to participate in the secret war or explore on their own, and use the ample experience provided in version 3.0 to catch up in terms of level. They also had a third option: to join another main storyline mission. The Crimson Tide was the main theme of version 3.0, and the Secret War was one of the main storyline missions. There were various different events in the other star clusters as well. As for the players on planet Deirdre, the large storyline that they would come in contact with was the Mercenary League storyline. This organization was the one that the Sky Ring Army and other large mercenary groups had requested Han Xiao to set up and lead. They all felt strongly about the chaos in the Shattered Star Ring, and thus gathered all the mercenary groups in the Shattered Star Ring to form a supersized mercenary group called Shattered Star Ring Mercenary League, or just Mercenary League for short. The Mercenary League had been set up for a few years already, and its effectiveness was extremely obvious. With all the mercenary groups working together, the Mercenary League expanded to cover a few different star clusters and accepted the hiring missions from a few hundred different civilizations. 7 years ago, Han Xiao had participated in this main storyline mission. Although he did not pay close attention to the changes in the mercenary world, the Black Star Army was still one of the members in the Mercenary League's council and a member of the upper echelons. There isn't a need to worry about Planet Aquamarine. Planet Deirdre will also be easy to manage. I just need to expand the scope of the Black Star Army's operations over. Planet Deirdre was located in the Galactic star cluster, which was outside the Army's scope of operations. However, with the status of the Black Star Army, it was extremely easy for them to open a sub-branch on planet Deirdre. He had built up the fame of the Black Star Army over 3 versions, and he had left a deep impression on the players. Thus, he definitely had a huge advantage in hiring new players. There were plenty of people discussing the Black Star Army on the forums. Even a new player would be curious about the Black Star Army under such circumstances. Han Xiao's main objective of expanding the Black Star Army was so that he could harvest his crops more efficiently. There was not even a need for him to make a personal appearance for planet Deirdre. If he wanted to get to beyond grade A quickly, he needed to expand the size of his crops. In his plans, recruiting the players of planet Deirdre would be an important mission. The army can help me hire new players, and I can prepare for my advancement into beyond grade A. The shadow of the tyrant was looming over him. Heber was his greatest obstacle. The moment he became a beyond grade A super, he would have to face this powerful opponent in battle. This was not as simple as dealing with a doppelganger of ES God. He would have to face a true beyond grade A super, and the pressure would be completely different. I have to groom Gila while performing some worthwhile missions, Han Xiao thought to himself. Because of the soul embryo, he had sufficient reason to temporarily pull out from the secret war and complete his own affairs in a low-profile manner. He did not only have to level up but also needed to find a way to increase his combat capabilities. He needed to make enough preparations and obtain more talents before becoming a beyond grade A super if he wanted to deal with the tyrant. Compared to others, this was his greatest advantage. He was able to obtain new talents and increase his strength. He would never face a bottleneck. If only I could obtain a universal treasure. Han Xiao lamented. He was truly envious of Psyker's evolution cube, but it was a pity that he would not have the chance to borrow it. He also wanted to obtain a universal treasure that belonged solely to him. In his previous life, the players had many records of universal treasures, and in the later versions, there were even players who had their own universal treasures. However, most of the universal treasures were still in unknown locations, and those universal treasures with known locations would be heavily guarded. Freeb novel. If he was able to easily obtain a universal treasure, Han Xiao would have long gone to get one. In his memory, there were 3 famous universal treasures in the Shattered Star Ring. They were in the hands of the 3-star cluster civilizations. Psyker's evolution cube was one of the universal treasures that he had heard of before but had very little information on. Currently, Han Xiao only knew of a single universal treasure that he might be able to obtain. It should still be lying silently in the ruins of a civilization. Its location was in the flickering world. What a pity. It's still too far out of my reach. Han Xiao felt a great pity. At the very least, he would have to wait for the Crimson Dynasty to grasp control over the flickering world and set up a Stargate before he would have the chance to obtain that universal treasure. He would not even be able to reach the flickering world currently. Thus, he had no choice but to find more talents to increase his strength. He would still have to think about the exact details of the plan. At this moment, Han Xiao only wanted to relax. He then opened the door of the cultivation chamber and returned to the cabin of the spaceship. Gila was currently training bitterly in the real combat training room, and only Phaidon and Aurora were present in the cabin. They were chatting away merrily like best friends. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, both of them turned around to take a look. Chun Xing, Phaidon let you out again? Phaidon's actions were currently extremely ladylike, and it was obvious that Chun Xing was the one controlling the body. Chun Xing snorted, and she did not wish to talk to Han Xiao. She returned the body back to Phaidon, and the aura of her body changed greatly. Phaidon regained control of his body and said, "She seemed to be very afraid of you." Han Xiao shook his head and said, "I've been meaning to ask. Since both of you are sharing a single body, does it mean that both of your biological needs are the same?" Phaidon coughed awkwardly. "Since both of you can be considered as one, does this mean that it is impossible for both of you to mate?" Han Xiao laughed. Did this mean that they were forced into having platonic love? Must we talk about this? Can we talk about something else? Phaidon felt his head ache. Aurora blinked and interrupted him. "I am actually pretty curious, too." Phaidon was extremely sociable, and he was already very familiar with Aurora. It was mainly because Chun Xing really liked Aurora. "All right," Phaidon replied helplessly. "Both of us are psychics. We can simulate our biological needs, cough and organs. We can then use our mental bodies to mate. My goodness, isn't this the same logic as having a wet dream? Mating in their heads? Is this the highest level of being a lecher?" Han Xiao had a weird expression on his face, and he pointed at Phaidon. "I never expected you to be a pervert." "Shut up." Chun Xing hollered with her face flushed red before disappearing back into Phaidon's body. Phaidon then shook his head helplessly. "She is ignoring me now. I'm dead. So what if she ignores you? She is living in your body and won't be able to run anywhere. In any case, both of you share the same appearance." Aurora's body was swaying from laughing too much, and she laughed to the point tears could be seen at the corner of her eyes. She then said, "Right? I sensed your life force strengthening greatly again. You finally broke through your bottleneck?" Phaidon's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Black Star's strength had remained stagnant over the past 7 years, and he had finally made an advancement. It was definitely great news. "You can say that." Han Xiao nodded. "That's great. We still have hope if this is the case," Phaidon exclaimed with joy. He had been extremely worried for Han Xiao ever since he heard Austin's words. At this moment, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Han Xiao then chatted with the two for a while before returning to his room. Taking out his communicator, he sent the coordinates of planet Deirdre to Sylvia and sent her to set up a new branch. For him to send her over to take care of this matter. Sylvia knew that this meant that Han Xiao placed a huge importance on this matter. After thinking for a while, Han Xiao sent out a message to Bennett to check on the situation on planet Aquamarine. It has been 10 years since he last returned. Chapter 737, Changes. Chapter 737 Changes. On Aquamarine Federation mother planet, inside a classroom of the basic school of the Federation, many 7 to 8-year-old students were reading the textbook out loud with the teacher. Galaxy Calendar Year 694, the movement that would then be called the Great Government Unification, occurred. Under Black Star's influence, the structure of society changed drastically. The governments formerly known as the Six Nations were replaced by the current Aquamarine Federation. This was the turning point of planet Aquamarine's civilization progress. Black Star, original name Han Xiao, born on planet Aquamarine, former member of the germinal organization who later stepped onto the righteous path. He is now the protector of the planet Aquamarine civilization and has the highest veto power in the Federation Council. He guided the drastic civilization changes in the last 20 years, giving us the entrance ticket to galactic societies. Up till now, the Black Star Army is still working closely with the Federation. A boy with freckles on his face raised his hand and asked, "Is Black Star still alive?" The classroom burst into laughter. Of course, Nero. Black Star has a very long lifespan. Even after we all die of old age, he will still be alive. The teacher smiled and nodded. I thought only those who passed away would be known as great men. The student called Nero's face blushed. The teacher shook his head and said, Black Star is a close confidant to the Federation chairman, Bennett. That statue in the Central Garden was built by Bennett for Black Star. If you're curious, you can log into the galactic internet and search for Black Star. There's information accessible to the public there. He's the strongest person that stepped out of planet Aquamarine. He's the pride of our entire planet. The lessons in the afternoon quickly ended, and the students headed back home. Nero followed the crowd and came to the school gate. The school was located in the middle of a tall building. When looking around the wide square from the school gate, the entire city could be seen. Tall buildings stood next to each other like a fictional forest of metal, and anti-gravity suspended vehicles traveled along the planned routes. In the past 10 years, planet Aquamarine had always been in continuous contact with galactic technology. Some common devices in the universe were gradually being integrated into the daily lives of the people. Planet Aquamarine had now built many cities with advanced technology. The styles of the cities were also gradually changing under the influence of galactic financial groups. It was prospering. Various private anti-gravity suspended vehicles waited outside the school for their children. Nero boarded one with no license, crossed the city, and entered the government building of the Aquamarine Federation. Nero followed a secretary-looking man into an office, where Bennett was reading documents. Compared to 10 years ago, he had more wrinkles and was gradually showing signs of aging. As he heard the sound and looked up to see Nero, he smiled. School ended? Sit down first. After I'm done with these, I'll take you to eat. Yes, Dad. Nero put down his small school bag and sat on the sofa obediently. He shook his legs and looked around. 10 years ago, with Han Xiao's permission, Bennett had become the Aquamarine Federation chairman and completed the unification of the governments on the planet. After the initial turbulent stages, planet Aquamarine had begun its stable development while recovering from the damage suffered before. As peace was perfectly achieved on his mother planet, Bennett's goal was accomplished. As the Federation chairman, he needed to form a family. Thus, he got married and had a child. He was a pugilist, after all, so his physique was more than good enough to carry out the process of creating a human. Nero was his son. Dad, the teacher told us about Black Star's story today, Nero said excitedly. Oh? What did he say? Bennett was rather interested. Nero repeated what he could remember with his innocent voice and then asked curiously, Dad, is Black Star your friend? Yes. I've known him for close to 20 years. Bennett was feeling a little nostalgic. Is he really that amazing? More amazing than you, Dad? Nero's eyes opened wide. In his mind, his father, the Federation chairman, was the most amazing person in the world. He's much more amazing than me. Bennett laughed. Beep, beep. This time, the communicator rang. As Bennett saw who was calling, he was a little surprised. He waved at Nero. Come here. Aren't you very curious about Black Star? Come and look at him. After placing Nero on his knees, Bennett then picked up the video call. Han Xiao's face appeared on the screen. It's been a long time, almost 10 years. Bennett smiled. It sure has. Han Xiao nodded. As he saw Nero, his eyes sparkled. This child is… This is my kid, Nero. Bennett smiled and rubbed Nero's head. Come on, that's your uncle. Hello, uncle. Nero greeted obediently. Han Xiao was surprised. When did you get married? Why didn't you tell me? You're so busy. I didn't want to disturb you for something so small. What are you talking about? We go way back. How could you not even tell me about such good news? I'm very disappointed. Han Xiao showed a dissatisfied expression. Bennett chuckled and did not mind it. Although he did not say anything, he knew that Han Xiao was on a different level compared to him now. The daily matters of planet Aquamarine were undoubtedly small matters to Han Xiao. Bennett did not want to disturb him for these trivial matters, so they contacted each other less and less. You're the person in the textbooks. Nero stared at Han Xiao with curiosity. Textbooks? Han Xiao wondered. Bennett smiled and explained. Han Xiao laughed. He did not expect to be written about in history textbooks. This feeling of being remembered by people actually felt quite good. After chatting for a while, Bennett suddenly said, I'm thinking about letting Nero be your godson. What do you think? Han Xiao was a little surprised. He nodded. With his relationship with Bennett, he was willing to be this kid's godfather. Bennett patted Nero and said, Quick! Greet your godfather. God. Father. Nero's tone was a little stiff. To him, Han Xiao was a stranger whom he had never met before, so addressing him as godfather was rather difficult. Bennett smiled and let go of Nero, telling him to go aside to play. What's the matter? Nothing. I just wanted to ask about the situation on planet Aquamarine, Han Xiao replied. Planet Aquamarine was one of the birthplaces of players that sent manpower to the Black Star Army continuously. It was equivalent to his logistics base and was very important to him. Before opening new leak fields, he wanted to check the situation of the old one. Bennett nodded and explained the current situation of planet Aquamarine in detail. Thanks to the Black Star Army, planet Aquamarine was now shifting from a planet surface civilization to a galactic civilization and had been trying to colonize the nearby uninhabited planets. A large number of new players had started in version 3.0 on planet Aquamarine and were recruited by the Black Star Army subdivision. Overall, the situation was great. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. You've done a great job. You don't have to worry about planet Aquamarine anymore. Do you want to come to the galaxy? If he remembered correctly, Bennett had some longing for the universe, so Han Xiao proposed to invite him. However, to his surprise, Bennett shook his head and rejected him. I have decided to stay in the Aquamarine Federation. The galaxy. I don't want to go there anymore. Why? I remember you were. I have new wishes now. The Aquamarine Federation is still small. I hope to help it grow and devote the rest of my life to it. Bennett smiled with deep wrinkles. I'm old and have a family and a kid now. I don't want to fight and kill anymore. I'm very satisfied with my current life. Upon hearing what Bennett said, Han Xiao did not want to persuade him anymore. Everyone had different goals. Bennett had spent the first half of his life in wars and chaos, so now that he had found somewhere he belonged, he had a home where he could feel at peace. Han Xiao chose to respect that. Understood. Actually, I have one more thing to ask from you, Bennett said. What is it? I'm still very worried about Nero. He has a very bright future and shouldn't be staying here with me. After I pass away, I hope you can bring him along your side. Take care of him and raise him. Bennett's eyes were filled with fatherly love. What? Why are you planning these things out of nowhere? Han Xiao felt numbness on his scalp. After all, I'm different from you. My lifespan is finite, and I don't know when I will die. So, I wanted to tell you this as early as possible. Bennett smiled wholeheartedly. Can you promise me that? No problem. I have enough money to raise one person. Han Xiao raised his brows and made a joke to ease the atmosphere. After you die, do you want me to take care of your widow as well? Bennett's mouth twitched. No need to trouble you for that. After chatting casually for more than half an hour, only then did Han Xiao end the call. His smile dissipated, and he sighed. Not everyone had a long lifespan like him. Getting old and dying was the common fate of normal people. Bennett was getting older. Sooner or later he would pass away. No matter what, he did feel quite sorrowful. Nonetheless, even if he passed away one day, the cause that he loved and had devoted his life to would remain. The Aquamarine Federation. Han Xiao nodded. With his protection, the planet aquamarine civilization would go much, much farther than it did in his previous life. With the popularity of the previous two versions, version 3.0 became an exploding period for new players. According to statistics, there were more than 10 million new players entering the game currently, and it was still growing. Due to the fact that China had won the championship of the previous Pro League, the Shattered Star Ring attracted the most players. In just 3 months after version 3.0 was released, there were already close to 2 million new players. Half a month later, in the Galactic Star Cluster Planet Deirdre, the public airport hall had become a square for the players. Some opened stores, some asked to team up, and some provided boosting services. All sorts of players were gathered there. It was noisy and crowded. The wall was transparent. The entire Planet Deirdre surface could be seen from there, as well as the beautiful sky filled with stars. As a galactic transit station, there were a lot of job opportunities on Planet Deirdre. Over the 3 months, the million or so new players had leveled up extremely quickly because of the version 3.0 mission reward standard. Their level average was now above level 30, and some had already reached more than level 40. Unlike the version 1.0 Planet Aquamarine players, the players on Planet Deirdre became galactic residents as soon as they were born. Their information channels were rich, and they could search for galactic information easily. After exploring for 3 months, the Planet Deirdre players found many ways to develop themselves. At this time, among the boisterous public airport hall, there was one team that was discussing their future direction. We should join the Ogen Financial Group and help them fight the nearby galactic pirate groups. This is a planet's main storyline. It's definitely the best choice. What kind of future can joining a financial group give? It's better to become freelance mercenaries. Those senior player guides on the forums all say that becoming a mercenary is the best. I've done the research. The biggest mercenary group in the Shattered Star Ring now is the Mercenary League. I heard some people triggered new main storylines there. If we're going to be mercenaries, we have to join this organization. Then we might as well go to Colton and join the Black Star Army to participate in the Secret War main storyline. The Black Star Army is good indeed, but flights between star clusters are rather expensive. I don't think we should go there. We have new main storyline missions here. There's no reason to travel there. How about we do something challenging? Killing and crimes are always profitable. Let's become galactic pirates. Hehe. You think we can afford a spaceship? Are you stupid? Since we're going to become galactic pirates, we can rob one if we can't afford it. This player team discussed the matter for some time when they suddenly realized that the noisy environment around them had suddenly become quiet. They turned around with shock. In the entire hall, be it players or NPCs, everyone was looking up with their mouths wide open and their faces filled with shock. What's going on? This player team looked up as well. When they saw what was outside the transparent ceiling, their eyes widened immediately. An enormous armed satellite fortress appeared out of nowhere and filled the entire field outside the transparent ceiling. The size of this public airport was not even 1/20th of this armed satellite fortress. Thousands of battleships guarded the satellite as it slowly approached, stopping in the outer orbit of Planet Deirdre. The armor of these battleships all had the same symbol. For those players that often visited the forums, they recognized the symbol immediately. It was the insignia of the Black Star Army. The Black Star Army had moved an entire satellite subdivision there. The million or so new players in the airport were in disbelief and at a loss. Isn't the Black Star Army fighting a war in another star cluster? Why are they here? Chapter 738, Purple Crystal's Thoughts. Chapter 738, Purple Crystal's Thoughts. The Black Star Army was already a famous organization in the Shattered Star Ring, and the sudden appearance of a satellite base caused a huge commotion on Planet Deirdre. The Galactic Star Cluster had nothing to do with the secret war. The various financial groups located on Planet Deirdre and new players were extremely puzzled about the intentions of the Black Star Army. A couple of battleships then left the dock and welcomed the arrival of the Black Star Army satellite base with caution. freewebnovel.com. The various financial groups immediately sent out a communication request, and they all wanted to talk to the commander of the fleet. Very quickly, their requests were approved, and all the financial groups were pulled into a conference chat. Sylvia's appearance then appeared on all their communicators. It's her. Black Star's chief administrative official. As one of the important officers of the Black Star Army, Sylvia's fame was not low, and many financial groups recognized her. Seeing such an important figure leading the group, they could not help but feel uneasy and felt that the Black Star Army was scheming in some way. I am Sylvia, the commander of this fleet. Sylvia nodded and introduced herself. Why did you descend without informing us? Are you planning to go against the rules of the merchant world and snatch the business on planet Deirdre? One of the financial groups who seemed to be the leader of the group asked with an unfriendly tone. The Ogen Financial Group was one of the largest financial groups on planet Deirdre, and the one speaking was the person in charge, Carver. The others shared the same thoughts as Carver. Planet Deirdre was like a treasure bowl to them, and they did not wish for others to snatch a piece of the pie from them. Sylvia smiled and said, "Please do not misunderstand anything. Although our Black Star Army is an armed organization, we will not use force to coerce any legal financial groups. Furthermore, your operations on planet Deirdre do not attract us in the slightest. All of you can be at ease." Hearing that, the faces of Carver and the others became unnatural. They treated planet Deirdre as a treasure bowl, but the benefits from the planet were no more than peanuts to the Black Star Army. Sylvia had very obviously stated that they were not even interested in the little benefits of the planet, and this made Carver slightly embarrassed. "Then, what is the purpose of your visit?" Carver asked with doubt. "You've even shifted an entire satellite base over. If I don't remember incorrectly, the Galactic star cluster isn't part of the secret war." Sylvia cleared her throat and said in a loud voice, "As an important member of the Mercenary League, our Black Star Army has decided to expand our mercenary operations toward the Galactic star cluster. Planet Deirdre is the planet that we have chosen to set up a branch on. We will take over the mercenary operations in this entire region, and all of you can treat us as an agency for the Mercenary League. If any of you need manpower in the future, you can make an application with us." The eyes of Carver and the others lit up. If the Black Star Army did not interfere in their operations on planet Deirdre and only expanded their mercenary operations, there would only be benefits for them. If a reliable mercenary group was set up on planet Deirdre, the security of the region would be improved, and more people would be attracted to the planet. Furthermore, with the Black Star Army around, they would not have to find other insignificant mercenary groups, and their safety would be ensured. Currently, the Mercenary League was on their way to monopolizing the entire mercenary world in the Shattered Star Ring, and Carver felt that the Black Star Army was only expanding the operations of the Mercenary League as one of their members. "We understand. We don't have any opinions." Carver was no longer as wary as before. Sylvia then continued, "Very good. I have something to request. I hope that all those present here will make use of your influence to announce the news of our Black Star Army setting up a branch in this place. We will be able to open up this market very quickly with all of your help. As an organization that came from the outside, even if the Black Star Army was a huge conglomerate, Sylvia would still ease up their relationship with the local organizations. This would help to make their operations more efficient." Carver began to hesitate upon hearing that. At this moment, Sylvia added, "Of course, we will provide all of you with a discount should any of you need mercenaries in the future. Don't worry, we will definitely help you with the announcement." Carver immediately agreed without hesitation. Everyone on planet Deirdre could see the gigantic satellite fortress floating outside the atmosphere of their planet whenever they lifted their head. Just as everyone was filled with fear over the appearance of the satellite fortress, the financial groups made a public announcement that the Black Star Army had gone to planet Deirdre with friendly intentions and had a cooperative relationship with the different financial groups. The moment the announcement was made, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and was overjoyed. The security situation in the Galactic Transit Station was truly a problem, and the Black Star Army might be able to improve this situation. Of course, not everyone welcomed the Black Star Army. For example, some small mercenary groups on planet Deirdre felt immense pressure. They all knew that their lives in the future would not be good, and all the mercenary missions would be snatched up by the Black Star Army. However, the Black Star Army quickly released news that they were recruiting manpower and gave priority to the local mercenaries. An endless stream of individuals immediately responded, especially the players located on planet Deirdre. The Black Star Army was a hot topic of discussion on the forums, and even the new players had a certain degree of understanding toward the benefits, storyline, and events of the Black Star Army. The Black Star Army had already accompanied the players for 2 whole versions, with the players adding on their imagination and the legends of the Black Star Army becoming a part of the Galaxy Chronicles. Many of the new players naturally felt a sense of belonging toward the Black Star Army. In the eyes of many new players, the Black Star Army was like a player army in the Shattered Star Ring. Because of their location, many of them did not wish to travel all the way to the Colton Star Cluster. Since the Black Star Army had expanded to the Jellic Star Cluster, most of the players no longer hesitated and joined. The players who were hesitating were mainly concerned about the main storyline mission. The way they saw it, they would have to participate in the Secret War storyline if they chose to join the Black Star Army. However, they did not wish to give up the freedom to explore other storylines. However, after listening to the explanation of the other players who had joined the army, they realized that they were completely wrong. They needed to file for an application if they wanted to join the Secret War. If they were not willing to join the Secret War, the army would not force them, and they could choose not to trigger that storyline. The players who did not join the war would be ordinary mercenaries in the Black Star Army, and they can choose the missions that they wanted to do while enjoying the benefits of the army. Furthermore, they were surprised to realize that the Black Star Army was an upper echelon of the Mercenary League. They would be able to trigger the main storyline mission of the Mercenary League as well, so joining the Black Star Army was akin to giving them the choice between 2 main storyline missions. There were some other players who wanted to participate in the main storyline mission on planet Deirdre, helping the Ogen Financial Group chase away galactic pirates in the vicinity. However, they were shocked to realize that the Ogen Financial Group had actually cancelled this mission. The main storyline mission of planet Deirdre had mysteriously disappeared. After asking around, the players finally understood what had happened. After all the galactic pirates in the vicinity of planet Deirdre caught wind of the Black Star Army's arrival, they immediately abandoned all their bases and escaped. These galactic pirates were all frightened away by the Black Star Army. There was not a need to even hesitate. In just 3 days, over 90% of the players on planet Deirdre had chosen to join the Black Star Army. The benefits of the Black Star Army were truly too alluring to the new players. Not only was there a large amount of equipment and tools, they also had a full set of basic and advanced knowledge. There was no need for them to farm for NPC favorability all around to learn that knowledge. The current level and needs of the players were akin to the players in version 1.0, but they could enjoy the benefits of version 3.0. This was an irresistible temptation that the players could not reject. As Sylvia recruited the players on planet Deirdre, Han Xiao's interface received all the benefits. The first thing all those new players did was learn knowledge. He had the reward from the Bloodline mission, a political asset, and received a 30% bonus for experience. His experience pool, which had dried up, was very quickly replenished, and he had sufficient experience to level up once again. After expanding his crops, the speed of harvesting experience had increased greatly. According to this efficiency, level 240 was not too far away. The players in the army could be split into 2 different groups. The first were those who had reached grade B, and the second were the new players who had an average level of 20 to 30. While the spending power of the new players could not match the old players, they had a huge hidden demand. Han Xiao decided to allow them to remain on planet Deirdre and not force them to participate in the Secret War. With their current strength, completing recruitment missions might be more efficient than participating in the Secret War. The Mercenary League's main storyline mission would be more suitable for those newbies. Han Xiao then thought to himself, the player market has doubled, and all these new players will have to learn all the various knowledge from scratch. However, their levels are still low, so I must groom them slowly. Class knowledge was a necessity, and the new players would have to learn them eventually. He was not in a rush at all. Ring ring. His communicator suddenly rang. It was Ralph. Black Star. I heard that you set up a branch in the Jellic Star Cluster. Ralph inquired. You sure receive news very quickly. Do you have any issues? Han Xiao raised his brows. Cough cough. I am only asking out of curiosity. Ralph coughed dryly. In truth, Purple Crystal hoped that the Black Star Army would always remain in Colton and did not wish for them to expand outward. However, this was not the time to talk about this. Han Xiao then asked, Why have you called? Ralph's expression then turned solemn, and he said, "It's like this. We received news that the Crimson Dynasty and Federation of Light have come to an initial agreement. We do not have much time left and must speed up our progress. The negotiations are about to be over. The secret war would be over when the Crimson Dynasty and Federation of Light completed their negotiations." It was no wonder that Purple Crystal was feeling anxious. "What is the reaction of Bloodshed Land?" "They have become more active and sent out all their high-level combatants," Ralph said. "Without your presence to suppress them, we have suffered quite a huge loss." Han Xiao immediately understood what was going on. Jord had been misled by him, resulting in such a situation. "We urgently need you to return to the battlefield. We are planning to launch another large-scale mission. Black Star, we need you to—" At this moment, Han Xiao interrupted him. "I am sorry. I do not wish to participate in the upcoming mission." Ralph was stunned. Black Star was an important part of their strategy. If Han Xiao did not want to go, would that not disrupt their entire strategy? Han Xiao thought for a moment and said, "You should know that regardless of the outcome, Heber definitely won't let me off." Ralph fell silent. Purple Crystal did indeed know about this but did not inform Han Xiao about it. It was not that they did not care about Han Xiao's life and death. However, the upper echelons were extremely pragmatic and would make use of Han Xiao as much as they could. 7 years ago, Purple Crystal had recognized Han Xiao's potential and begun to invest in him. However, 7 years had gone by, and the upper echelons of Purple Crystal no longer thought that much of his potential after witnessing his growth stagnate. Although they still placed great importance on him, the thoughts of the upper echelons had changed, and they no longer felt that Han Xiao would become a beyond grade A super. Purple Crystal would not allow the tyrant to take revenge on one of their meritorious subjects, but the upper echelons had their own considerations. Although the chances of Black Star becoming a beyond grade A super had been lowered, he was still a peak calamity grade super, and there was still value in roping him in. Thus, they wished for Black Star to seek protection from them when the tyrant took action. This would improve the relationship between both parties and would be extremely beneficial to the upper echelons. As for the safety of Black Star, Purple Crystal was not too worried. Black Star had the Dragon Emperor behind him, and their presence was like the icing on the cake. They might also have a chance to form a relationship with Ames because of it. Han Xiao was not too bothered by this. Both parties were only working together for their respective benefits, and Purple Crystal did not owe him anything. He slowly said, "Thus, I have to think of a way to break past the calamity grade bottleneck in this remaining time." "I understand." Since Han Xiao had laid his cards out openly, Ralph did not force the matter. As for the situation in the secret war, Ralph understood it extremely clearly. Purple Crystal knew that they would not be able to chase out all the enemies and would probably lose a portion of their territory near the border. Their retaliation was only an attempt to reduce their losses. Under such circumstances, Han Xiao's refusal to participate in the war was something that Purple Crystal could accept. Black Star probably knows this as well and thus made such a request. Ralph thought to himself and felt that Black Star was only finding an excuse. After remaining stagnant for a full 7 years, he did not think that Han Xiao would be able to make a breakthrough in the near future. However, there was no need for him to spell things out so clearly. "I will convey your message to the upper echelons," Ralph said. "However, you can choose to be absent, but your Black Star army must still participate." Naturally, Han Xiao then heaved a sigh of relief after hanging up. Purple Crystal and Bloodshed Land temporarily would not bother him, and he would be able to pull out of the secret war and find some talents to prepare for Beyond Grade A. Chapter 739 Guests. Chapter 739 Guests. Molding talents were something that could not be obtained easily, and Han Xiao had obtained all his molding talents through abnormal means. Although the prey mission was a good chance to obtain a talent, he had not triggered the next phase of the mission after such a long time. He almost thought that Thousand Shadows had given up on him. However, the mission had not ended, so Han Xiao did not know what was going on. Thus, he naturally could not count on it. There were many different missions for him to obtain talents in his memories, but the rewards were usually ordinary talents. There were not many rare talents, and Han Xiao had to consider which missions he should do. He first struck out all the missions outside of the Shattered Star Ring. Some talents did not really increase his combat capabilities and would only waste his time. He also eliminated those. After striking out all the missions that he deemed unsuitable, Han Xiao picked a few more valuable missions. Although the talents from those missions would not be able to cause his combat capability to have an earth-shattering change, it would still increase his combat capability to a certain extent. I will probably need a few months to complete these missions. The war won't be over so soon, so I should have enough time. He was currently level 221 and would need to complete a class advancement at level 225. He had saved a few mission completion cards during the version update period, and he still had a few leftovers after using one at level 220. Thus, he was only lacking experience points. The amount of experience needed after level 220 increased exponentially, but with his 2 plots of crops, he would only need a few months to accumulate enough experience. He could complete some missions while waiting for his experience to accumulate. Han Xiao then called Gila, Aurora, and Phaidon over to explain his plans to them. Right? Han Xiao suddenly thought about something and said to Aurora, "Help me create some recovery medicine. I want to give them to the high-level officers of the army. It should be able to save their lives during a critical moment." The bloodshed land had begun to go all out. In order to prevent the upper echelons of the army from getting injured, he wanted to provide them with some protection. Aurora's life force medicine had a divine effect and was akin to a second life. Aurora was able to freely control her Esper abilities already, and creating medicine would not cause too much exhaustion. No problem. Aurora was extremely excited. I can finally be of some help. Gila originally wanted to persuade her otherwise, but upon seeing Aurora's excited appearance, she chose to remain silent. Since it was Han Xiao's request and was not too difficult, she decided to just let Aurora do as she wished. She had personally witnessed Aurora's growth, and she was no longer as overprotective as before. Frubnov.com. Han Xiao spent a day settling all that he needed to before taking the 3 on his journey to farm for talents. 3 black, curved spaceships exited the desolate universe belt and entered the Shattered Star Ring from some deserted region. In the cabin of the leading spaceship, Colin looked out of the window and spat out a rotten fruit from his mouth. His mouth was filled with purple juice from the fruit. After almost 6 years of flying, we are finally here. As he said that, he slapped the defrost button on the spaceship. PSH. A few dozen low-temperature life-sustaining chambers began to defrost, and the doors to those chambers opened. Cold air filled the entire spaceship, and many people of different heights and races walked out of the chambers. We slept for 3 years? Is it time to change shift? Or have we reached? Those fellows who had just woken up from their sleep put on their clothes and walked toward the cockpit. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, Colin pointed to the star map without turning back. We have arrived in the Shattered Star Ring. All of you adjust your bodies quickly so that we don't delay the mission of our boss. Don't worry, I just need to suck some blood to recover, a tall, skinny man said while licking his lips. Baron Orozen, don't blame me for throwing you out of the spaceship if you dare touch my subordinates. Why should I listen to you? The pale-faced Orozen sneered coldly. Because I am the captain His Excellency God appointed. Or do you want to fight? Colin glared ferociously. Orozen chuckled eerily before shrugging his shoulders to show that he would submit. Colin then snorted and said, You'd better behave in a low-profile manner. I remember that you were a fugitive who escaped from the Shattered Star Ring. I don't want your stupidity from the past to expose our location before the completion of the mission. That bounty was over 60 years ago. It may have been removed already, Orozen replied indifferently. Everyone present on those 3 spaceships were members of Fallen Ark and were wanted criminals from different star fields. They had all been sent out to complete a mission in the Shattered Star Ring. Colin had the nickname Corrosive Poison and was the captain of this team. He had once spread a plaque in many different colonial planets in the ancient star desert, which had resulted in the death of over 3 billion people. He was a wanted criminal of 23 star system civilizations and 2-star cluster civilizations. He had then joined Fallen Ark and followed God. Orozen had the nickname Baron and belonged to the blood race. He was another grade A super in the team and had hunted in many different star fields. He was an extremely ferocious character and was a wanted criminal in 5 different star fields, especially the Shattered Star Ring. He had once eaten a high-level official during the ceremony of a star system civilization in front of the entire star system. That incident had caused a huge commotion, and he had joined ES-God after escaping from the Shattered Star Ring. This group of individuals had set off 6 years ago and had only just reached the Shattered Star Ring. As wanted criminals, they would not dare to openly use stargates and spent most of their time in the desolate universe belt. These 3 Light Martin spaceships were equipped with top-grade hyperdrive engines and were created specifically for travel between star fields. The ship's highest speed was level 17.89 warp speed. If it traveled within a star field at top speed, it would be able to travel from one star system to another within minutes. Although the lowest grade among the group was a grade B super, they needed to rest in a life-sustaining chamber in order to endure the load from traveling at warp speed. This small team was only able to travel through various star fields to arrive at the Shattered Star Ring by relying on a warp speed engine. One of his subordinates then asked, "Captain, which mission shall we complete first?" They had 2 different missions in the Shattered Star Ring. "Are you an idiot? Of course we'll take care of the easier one first," Colin replied impatiently. He then opened a file on the holographic screen. There was information about 2 individuals in the file, Harifel and Han Xiao. They were the 2 of joint hands to deal with ES-God. Harifel, grade A super in the Tyla civilization, vice principal of the Tyla Mechanics School. He is a researcher. Black Star Han Xiao, the leader of the Black Star Army and ally of Purple Crystal. A beyond grade A seed. This fellow's battle record had been updated again. He is a powerful individual and is said to be one of the top fighters among the Calamity grade supers in the Shattered Star Ring. Orozen smiled calmly upon hearing those words. Black Star? I never heard of such a character when I was in the Shattered Star Ring. He is no more than a newbie who only appeared recently. The Shattered Star Ring is only a remote star field, Colin said emotionlessly. The strength of the supers in this place cannot be compared to the 3 star fields in the Central Galaxy. Colin and the others who usually spent their time in the Central Galaxy looked down on the supers from a remote star field like the Shattered Star Ring. As the most ferocious criminals in the galaxy, they were all used to being arrogant, and they did not even place some beyond grade as supers in their sights. Since 7 years ago, ES-God had been muttering about trees every day. They all felt that ES-God's mental illness must have become worse for him to send them to the Shattered Star Ring to find the coordinates of some wormhole. Harifel will have the data that we want, so he is the key target, Colin said. If we can get the data successfully, we won't have to find Black Star. After all, Harifel is much easier to deal with than Black Star. Everyone nodded. We can then steal the evolution cube after completing our first mission. Chapter 740 Swaggering Through the Novice Village. Chapter 740 Swaggering Through the Novice Village. After a few days of traveling, the Blacklight Stealth arrived at the spot reserved for it at their destination. The view from inside the porthole showed a planet with green vegetation and yellow earth. Blue oceans could be seen on the planet's surface, but the yellow earth made up the majority. Aurora stared at the planet curiously. Philip, what sort of planet is this? Database search, Search complete. Planet Nalwin, sitting in the star zone 6 of the Colton star cluster in the Shattered Star Ring. The planet's number is S0706812. It was discovered and recorded by the Galuta civilization. There are signs of civilization within, but they are considered fairly backward, yet to have developed interstellar technology. Observation priority is rated as 4, Planet Nalwin consisted of an indigenous civilization, but their level of science and technology was still quite ancient, without aircraft-mounted nuclear cannons, far from the stage of space exploration. Why did Han Xiao bring us here then? Aurora wondered. He definitely has his reasons. Just ask him when you see him. Vidin smiled. At this moment, Han Xiao was not aboard the ship. While the trio were seated in the spaceship, he was streaking through the universe with just his flesh in order to be exposed to the cosmic radiation. This was to obtain attributes through the Void Star Pursuer's talent, radiation absorption. As a result, his traveling speed was slower than theirs. The spaceship was suspended above planet Nolwenn, and before long, the void beside it started to twist and warp. Han Xiao jumped out from the void dimension. He yawned and quickly opened the hatch to fly into the cabin. Whoosh! Jumping into the cabin, Han Xiao exhaled a stream of hot air. The moment he got out of the vacuum environment, his body started to emit white smoke as though he was being cooked. Because the cells in his body were continuously digesting the cosmic radiation from the universe, his body was like a burning furnace. The surface of his skin was hot enough to even fry eggs. Opening his interface to take a look, Han Xiao was pretty satisfied. This is indeed a mid to high-leveled evolutionary species. This talent shows good growth, and as long as enough time is accumulated, the bonus will be considerable. After some practical tests, Han Xiao understood how the mechanism of radiation absorption worked. After evolving into a void star pursuer, his body cells had transformed, and now he possessed the ability to absorb cosmic radiation. If his physical body was exposed to outer space for a period of time, it would trigger radiation absorption, which would permanently increase his strength, camaraderie, or endurance by 1 to 3 points or increase his energy capacity by 5 to 10 points. If radiation absorption was used continuously, the effect would be weakened, and one would need to expose themselves in outer space for a longer period of time before they received the increased attributes. However, if it was not triggered for a day, the time needed to expose oneself to trigger the effect would also return to the initial state. This absorption process could be dismantled into 3 steps: absorption, storage, and digestion. Since cells are not bottomless and only had limited storage and digestion capabilities, this situation occurred. This was a racial talent that would allow one to obtain considerable benefits just through the accumulation of time. Could be strengthened on the go and would definitely be worth the time. Radiation absorption was the talent that Han Xiao was the most satisfied with at this time. At this point, the total bonus attributes accumulated by the talent consisted of 16 strength, 13 dexterity, 21 endurance, and 68 energy, as well as a huge boost to his attack. Returning to the cockpit, Han Xiao greeted the 3 of them. "You guys have waited a long time. We can start now." "Why did we come over to this planet?" Aurora asked. "To be Samaritans." Han Xiao only smiled and switched to manual mode, turning the spaceship into stealth mode as they entered the atmosphere of planet Nolwenn and slowly descended. This was the first stop that he had chosen. Planet Nolwenn had 3 huge continental land plates, but only one of them hosted a civilization. The other 2 continents had yet to be discovered by the locals. Even their maritime era had not yet started, let alone venturing into the universe. Other than the Galuta civilization, which discovered planet Nolwenn, he should be the second visitor to grace this planet. This civilization pursued the path of magic, with several kingdoms ruling over the continent. They followed the old aristocratic method of kings and lords, conquering other kingdoms for land. One of the biggest kingdoms was the Ocean Boundary Kingdom. Ocean Boundary Kingdom. In his previous life, the players had discovered a profession mission, which could benefit Han Xiao. The spaceship descended to an altitude of around 1 kilometer above sea level in its stealth mode, sweeping across the ground under the control of Han Xiao. From their point, towns built out of stones and bricks flashed by. The planet Nolwenn's local civilization did not possess the ability to discover interstellar spaceships. Very quickly, the spaceship circled the entire planet once, completing its scan. Philip created a map of the entire planet. "Who?" The trees swayed as the spaceship landed amid a dense forest within a mountain range. The 4 of them disembarked while keeping the spaceship in a stealth state, in case it was spotted by the locals. Taking out his newly created map, Han Xiao swept his eyes over it before explaining. "Our destination is nearby. This area belongs to the Ocean Boundary Kingdom. We're heading to an area called Stone Heart City. Let me see. Oh, it's that city." Pointing into the distance, Gila, Aurora, and Phaidon looked to where Han Xiao had pointed. They saw that, on the edge of the mountain, was a city built on one of the hills, with the gray stone of the surroundings as the main color of the city. "Follow by my side and keep a low profile. None of you shall make a move," Han Xiao instructed. Because Grade A supers were a top-tier combat power in the universe, they had a crushing power when facing a surface civilization. None of them could be defeated on planet Nolwenn, and if they were not careful, an entire city could be wiped out instead. In order to perform his mission, Han Xiao required everyone to stay low profile, at least on the surface, to integrate into this segment. While they did not understand the intentions of Han Xiao, Gila and the rest nodded in response. Philip, imitate the appearance of the Nalianers. A few mechanical orbs rose up, directing blue rays of light toward the four of them. A matrix of data flashed across, and a simple simulated illusion was quickly generated on the four humans, turning them into Nalianers. The body structure of the locals was similar to that of a human, albeit with darker, rougher skin and a lot of wrinkles. After adjusting the translator channel, Han Xiao took the three alongside the mountain path toward Stone Heart City. The afternoon sun shone lazily down. The four of them moved extremely quickly and soon came to the scattered villages and towns outside the city. The area was undergoing plowing, and farmers were in twos or threes, working hard in the field. The air was filled with the stink of some sort of monster feces. Having gotten used to the magnificent scenery of the universe, the group of them rather appreciated the primitive scenery of this surface civilization. It had a different flavor to it, as every universal civilization had once experienced such a period. The fires of civilization were weak at the beginning, and it was because they were cared for generation after generation that they finally blazed up to the universe level. Being involved in war within the universe daily, only seeing battleships and armor, it was refreshing to suddenly come over to such a backward civilization to roam around. There was no need to care about any enemies there. They could walk as they liked. The environment here is not bad. There's no air pollution. Han Xiao took a deep breath before shaking his head. Even the smell of sh*t here is so fresh. I'm getting the feeling that you're becoming more perverted, Phaidon said honestly. No, in this regard, you're still much better. The few of them idly chatted all the way to the entrance of Stone Heart City. The guards could not see through the camouflage of interstellar technology, which allowed Han Xiao to blend into the crowd and enter the city. With a muggy wind blowing at them and noisy chatter in their ears, the group faced a messy stone street full of natives, which showcased backward town planning. What are we here for? Aurora whispered in a small voice. You're the only one that keeps asking. Just follow me. We'll get the job done. Using 2 fingers, Han Xiao pinched at the supple cheeks of Aurora's face, pulling it a little before letting go. Aurora cradled her reddened cheek with teary eyes. Sis, he bullied me. Aurora immediately turned her head to complain. Unfortunately, Gila's eyes remained straight ahead, as though she did not witness anything. The few of them walked toward the notice board in town. Philip translated the Nalianese for them into their language, and Han Xiao approached an old notice that had been left for many years. As per the notice, a manor in Stone Heart City was believed to be haunted, and there were ghosts within. The owner of the manor hoped that someone would be able to go and solve it. This notice had been placed here for a long time. The location of the mission was a small manor. After Han Xiao and the rest expressed their intentions, they were quickly welcomed by the owner of the manor and seated in the main hall. The moment they sat down, the owner could not wait and began speaking. This is great. Finally, there are people who are willing to help once again. This notice has already been up there for a good few years, and I've received at least 100 people who have applied for this role, with 5 wizards among them, but no one has been able to solve this problem. Relax, we're different from them, Han Xiao said, and the translator immediately changed his words into Nalianese. Then are you guys wizards? The manor owner looked hopefully at them. We could be counted as such. Tell me the specific situation first. Okay. On planet Nolwenn, there was a life form that resembled something like a ghost or a spirit, which the indigenous people named a demonic spirit. A few years ago, a demonic spirit had appeared in the manor and would occasionally go out at night to haunt. Planet Nolwenn's professions lay in the mage system, which they termed as Papasat. When translated to the universe language, it meant wizard. This supersystem was very weak, with the wizards mainly utilizing potions or materials to cast spells. They were probably only at the grade D level, but they appeared mysterious and powerful in the eyes of the indigenous people. Exorcising the demonic spirits was the job of wizards. A few decades ago, the majority of wizards had mysteriously disappeared, causing them to be rarely seen and their heritage to thus be lost. Their super system was cut off and could only be explored through obscure magic books. Luckily, the demonic spirit in this manner was relatively weak. Thus the owner and his family could still live here for several years. The moment the owner finished speaking, Han Xiao's interface pinged. You have triggered a chain mission. Planet Nolwen's Devil King. Mission Introduction. You have heard from the people that the wizards of Planet Nolwen have mysteriously disappeared. There should be more than meets the eye. First chain mission requirements. Extinguish the demonic spirit in the manor. Reward, 200,000 experience. Because this was a chain mission, the initial rewards were very low. In his previous life, the players also only found out about this mission during free exploration in version 3.0. Each civilization would have a great number of trivial tasks. This mission was also very hidden. It was only discovered when a player who loved to perform storyline missions happened to discover this mission by chance. It was discovered that the reward of this was a talent that could boost one's psychological resistance. While the strength of Planet Nolwen was akin to a weak chicken, the talent reward was pretty good. At this moment, because the new version had just been opened, Black Star Army had been continuously farming the players like leeks, and thus no one had gone to explore Planet Nolwen. Because of the soul embryo in his mental territory, Han Xiao decided to get another talent towards psychological resistance and thus went there, where the power level was not even at the level of a novice village. He was clear about the flow of tasks and would be able to omit a lot of exploration time needed. Leave the demonic spirit to us. We'll resolve it tonight, Han Xiao said while glancing at the corner of the room, where a transparent magic eyeball was suspended, watching the conversation of several people talking. Only the manor owner was unaware of the existence of the magic eyeball. The moment they stepped into the room, Han Xiao and company had immediately seen it. At their level, such a clumsy, low-leveled magic eyeball was just like a living man squatting in the corner and murmuring, "You can't see me." They could only lie to themselves. Leave it alone. Han Xiao waved a hand to stop fighting. He knew who was paying attention to the manor, and attracting their attention was a key step in this mission. At the same time, within a hidden meeting area deep beneath Stone Heart City. The room did not have any windows, only a few kerosene lamps providing a faint light. From the darkness, a husky voice spoke. The sentry on number 13 reacted. Someone has accepted the reward from the manor and wants to deal with the demonic spirit. Most likely, they're people who have picked up a few wizard books and think themselves actual wizards, a youthful voice helplessly replied. Alas, there's no way they can handle the demonic spirit. They said they would move at night. Tomorrow you shall follow after them. I got it. I'll protect them. Lest they mess up and anger the demonic spirit. Ending up hurt, the conversation came to an end, and the sound of gears rang in the room for a while before stopping. Deep at night, Han Xiao made the manor owner and his family leave before they went to the back garden of the manor. This was an abandoned area surrounded by stone walls and fences, and the door was locked with several padlocks. Using the keys given to open the door, Han Xiao strolled in. Inside was an abandoned warehouse area with several BAMs. There was a cold, viscous atmosphere floating in the air, as though there was an airflow constantly brushing past their skin. If it was a normal person, they would start to get nervous for no reason, as though they had entered a haunted place. However, toward Han Xiao and the rest, it was useless. There are faint, abnormal mental signals coming from here. I spotted them during the daytime, Phaidon whispered. Should I get rid of them? In front of this great psychic master, the demonic spirit paled in comparison. Let alone getting rid of one. Getting rid of 1,000 was just a thought away for him. Wait for it to appear. Han Xiao shook his head, glancing vaguely in the direction of a barn. He had perceived a living person squatting there. This was his true goal. All right, we'll follow your lead. Phaidon was helpless. While he had his doubts, his role currently was a bodyguard, and his job was just to follow Han Xiao everywhere. At this moment, Tomar stood near the barn, leaning against the wall as he watched the four of them, secretly. He was a youth dressed in a black, hooded suit, which covered his face with shadows. He looked like an assassin, just that there were many small bags hanging around his waist, which contained spellcasting materials. Upon seeing Han Xiao and the rest looking around as though they were on an outing, Tomar could not resist rolling his eyes, showing disdain. Too unprofessional. They don't even know to arrange the spiritual light powder in advance. Where did they get the idea to come and help someone exorcise the demonic spirit? It seems like they're going to suffer today. As he thought, there was suddenly a gale of cold wind. The dust rolled up like a tornado, and a pale blue phantom emerged, roaring toward the air. Damn it. Only a few years and the blue shadow demonic spirit has mutated, Tomar exclaimed, and he began to get worried. He had only studied witchcraft for 5 years and could not guarantee that he could protect himself in the hands of this demon, let alone those 4 laymen. Upon seeing the indifference on their faces, Tomar angrily cursed before reaching for his casting kit. Regardless of his hidden identity, he was about to rush out and help. Plop! At this moment, Fiden carelessly sent out a mental wave, hitting the demonic spirit. The blue phantom-like spirit body was akin to a broken mirror, shattering and collapsing into pieces like blue snowflakes, disappearing without a trace. Tomar, who had just dashed out, was stunned rigid at this scene. What just happened? Was the demonic spirit destroyed in one go? Aren't wizards supposed to fight with potions and materials? What is this situation? The books never mentioned such a thing. Tomar looked blank. Chapter 741, Hidden Talon. Chapter 741, Hidden Talon. Han Xiao looked at Tomar and greeted him with a smile. Hello to my friend who suddenly appeared. Hello. Tomar snapped back to reality and stammered slightly. He then sized up the 4 individuals before him and asked with uncertainty, Are all of you real wizards? The moment he said those words, Tomar immediately felt that he had asked an unnecessary question. What's the point of asking such a question? Only a wizard can get rid of a demonic spirit. The 4 individuals before his eyes had to be powerful wizards. If not, it would be impossible for them to kill a mutated blue shadow demonic spirit with a single strike. I thought that the ones I'm protecting are novices. Who would have thought that they are in the same field as me? Tomar's eyes widened with shock. All of a sudden, Tomar seemed to have thought about something, and his expression changed greatly. He then took out a packet of white dust from his back and scattered it in midair before asking Han Xiao and the others to follow him. I used a bag of aura erasing dust to wipe out traces of magic in this place, so we shouldn't be spotted. Hurry up and follow me. I will bring all of you to the gathering place in Stoneheart City. As he said that, Tomar leapt across the wall of the garden nimbly and sprinted away. Han Xiao took his 3 confused comrades and followed behind Tomar. They then arrived at an old house in the corner of Stoneheart City. A simple concealment array was laid in this place. In the eyes of Han Xiao and his 3 comrades, the array was naturally extremely clumsy, and nothing could be hidden from them. However, it was more than enough to bluff the natives of the planet. Tomar entered through the chimney and took out a comber of the floorboard to reveal an underground passage. The gathering point is below. Follow me. A hanging basket floated in the opening of the cave, and people were transported through gears and chains. It was like a prehistoric lift. They stepped onto the lift, and after a short period of descending, the hanging basket touched the ground. They were greeted with a gray space which was like an underground base. There were many cartons of supplies and over 10 rooms in the place. The burning lamp was the only light source in this place. Being extremely used to the technological advancements of the galaxy, this backward place gave Gila, Aurora, and Fiden an extremely fresh experience. It was as though they had gone back in time. This is the gathering place of Stoneheart City. I will take you to meet the person in charge, Mr. Lanley. Tomar took them to one of the rooms that was filled with bookshelves and old books. A bearded old man was currently reading in front of an oil lamp that gave out a faint glow. Upon hearing some sound, he turned around with a face full of surprise. Tomar gave a brief explanation, and the old man called Lanley lowered his guard. He then said with a hoarse voice, "It turns out that all of you are also wizards. Feel free to use anything in this place. Stone Heart City welcomes your arrival. I have been extremely curious along the way here. All of you did not use any magical elixirs. How did you get rid of the demonic spirit? Tomar asked curiously. It is actually very simple. It is a technique of using magic. Phaidon had received Han Xiao's instructions and could only follow them helplessly. Really? Why haven't I read it in the books? Tomar rubbed his head. As Lanley heard those words, he stood up abruptly and said with shock, "Only the legendary Great Wizard can cast a spell without using magical elixirs. Could it be that you are a Great Wizard? I thought that all the Great Wizards were killed by that devil 50 years ago. What devil? What is going on?" Lanley was stunned for a moment. "You guys don't know?" "We don't." Han Xiao revealed a puzzled look. "Actually, I do know. However, I can only trigger the mission if it comes out from your mouth." "I understand now. All of you are the legendary reclusive wizards and didn't participate in the battle 50 years ago." Lanley grew excited and began explaining what had happened. 50 years ago, when there were plenty of wizards who roamed the streets, a wizard called Vosamid created a divine weapon. It was able to create and control demonic spirits, and he could use the strength of the demonic spirits to increase his own magical strength. In order to increase his strength, he released a large number of frightening demonic spirits in multiple cities, and used ordinary individuals to increase the strength of his demonic spirits. In the end, he became a great wizard by using such a method. At that time, many wizards united together and wanted to kill Vosamid. However, Vosamid made use of the divine weapon and killed all the wizards who surrounded him. He then chased after all the remaining wizards in the world and ended the legacies of many wizards. After this, Vosamid became the great palace wizard of the Ocean Boundary Kingdom and was known as the Demon King by the wizarding world. He groomed a large number of demonic spirits within the territory of the kingdom and became slightly more restrained because of his many different identities. The demonic spirit army under his army became more and more powerful and caused chaos everywhere. A small portion of the wizards submitted to Vosamid and became his lackeys, while the other surviving wizards had no choice but to hide. They set up various gathering points and helped each other. Vosamid continued to chase after the surviving wizards, and thus all the wizards hid themselves and no longer appeared in public. The outside world had lost all traces of the wizards, and the legacies of the wizards were in the hands of Vosamid or the gathering points. The gathering points would only pass on their techniques if they met a reliable youngster, bringing new blood into the world of the wizards and barely being able to survive. This Vosamid is also a farmer in the same line as me. Han Xiao thought to himself. After living in the universe for such a long time, Han Xiao had heard of plenty of similar incidents. It was basically the appearance of a powerful boss without anyone in the civilization being a match for him. Thus, a new dark era was BOM. Planet Nolwenn did not know that there were other living beings in the universe and were not even clear about the meaning of the universe. Thus, they naturally did not have the ability to seek help from mercenaries. Vosamid was the final target of this chain mission. Although Vosamid was a powerful existence who could do as he wished on planet Nolwenn, he was no more than a little boy who Han Xiao could take care of with a wave of his arm. However, he might not necessarily obtain the talent reward from the final phase of the mission if he got rid of Vosamid directly and had thus chosen to follow the mission step by step. In any case, it was akin to him returning to a novice village to bully the noobs. There was not the slightest bit of pressure, and he just treated it as a vacation. Lanley paced around excitedly before saying with a respectful tone, "Great wizards, we need your help. Speak." Han Xiao nodded. "The wizarding world will always be under Vosamid's control as long as he doesn't die. So, you want us to kill him?" Phaidon interrupted. Lanley shook his head and said with a bitter laughter, "We have tried to do so for 50 years, but Vosamid is too powerful. He was able to kill multiple great wizards at once a few decades ago, and he is probably even more powerful now. Even if all 4 of you are great wizards, you may not be a match for him. We cannot send all of you to your deaths." Hila curled her lips up with dissatisfaction. She would be able to roam unhindered anywhere on planet Nolwenn alone. However, she could only remain silent since Han Xiao did not say anything. "Then, what do you need us to do?" Han Xiao asked patiently. It's like this. Vosamid's greatest helper is his demonic spirit army. He created the most powerful demonic spirit to lead his army, and we call it the demonic spirit king. If we want to deal with Vosamid, we will have to get rid of his helper first. However, the demonic spirit king is extremely powerful, and even a great wizard may not be a match for him. However, we have investigated his weakness. The demonic spirit king is a man-made item, and its strength is sustained by 3 magical altars. Every time an altar is destroyed, his strength is weakened. We have already located the locations of the 3 altars. There is one near Stone Heart City, but a demonic spirit army is guarding the altar. With the addition of the 4 of you, we will have the strength to destroy the altar. As he spoke, the next phase of the mission appeared on Han Xiao's interface. It described the existence of the altar near Stone Heart City, and he could gain the trust of the gathering point by destroying the altar. All right, I accept. Lanley was overjoyed and said, then we will rely on all of you. The manpower that we can mobilize is limited, so we will only be able to provide 8 wizards. No need, he is enough. Han Xiao pointed at Tomar, who was by the side. Tomar, who was listening by the side silently, was slightly surprised by those words. He then nodded resolutely. I will try my best. Han Xiao nodded silently. Obtaining the talent was one of his objectives. Han Xiao's second objective of this trip was Tomar. This fellow had a low-grade luck glow and was a main character level NPC on planet Nolwenn. Most missions would have some residual influence after the completion of the mission, and the players who completed this mission in his previous life went back to planet Nolwenn a few years after completing the mission. They had then discovered the achievements of Tomar. After Vosamid's death, the wizards on planet Nolwenn had attained their freedom, and Tomar had become a famous wizard. He spent his life researching magic and achieved a groundbreaking discovery. He left behind a lot of knowledge for the later generation and single-handedly raised the superstandard on planet Nolwenn to a whole new level. This was no simple matter. This was akin to someone who had only received high school-level mathematics education coming up with university-level mathematics proofs. In truth, many of the heroes of the civilizations were talents who were buried because of the generation that they were born in. Tomar was such a character as well. His magical talent was extremely outstanding, and he was a rare talent who could only be found once every 1,000 years. However, he could not grow properly in a backward location, and his talent was wasted as a result. Thus, Han Xiao's other objective was to bring Tomar into the army to groom. Talents were precious, and the more main character level NPCs the better. Regardless of how worthless they were, they could increase the luck of the army. The location that Lanley gave was a cave hidden in the mountains. One of the altars was located in this location. The next morning, Han Xiao and the gang set off together with Tomar. In order to match Tomar's speed, it took them half a day to reach the cave. The sky was already dark by then. They stood outside the cave, and a chilly wind blew out from within the dark cave as though it was breathing. Tomar shivered and said, "The demonic spirits will come out at night as their strength increases at night. We should set up camp outside and rest for the night before entering the cave tomorrow at noon." "That isn't necessary." Han Xiao shook his head. This mission did not pose any difficulty to him, and he walked into the cave with Hila, Aurora, and Phaidon. Tomar hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth and following them. The cave was filled with many winding tunnels with cold winds blowing from within. The deeper they went into the cave, the more obvious the cold aura being emanated from the cave. When they reached the depths of the cave, the demonic spirit aura was not covered in the slightest, and some faint muttering could be heard from time to time in the cave. Tomar's head was covered in sweat, and he looked around nervously, afraid that a demonic spirit would jump out and scare him at any moment. He held on tightly to the magical elixir on his waist and was ready to throw it out at any moment. His appearance was completely different from Han Xiao's group. "Why don't we return?" Tomar stammered with his voice trembling. "Although all of you are great wizards, we shouldn't underestimate our enemy. There are 300 demonic spirits in this place at the very least, and it would be extremely difficult for you to deal with them." Right after he said those words, a strange stone altar appeared in front of him. A few hundred candles were lined up by the altar and burnt with a green flame that seemed inextinguishable. This is the place. Let's quickly destroy the altar and make our retreat, Tomar said anxiously and was about to throw out his magical elixir. Right at that moment, a bone-piercing chill blew over, and a few hundred figures appeared in the surroundings, glaring at Han Xiao's group coldly. They are all demonic spirits. Tomar's eyes widened with shock, and his heart skipped a beat. However, before the fear in his heart could explode, the cold aura in the cave melted away like snow in the sun. The few hundred demonic spirits were all destroyed without even making a sound. They were all defeated in one hit by Phaidon. Their illusory bodies disappeared, and Tomar's scream was stuck in his throat. The scene before him had completely changed his worldview. Just what happened just now? How did all the demonic spirits disappear? Is a great wizard really so powerful? We just need to destroy this altar, right? Gila waved her arm, and the altar turned to dust. A notification of the second phase being completed popped up on Han Xiao's interface. The instant that the altar was destroyed, the cave began to tremble. Boom! Black fog floated up from the destroyed altar and formed a black whirlpool in midair. A wave of pressure was then emanated from the whirlpool as though a being was about to descend. Tomar's hair stood up on end, and he felt as though a ferocious animal was glaring at him. An instinctive feeling of fear rose in his heart. It's the demonic spirit king. Tomar's voice became hoarse, and he was frightened to the point that he could not move. The next second, an eerie voice sounded from within the whirlpool and echoed in the cave. A few bugs actually dared to destroy my altar? You will pay the price for this. Han Xiao and the others watched the demonic spirit king's performance emotionlessly. Humph, it is too late to regret. I will eat all your souls and transform all of you into a part of me. All of you shall fall into the depths of Arg. Before the demonic spirit king could even finish his act, Phaidon snorted and shot out his psychic energy. Like an inflated balloon being punctured, the demonic spirit king let out a miserable groan and disappeared. The black whirlpool floating in midair had disappeared, and the shaking of the cave had also become silent. It was as though nothing had happened at all. Hey, you didn't end up killing it, right? Han Xiao became worried. Would the mission be stopped midway if the demonic spirit king died? I could have killed it, but it wasn't necessary. Phaidon rolled his eyes. You are the one who knows me best. Han Xiao laughed and slapped Phaidon on the back. Following which, Han Xiao then waved at Tomar, who was rooted to the spot in shock. The altar is destroyed. Let's return. Tomar had spent a great amount of effort to shut his open mouth before jumping back to look at Han Xiao with caution. Who exactly are all of you? Han Xiao frowned and said, I said before, we are wizards. Tomar had a look of disbelief on his face. Don't think you can bluff me because I am uneducated. You lot are definitely not wizards, because wizards cannot be so powerful. He then praised his own wisdom silently. All right then, since we have been discovered, I shall tell you the truth. Han Xiao's eyes spun around, and a teasing look could be seen in his eyes. We are actually deities. Gila, Aurora, and Phaidon almost choked. Whoa, you're truly shameless. Tomar had a look of disbelief upon hearing that. There are actually deities in the world? Could those religions be real? I thought that it was only a scam. However, it seems like only deities would be able to kill a few hundred demonic spirits in a second. Tomar could not think of any other explanation. In the face of a deity, he was completely helpless and did not know what to say. Han Xiao giggled in his heart while pretending to be solemn on the surface. I have come for Vosamid. His actions have gone against the laws of nature, and he will be punished. Planet Nolwenn was a backward planet, and it was extremely easy to fool them. It was not the first time that he had tried to act as a deity. He had tried once in front of the black spirit race before. When facing the natives of a backward planet, saying that he was a deity might be more convincing than saying that he was from the universe. Tomar's eyes lit up upon hearing those words, and an agitated look could be seen on his face. Upon seeing that, Han Xiao placed his finger on his lips and said with a smile, but I hope that you can help keep this secret. It is best that only you know the truth that I am a deity. It will be time to kidnap you when the mission is complete. Okay. Okay. Tomar nodded like an obedient child. He originally wanted to inform everyone at the gathering point about the truth, but since the deity had personally requested for him to keep silent about it, he must have his reasons. Thus, he decided to hide this truth in his heart. Upon thinking about the fact that he was the only one who knew that the 4 individuals before him were deities, Tomar felt extremely agitated. Chapter 742 One Cannon is Enough. Chapter 742 One Cannon is Enough. After getting rid of the first altar, they spent a night outside before returning to the gathering point in Stoneheart City. After finding out about the successful mission, Lanley was extremely surprised. All of you succeeded so quickly? He has been leading the gathering point in Stoneheart City for many years already and had always been wary of the demonic spirit army near the altar. Due to the lack of manpower, he did not dare act too rashly. He had originally thought that Han Xiao and his group would need 8 to 10 days to slowly clear up the demonic spirits near the altar. However, Han Xiao's efficiency had truly surprised him. That was especially so after realizing that there were no injuries in the group, and only Tomar looked as though he did not have a good sleep. Lanley was extremely curious about the details of their operation. I remember that there should be a few hundred demonic spirits. How did all of you accomplish this? It's like this. Tomar swallowed a mouthful of saliva and began to explain. When they set up camp outside last night, Phaidon had given Tomar a subtle mental hint together with the divine miracles that Han Xiao had gotten Aurora to perform. Tomar had completely believed that Han Xiao's group of 4 were deities. He was the only one who knew the truth about the deities, and Tomar was agitated to the point he could not sleep. In order to hide the identity of the deities, he had spent a full night thinking of an appropriate excuse to report to Lanley today. As he gave his explanation, Tomar was extremely anxious that Lanley would spot a flaw. He did not understand why the deities wanted to hide their identities, but he did not dare gamble. He was afraid that the deities would choose to leave if their identities were exposed. This would result in the gathering point losing such great support. Upon seeing the broken fragments of the altar, Lanley did not have any other doubts, and after expressing his gratitude to Han Xiao, he left hastily to contact the leaders of the other gathering points. I managed to hide it. Tomar heaved a sigh of relief. Good job. Han Xiao nodded. Tomar was extremely reserved in front of Han Xiao. Although Han Xiao's group of 4 seemed extremely approachable and were not aloof like in the religious records, Tomar still felt immense pressure. He then said, Your Excellencies, I have a question that I don't know if I should ask. Speak. Actually, I have been curious since last night. Tomar stammered. The deities in the religious records all have their own names and authority. I wonder if... Cough cough, I don't know if it is rude for me to ask this. If it is, I hope that you can accept my apology. In truth, he wanted to ask if Han Xiao's group of 4 were the deities in the legends that he had heard. Names. Han Xiao stroked his chin before saying with a smile, This isn't a secret. My divine name is Black Star. Black Star? Tomar had a look of confusion. He had never heard of such a deity in all the stories he heard. Han Xiao then pointed at Gila and Aurora. They are the deities of death and life. Gila had a speechless look on her face and could only allow Han Xiao to joke as he wished. As for him, Han Xiao turned around and looked at Phaidon, who had an expectant look on his face. After letting out a light cough, he joked, He is the deity of luck. Let me remind you about something. He is both male and female in one body and doesn't have a gender. Must you really emphasize my gender? Phaidon had a look of resignation on his face. Tomar engraved the names into his heart and immediately expressed his loyalty. I will spread all of your names and allow the world to know who the real deities are. I will spread your glory in this land. We can talk about this in the future. Han Xiao tried his best to stifle his laughter. When Tomar entered the universe, this would definitely be his dark past. After completing the second phase of the mission and gaining the trust of the gathering point began to treat the 4 great wizards with much importance. In the following days, the gathering point gave many tasks to the four of them as part of the mission. With his overwhelming strength and galactic technology, Han Xiao completed the missions with incredible efficiency. Some of the missions included destroying the other two altars, clearing up demonic spirits in many different cities, killing some of Vosamid's henchmen, collecting rare materials, and so on. The use of a spaceship greatly reduced their traveling time, and Han Xiao was able to easily find the rare materials by scanning the entire continent with his devices. He only needed half a month to solve the problem that had been troubling the gathering point for 50 years. The entire gathering point was shocked by Han Xiao's divine efficiency, which was almost like a miracle. Tomar bitterly tried to hide the truth and did not expose the identities of the deities. However, the result of Han Xiao's efficiency was the suspicion of the upper echelons in the gathering point. There were some who felt that the four of them were far too successful and might be spies sent by Vosamid. Vosamid might intend to lure them all out to catch them in one fell swoop. Woolies was the current leader of all the gathering points, and he was the one who suspected Han Xiao's group of four the most. However, he did not reveal his suspicion, instead keeping some secrets from the four. His plan was to create a divine weapon to fight with Vosamid, and the rare materials that Han Xiao had gathered were the materials for the divine weapon star. However, he did not reveal anything to Han Xiao's group of four. This way, even if Han Xiao's group of four were spies for Vosamid, they would not know his true plan. At the same time, he would be able to borrow their strength to gather the materials for the divine weapon. In some secret location, all the gathered materials were sent over. Woolies and a few other wizards of the upper echelons were crafting this divine weapon secretly. The flames of the furnace lit up the dark room, and the divine weapon asterisk was beginning to take shape. Clank! As the iron hammer came into contact with the red-hot ores, sparks flew in all directions, and the ores gradually began to change shape. Woolies and the others released their magical elixirs by the side, chanted incantations, and engraved formations to complete the process. The last step was soon reached, and the blacksmith quenched the completed divine weapon in ice-cold water. Whoosh! A large amount of water was immediately evaporated, and after a long wait, the blacksmith removed a metallic staff from the cold water. It looked like black vines with many curses being engraved on it. It is finally completed. The white sorcerer wand. Woolies picked up the staff excitedly. This was the divine weapon that their gathering point had always wanted to forge. It was able to greatly increase the strength of their magical powers and restrict the demonic spirit army. This was the nemesis of Vosamid's demonic spirit necklace. All the wizards present had looks of joy on their faces. With the white sorcerer wand in our hands, we have the strength to face Vosamid head-on. Woolies held on to the staff tightly and spoke in a bright voice. Everyone, we must keep the existence of this staff a secret. We must not let Vosamid and the four wizards of dubious origin know about it. This is our strongest trump card, and we will have to rely on it to kill Vosamid. It has been a full 50 years, and it is time for the final battle. Inform the wizards in all the gathering points. It is time to launch an all-out attack. Woolies burnt with battle intent. The chain mission was at its second-last phase, and its mission requirement was to head to the capital of the Ocean Boundary Kingdom to meet up with the wizards of the other gathering points. The next phase of the mission would be to defeat the final boss, Vosamid, in the palace of the Ocean Boundary Kingdom. In some secret courtyard, all the wizards of the gathering points were gathered with Woolies as the leader. There were about 230 wizards present. It was evening, and Woolies was giving a speech in front of the others. Tonight is the final battle, and we are going to sneak past the defense line of the palace to ambush the great palace wizard. We will gather the strength of our gathering points to kill him. This is the moment when Vosamid is the weakest, and all of our success is thanks to our four new reclusive wizards. Woolies then nodded toward Han Xiao's group of four, who were seated at the front, with a look of caution hidden in his eyes. The way he saw it, if the four of them were spies, they would definitely expose themselves that night. Woolies had already made preparations and got his trusted aides to keep an eye on the four of them. Han Xiao smiled without replying. The mission would be at its final phase during the battle, and he would be able to reap the harvest from his half a month of hard work. Tomar was within the crowd, and his fists were clenched with agitation. I am the only one here who knows that they are deities. Night descended after a long wait, and darkness enveloped the entire city. Woolies no longer hesitated and announced the start of the mission. Their large gang of more than 200 wizards then approached the palace and suppressed their auras with magical powder. They snuck into the palace and did not disturb the guards. Han Xiao's group of 4 hid among the group and waited for the mission to enter the final phase. The journey was extremely smooth, and the wizards very quickly gathered outside the palace of the Great Palace Wizard. Woo! Right at this moment, a military horn sounded from within the palace. The palace doors swung open, and a few dozen wizards charged out from the palace. At the front of the group, an old man stood. He was Vosamid. Humph! A bunch of sneaky rats. I have been waiting for all of you for a long time, Vosamid said proudly. I have long found out about all of your little schemes over the past half a month and couldn't be bothered with all of you. Do all of you really think that I was unaware of you sneaking into the capital? I have already been operating in the Ocean Boundary Kingdom for 50 years, and my demonic spirit army is hidden all around. I found out the moment you stepped into this city. The guards of the palace have already cut off your escape route and are on the way here. It will be impossible for you to escape. The moment these words were said, the wizards of the gathering point became jittery. Woolies stood out from the crowd and said with a deep voice, "Don't be anxious. The number of wizards in the palace is less than a quarter of ours. We will be able to kill them all before the guards arrive." Vosamid suddenly burst out into laughter. "Woolies, is your brain rotten? Have you forgotten about my strongest trump card?" Vosamid grabbed the necklace on his neck as he said that, and the temperature in the surroundings fell immediately. A cold gust of wind blew over, and more than 1,000 demonic spirits appeared. A gigantic demonic spirit appeared beside Vosamid. It was the demonic spirit king. The 200 or so wizards of the gathering points took a step back subconsciously and looked at the demonic spirit army nervously. This was what Vosamid had relied on to rule the wizard world for 50 years. His demonic spirit necklace was able to create and control demonic spirits. Compared to the anxiousness of the others, Woolies was extremely confident. He held onto the white sorcerer wand in his hands. This was the nemesis of the demonic spirit army, and also the reason he had dared to challenge Vosamid. "You have a divine weapon, but I do too." Woolies sneered coldly in his heart. Right at this moment, Woolies suddenly thought about Han Xiao's group of 4. His eyes narrowed, and he decided against using the white sorcerer wand. The divine weapon had to be used at the most appropriate moment. Woolies was extremely wary of Han Xiao's group of 4, and he glanced at them carefully before making a decision. If 4 of them are Vosamid's accomplices and make any moves, I can use the white sorcerer wand to kill them. On the other side, Vosamid stroked his beard and looked extremely calm, as though the entire situation was within his grasp. "Do you know, I have never concerned myself with you? If all of you chose to hide properly, I may have been willing to give you a path of survival. However, you chose to come out and create trouble for me time and time again, even wanting to kill me. Your imaginations are as distant as the stars in the skies, and all of you are like a bunch of annoying flies. You hid yourselves for 50 years like rats. Do you think that it is possible to overthrow me? How ridiculous!" As he said that, the luxurious robe on Vosamid's body began fluttering despite the lack of wind. His powerful magical force burst forth from his body. In the eyes of Woolies and the other wizards of the gathering points, Vosamid's aura seemed to have become like a towering building, suppressing their very souls. "What is this?" Woolies and the others were shocked, and their faces turned pale. "Humph! There is an even more powerful level above the great wizard realm. I made use of 50 years to take this last step." Vosamid stretched out his arms and let out arrogant laughter. "I am now a god." The 200 or so wizards were all dumbfounded, and even Woolies felt his heart falling into despair. "No, the situation has changed, and I cannot save my trump card to deal with a spy that may not even exist. I must make use of the white sorcerer wand to severely wound Vosamid, if not the others will die." Woolies held onto the white sorcerer wand tightly and began chanting a series of mnemonics, ready to activate the divine weapon. Vosamid obviously did not understand the logic of a bad guy dying because he talked too much. He was still intoxicated with the feeling of the entire situation being in his grasp. He raised his hand and pointed at the crowd as though he was looking down on a bunch of ants. "You do not understand anything about true strength." As those words sounded, Woolies completed his preparations, and his eyes narrowed. He was about to use the white sorcerer wand to launch his strongest attack on Vosamid. Right at this moment, a psionic cannon shot out from within the crowd and smashed onto Vosamid's arrogant face before anyone could even react. The speed of the attack was one that did not even allow him to dodge. Bang! The flash of light came and went quickly, and Vosamid's head disappeared without a trace. His headless body then shook for a while before collapsing on the ground. Everyone present was stunned silly. Everyone looked at Vosamid's headless body, and they could not believe what had happened. Wait, Vosamid was dead? He died like that? Woolie's eyes bulged out to the point that they almost fell out. Was I the one who killed him? That's not right. I didn't even use the divine weapon. Everyone then thought about the direction from which the ball of light was shot out from. They turned their heads and looked at Han Xiao's group of 4. The wizards of the gathering point then inched away from the 4 subconsciously. Mission complete. Han Xiao then lowered his palm and opened his interface with satisfaction. Just a moment ago, the mission had entered the final phase, and Han Xiao had blasted Vosamid's head off without any hesitation. Despite this fellow looking as though he was extremely powerful, he was no more than a grade C super. A single cannon was enough to blow his head. All the wizards present looked at Han Xiao's group of 4, and before they could even react, a huge change occurred. The moment Vosamid died, all the demonic spirits present lost control and charged out in all directions toward any living being around them. The 200 or so wizards immediately snapped back to reality and prepared to face the enemy. Right at this moment, everyone could clearly see Fiden, who was beside Han Xiao, tapping his forehead and releasing a formless white light to cover the entire region. All the demonic spirits who touched the white light immediately disintegrated. In the blink of an eye, all the demonic spirits, including the demonic spirit king, were wiped out. This time, everyone clearly saw what had happened. Their bodies were rooted to the ground, and a look of disbelief could be seen on their faces. What kind of strength was this? Was Vosamid really killed by these 4? With a single hit? Pa! The staff in Woolie's hands dropped on the ground, and his lips began to tremble. He had tried to make various predictions about what might happen, but never had he expected such a scenario. To think that the 4 people who he thought could be spies for the enemy actually had such frightening strength and killed the enemy leader with a single attack. The white sorcerer wand that he had spent so much effort to create was actually completely useless. Who exactly are all of you? Woolies looked at Han Xiao's group of 4 with bloodshot eyes. This was also the question in the hearts of everyone present. Vosamid had been ruling over the wizard world for 50 years and was actually easily killed by 4 reclusive wizards of dubious origins. This made all the wizards present feel a sense of defeat. Woolies was the one who was most affected by the scene before him. He felt as though his insistence over the last 50 years was completely meaningless. Han Xiao frowned and did not reply. He turned around to look at Tomar instead. Tomar was excited to the point he almost exploded. From beginning to end, his eyes had been fixed on Han Xiao's group of 4. Upon seeing Han Xiao looking at him, Tomar immediately understood the hint. The next moment, he walked out from the crowd with agitation and spoke loudly to attract everyone's attention. There isn't a need for me to hide anything anymore. I have always known their identities. They are deities, true deities. Only deities have such strength. Upon hearing that, everyone fell into a daze. The deities? This answer was completely out of their imagination. Everyone felt as though their worldview had been lifted before being slammed back onto the ground. Chapter 743 News from Hereful. Chapter 743 News from Hereful. After seeing the performance of the 4, the audience somewhat believed that they were deities. This seemed to be the only explanation for their unprecedented power. Ta. As everyone started to rave about the deities, the royal guards of the Ocean Boundary Kingdom slowly arrived. They had originally heeded the order of Vosamid to surround the wizards, but upon learning that Vosamid had suddenly died, even the court mages were too afraid of the so-called four deities and lost the ability to resist. The subordinate wizards of Vosamid surrendered one after another. Upon learning that Vosamid had been killed, the head of the Royal Guards Corps could not believe it. Once he had confirmed his death, he was overjoyed. Vosamid was not supported by the majority of people, and they hoped for him to die an early death. However, no one had the ability to kill him, so his death came as good news to a lot of people. The head of the Royal Guard Corps initially thought that Vosamid had been killed by the head of the Wizard Assembly Points, but the truth from the wizard's mouth frightened him. He could not help but glance over at the four deities before hurriedly dispatching an escort to notify the king. While it was already late into the night, the atmosphere surrounding the area was weird. Practically everyone around was wide awake and scrutinizing the four of them. Han Xiao did not bother with their reactions and turned his attention to the mission completion notification on his user interface. Having completed the chain mission, Planet Naluan's Demon King, the talent that he was supposed to obtain as a reward finally arrived. Talent: Soul Lock, plus 20% psychological resistance. Duration of all negative spiritual effects is reduced by 10%. When you suffer a spiritual attack, you have a 18% to 34% chance to negate the damage. If damage is negated, there is a cooldown time of 30 minutes. Adding this to my advanced mental toughness, my spiritual resistance should be at 55%. However, compared to the addition of resistance, the effect of this damage negation could result in some miracles. While the cooldown time was pretty long, probably allowing it to only be triggered once in battle, and was uncontrollable, it was still an extremely useful ability. If he had possessed such a talent when he was facing Psyker, he would have had a chance to completely negate this effect. The chance of triggering the damage negation was only at 18%. Even if he was not too lucky, the chance was still manageable. Han Xiao had long gotten used to looking only at the lower limit of his odds. At this time, Tomar had already started to popularize the divine names of the four of them among the crowd. Woolies brought a group of people to approach Han Xiao, displaying a cramped expression. He did not seem to know how to properly communicate with the deities, and to come into contact with someone whose life level far exceeded theirs. He was full of awe and anxiety. For majesties, oh no, deities, on behalf of all the wizards, I thank you for getting rid of this devil Vosamid. If there are any requests, I'll try my best to fulfill them. Han Xiao kept his interface, looking at the anxious group of people before smiling. I do have a request, and that is for Tomar to be my emissary. I'll bring him up to the kingdom of God. The emissary of a deity? Everyone's head swiveled toward Tomar, full of envy, surprise, shock, and so on. Tomar gaped in shock, his brain an absolute blank. He did not believe that Han Xiao was pointing at himself. What is the meaning of this? The meaning is, I'll take you to the world that the deities live in. Han Xiao pulled out all the stops in his acting. Are you willing to? Tomar was rendered utterly incoherent by the surprise, and the few words that managed to escape his mouth were gibberish that even the translator could not handle. He frantically nodded, as though he was testing if he could snap his spine by doing so. Woolies gulped. While he was full of curiosity about deities and their kingdom, he did not know their character and hence did not dare to ask further. At this moment, the soldier who went to notify the king finally returned, reporting the situation to the head of the Royal Guard Corps. Immediately, the head walked over to where Han Xiao and the rest were, with a respectful expression. For deities, Your Excellency Woolies, Your Excellency Tomar. His Majesty hopes that you will grace him with your presence. Woolies did not reply but rather turned his head to look at Han Xiao. He understood that the person whom the king wished to see were the deities. Han Xiao thought about it before nodding and accepting the invite. Seeing the king of this current regime would not take much time, and it could also help to dispel any worries the new leak Tomar would have. Seeing this, both Woolies and Tomar quickly agreed as well. Please follow me. The head guard was overjoyed and quickly escorted them to the main hall. The king of Ocean Boundary Kingdom had urgently dressed up just to meet them. When faced with the creatures suspected to be deities, the Ocean Boundary King tried to make himself look dignified. Since it was the first time that he had come in contact with deities, he did not wish to destroy the glory of his kingdom. Unfortunately, his protruding belly had defeated all his attempts. Upon seeing Han Xiao and the rest in the appearance of the Nalianers, his internal nervousness dissipated a lot. At least the appearance of the deities was familiar to him. Distinguished deities, I hereby represent Ocean Boundary Kingdom to welcome you. Forgive me, but please allow me to ask, what exactly is a deity and for what purpose have you all come? Even if I were to tell you, you would not be able to understand the difference in our life levels. Han Xiao raised a brow, behaving pretentiously. As for our objective, it was first to get rid of Vosamid, which has been completed. The second objective is to choose an emissary, and I have chosen Tomar. The Ocean Boundary King glanced at Tomar, burning his face into his heart. He then jolted before asking, in that case, does it mean that deities are willing to pass down your teachings? Oh, you can put it that way. Han Xiao nodded. This reasoning was more convenient for him as well. The eyes of the Ocean Boundary King lit up, and he thought that he had grasped the needs of the deities. Since that's the case, if the 4 of your deities are able to perform a miracle and bless the kingdom, I'm willing to create a religion that belongs to you, mobilizing the people of the kingdom to become your believers. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, unsurprised. For a backward civilization, the knowledge of deities existing was equivalent to an opportunity for them to reshape their social structure. In their eyes, the help of deities was more important than the development of science and technology. He could predict that, with his influence, the trajectory of the development of the planet Nalawan civilization would change. Religion would soon begin to intervene in politics, and there was a great chance of forming a political system that combined both politics and religion. This time, a new mission suddenly popped up on the interface. Display miracles. Mission introduction. The indigenous regime of planet Nalawan treats you as a god and wishes for you to show your miracles. Maybe you'll leave a mark on the history of this civilization. Mission requirements. Present a miracle asterisk to the Ocean Boundary King. Requires a subversion of the target's cognition. Reward, 3 million experience, 1 planet legendary point. Oh, there's even a branch task. Han Xiao was overjoyed. In his previous life, during the mid to late versions of the game, players would occasionally visit backwater civilizations to gain legendary points. They would pull all sorts of tricks to leave their names in the history of that civilization. This was also a way to gain legendary points. Since he could obtain a legendary point, there was no need to reject this task. Sweeping a glance at the expectant looks of the Ocean Boundary King, Tomar and Woolies, Han Xiao breathed in deeply before raising his hands. The nanoparticles transformed into countless carving knives, drawing out a map on one of the palace walls. What are you doing? The Ocean Boundary King was shocked. He had thought that a divine miracle would be a big event and did not expect for it to be so simple. This is the original appearance of the world you're in and also the map of the entire world. Han Xiao slowly spoke. On the wall was a map of planet Nalawan, generated by Philip. The Ocean Boundary King jerked in shock. He immediately scrutinized the map before suddenly exclaiming, "The world is round?" Even Woolies and Tomar had looks of disbelief. The civilization on planet Nalawan had only occupied a continent and had not even explored the entire world. They did not even know that their planet was in the shape of a sphere. Wait! Other than this continent, there are still 2 more? The Ocean Boundary King saw the main point and almost had a cardiac arrest. The Ocean Boundary Kingdom was only one of the few kingdoms on the continent, and they still had to fight for domination against the other kingdoms. If there were really 2 other unoccupied continents, if their kingdom could take the lead to occupy them, they would gain an advantage in expansion. Upon thinking of the possibilities of opening new territories, the Ocean Boundary King was so excited that he could hear the rapid pounding of his heart. Suddenly, he came to his senses. He felt that all of this might not be true, since he had no way of knowing the true appearance of the world. Even if the deities decided to lie, he would not be able to unravel it. Unable to suppress his suspicion, the Ocean Boundary King softly coughed before saying, "Respectful deities, may I ask how to confirm the authenticity of this map? As you know, we're all mortals, and without your powers, we have no way to cross the ocean in this continent to explore the world. The mission is not yet complete." Han Xiao was frowning but quickly smoothed his face as he said, "That's right. In that case, I'll let you see it for yourself." "See it for myself?" The Ocean Boundary King jerked. Before he could react, Han Xiao grabbed him by his shoulder and formed a shield out of his nanoparticles. Bang! The next second, Han Xiao burst out toward the sky, smashing through the roof of the palace. Flying up high, they quickly reached the atmospheric level, where one could barely overlook half of the entire planet. "Look, can you see it now? The world is round, and there are 2 continents over there." Han Xiao casually spoke before turning to look at the king. He only found that the king had turned pale white, his eyes rolling around while his whole body was frozen stuff, as though he had lost the ability to react. It seems like the stimulus was too much for him. Helplessly shaking his head, Han Xiao then descended and returned to the palace. The entire process did not even take a minute. The moment Han Xiao took off, Woolies and Tomar had been stunned speechless. At this time, they saw the 2 of them return, and only then did they realize that they had still underestimated the powers of the deities. Their abilities were incomprehensible. Han Xiao injected a shot of adrenaline into the Ocean Boundary King, and after he recovered, he shivered, his legs turning soft as he slumped to the ground. He could no longer maintain his proud front and only stared at Han Xiao in horror, speechless. Before this, he had some doubts about the identity of the 4 deities, but he no longer dared to hold any. His bladder that almost leaked had completely replaced whatever he had for a brain, allowing his body to remember the reality that deities could do anything. "Do you believe it now?" Han Xiao smiled. I believe." The Ocean Boundary King nodded, and besides respect, there was a fanaticism and piety within his eyes. This was a miracle. At this moment, he felt that he had finally found his calling. Han Xiao's interface was updated, and it showed that his task of showing miracles had been completed. He had obtained 1 legendary point. Legendary point, Planet Naluan, the god of the mortal world. The miracle you have shown today will change the development trajectory of Planet Naluan to a certain extent. Your existence will seep into the history of this planet, and people will treat you as a religion and spread your divine light. Your influence will accompany this civilization for a long time. Another legendary point obtained. Han Xiao grinned to himself. After the Ocean Boundary King promised to establish a religion for the 4 of them, Han Xiao and his party left, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. Tomar also became a member of the team. He had already agreed to follow Han Xiao to his divine kingdom, because he was a standard orphan-type protagonist template. He had no strings attached and could roam freely. Han Xiao felt that taking Tomar away was also a good thing for Planet Naluan. Tomar would be the first Nalianer to enter the universe, just like him. Because Tomar was a native of the planet, he had to open his eyes to the world and understand the true meaning of the universe. After he had been systematically trained to maximize his talents and developed a stronger power, he could then use the resources obtained in the universe to feed Planet Naluan. This would bring more benefits to his motherland compared to him staying within. Since the mission had already ended, Han Xiao did not tarry much longer on Planet Naluan and quickly took his group to board the spaceship, leaving the planet. Tomar was extremely curious about everything on the spaceship, but he was also a little dazed, as the deity's image in his mind differed from reality. Han Xiao just threw him to Phaidon, allowing him to complete Tomar's enlightenment education. As for himself, he returned to his room, looking through the news obtained this past half-month. The daily news of the Black Star Army was scanned, and Han Xiao flipped through his communicator before finding a message from Hereful. After 7 years of no contact, Han Xiao was a little curious about what Hereful wanted him to do. With one glance, however, his facial expression changed. The news was short, but the content gave him a headache. There was only a sentence written without any context. It's ES God. Chapter 744 ES God's Intention. The Chapter 744 Es God's Intention. Why mention Es God suddenly? Han Xiao frowned. Back when he was attacked by Es God's doppelganger, Herifel had fought alongside him. After 7 years, Herifel had suddenly brought it up again, so something must have happened. Without hesitation, Han Xiao sent a message to Herifel directly to ask him what he meant. However, after waiting for quite some time, Herifel still did not reply. Han Xiao suddenly had a bad feeling. He summoned Philip and said with a deep voice, "Search keyword, Herifel, and show me the abnormal results." Philip hummed and quickly completed the search. Master hum. A few days ago, various news channels in the Tyla civilization reported Herifel's death. He died a few days ago? Han Xiao knew that something was wrong. Bring it up. Philip played the related reports. After watching them, Han Xiao then figured out what had happened. Just a few days ago, Herifel was attacked in the government school of the Tyla civilization. He was kidnapped in front of the public. Even the 3 calamity grades working in the school could not stop the kidnappers. One day after the kidnappers left, Herifel's body was discovered. The message that Han Xiao had just received was sent by Herifel before his death. The news stated that the Tyla civilization had confirmed one of the kidnappers' identities through the traces left behind, and a bounty had been issued. Han Xiao opened the bounty information, and the image showed a pale male. Orozen, blood race. A wanted criminal from 60 years ago, Han Xiao murmured. He did not recognize this man. However, after linking it with Herifel's message, the answer was clear. This Orozen was most likely a subordinate sent by Es God. Why did they attack Herifel? Han Xiao frowned. From what he knew, the only link that they had with Es God was from the battle that happened 7 years ago. Could it be that Es God was so petty that because his doppelganger was tricked, he sent subordinates for revenge? He felt that this was the only logical reason. However, Es God was maniac, and maniacs were not associated with logic. Han Xiao had no idea if Es God knew his current strength. If he had only sent calamity-grade subordinates, it would basically be feeding him kills. Since even his doppelganger had failed, Es God would definitely not be expecting his calamity-grade subordinates to succeed. After some thought, Han Xiao's eyes became firm. This means that these people are very likely to be able to summon Es God's doppelganger like the Darkstar leader did. If this was really the case, it would be quite a tough situation. Back then, he had been able to exile Es God's doppelganger because of the terrain advantage and Herifel's help, which he did not have now. I'm much stronger than before. After completing the promotion after level 220, my health is almost double that of 7 years ago. Plus, I have the Void Star Pursuer talent, Cosmic Environmental Adaptation, which greatly increases my defense. Even if I must face an Es God doppelganger directly, I won't be in as much of a disadvantageous position as I was 7 years ago. If it's just a doppelganger, Es God might not be able to threaten my life. Aurora's potions also give me the equivalent of many lives. Han Xiao quickly analyzed the situation. As he realized that the situation was not that horrible, he was slightly relieved. Fortunately, version 3.0 had begun, and he had already gained enough experience from it to become stronger once again. If he had been the same as 7 years ago, Es God's revenge would indeed have been very threatening to him. After looking at news of Herifel's death carefully again, Han Xiao sighed and could only mourn for this old friend of his that had once fought alongside him. This time, a new mission suddenly popped up on the interface. You have triggered grade a bounty mission, Herifel's Revenge. Mission Introduction. Herifel is an important member of the Tyla civilization. He was murdered, and the killer has caused an extremely horrible impact. The Tyla civilization has issued a bounty. Anyone that avenges Herifel will receive a huge amount of reward. Mission requirements. Kill or capture the bounty target, Orozen. Reward, 236 million experience, 8 million Aina's bounty, plus 1,800 Tyla civilization favorability. To a version 3.0 player, the difficulty of this mission is way above their abilities. No wonder the rewards are so good. Han Xiao tutade. No players in version 3.0 would be able to complete this mission. Missions with this kind of difficulty would only appear in at least 2 more versions. However, bounty missions were not restricted by versions. Many people were wanted by civilizations or black markets. Even the players now would be able to accept bounty missions for calamity grades or even beyond grade as, just that they would certainly not be able to complete them. For example, many Shattered Star Ring organizations had secretly issued bounties for Han Xiao on the black market, which totaled about 92 million anas. This was an outrageous bounty for even major galactic pirates. However, most bounty hunters knew the limit of their capabilities, so no one would accept this kind of suicide mission. The requirement is to avenge Hereful, Han Xiao murmured. There's no need to waste energy tracking the culprit. That is Tyla civilization's job. A star cluster civilization has more resources to track the culprit. It would be like searching for a needle in a haystack for me. If ES-God's subordinates are looking for revenge, they will most likely come for me. I will just have to wait. After contemplating for a while, Han Xiao made up his mind. He was not planning to break his tempo of farming talents because of this mission. If ES-God's subordinates were not coming, it would save him some trouble, but if they were indeed after him, he did not mind getting rid of the mission target. He was rather confident in this. After all, the outside world did not know that he had made another breakthrough in terms of strength. According to the combat experience from 7 years ago, he would just about be able to endure the pressure from an ES-God doppelganger. Of course, being confident was one thing. The great mechanic Han would not be less alert because of it. I still have to be cautious. At the same time, in a certain area in the Shattered Star Ring, 3 curved spaceships slowly flew between an asteroid belt in stealth mode. There were signs of a battle on these ships. Nano-robots were repairing their armor. Inside the main ship, Colin, Orozen, and the rest were looking at the data records of a wormhole detector. This was a device that they had received from Hereful. Inside was the many years of data of studying the wormholes, among which was the data of the time when an ES-God doppelganger fell into the wormhole. The dates align. This is the data that His Excellency ES-God wants. Orozen grinned, showing a few fangs. The memories I read are indeed correct. Orozen's Esper ability was the rare race strengthening, which enhanced his racial talents as a member of the blood race. He had the ability to read the memories of the target whose blood he consumed. These people did not kidnap Hereful to interrogate and torture him, but to let Orozen suck his blood and get the intelligence they wanted. Hereful's cause of death was his blood being drained dry completely while he was still alive. But due to your stupidity, the Tyla civilization discovered your identity, Colin said coldly. The entire star cluster civilization is now searching for us. Maybe they will be able to discover that we're members of the fallen Arkansas. If not because you're still a little useful, I would have killed you. Orozen did not care at all. He leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said lazily, so what? The Tyla civilization won't be able to catch up to our spaceships. Plus, this is the Shattered Star Ring, not the central galaxy ruled by the 3 universal civilizations. Is it necessary to be this careful? Might as well have some fun. So what if an organization in this remote star field discovers who we are? Can they go to the central galaxy to fight Fallen Ark? Plus, even if they really dare to go there, they will only end up being demolished by His Excellency ES-God. Colin snorted. If any accidents happen during the operation, I will make you pay. Instead of worrying about something so unimportant, how about sending the data back first? Orozen shrugged and snickered. Colin did not continue hanging onto the fact that their identities had been partially exposed. Through the super-long-range quantum communication device, he sent the wormhole data back to the Fallen Ark. This way, the first mission given by His Excellency ES-God was complete. Colin was rather satisfied with their efficiency. After planning for more than half a month, they had successfully kidnapped Hereful and retrieved the data right away. The mission was going smoothly. Since they had obtained the data, there was no need for them to find Black Star. This team had 3 ES-God doppelgangers in their hands, which were all given different abilities. Colin did not want to waste any of them on Black Star. These were all important trump cards that ES-God had given them to steal the Evolution Cube. Stealing the Evolution Cube from Psyker was the most important mission of this trip. Comparatively, kidnapping Hereful was a walk in the park. Colin clapped his hands and said with a deep voice, "The data has been sent." It's time to get down to business. Psyker is a beyond grade A, so we need a detailed plan and a suitable opening. The 3 spaceships changed direction and headed to the star system where Psyker resided. In a desolate universe built outside the central galaxy, the main army of the fallen Ark was resting in their secret stronghold. In the main ship, an officer woke Yes'God up from his sleep. Your Excellency Yes'God, the team we sent to the Shattered Star Ring had sent back the data you wanted. Upon hearing the officer's report, Yes'God woke up. The black vortex under his hood turned into a face. He then smiled strangely and said with a husky voice, "Good, good. Have the research team analyze this wormhole data and find the place that the other side of the wormhole was connected to at that time. I want to know the coordinates of that place in the universe." Understood. Let me think. Right, I told them to bring the evolution cube back. Have they succeeded? They have yet to send any information related to that. They should still be on the task. Yes'God slowly nodded and mumbled, "I have finally discovered where the evolution cube is. The Arcane Church has been looking for it for so long. They have no idea that the leftover records of the evolutionary civilization have always been in my head. I'm the rightful heir of the evolution cube. It can help me achieve a higher level of evolution. Psyker has no right to such a treasure." Chapter 745, 745 Tomar. 745 Tomar. My name is Tomar Tyken. I was born in Yellow Leaf Town of the Ocean Boundary Kingdom. I was adopted by the only orphanage in the town before I could remember, where I spent my childhood. I can still remember when I was 6 years old. I saw a few slightly older children from the town doing weird things to older Sister Shauna in an alley 2 streets away from the orphanage. Sister Shauna was the oldest child in the orphanage. She always took care of everyone, and we all saw her as our older sister. She had freckles on her face. I think that she looked very pretty and gentle when she smiled with the dimples on her cheeks. I always dreamed of her when I was little. I thought that they were bullying older Sister Shauna, so I picked up a stone and threw it at the forehead of one of them. Then they beat me up. After growing up, only then did I know what they were doing to Shauna back then. After that, older Sister Shauna left the town without saying goodbye. I don't know where she went. Then, the guy whose forehead I hit went to the orphanage to complain. The head of the orphanage scolded me. I asked him why my parents didn't have my back. He said that my parents died long ago. They went into the mountains to harvest things and met demonic spirits. Only then did I know that I had no one to rely on in this world. When I was 10, I left the orphanage and became an apprentice at the carpenter's workshop in town. When I was 15, my teacher got a job that needed him to go to Stone Heart City, which was nearby. He brought us there, and after working there for half a month, we finally finished the job. On that night, Pilly cheekily said that he was going to take me to a good place. Pilly was the senior apprentice of the carpenter workshop, a few years older than me. Then, we went to a pub in Stone Heart City called Honey. That was the first time I ever drank. In that place, I saw Sister Shauna, whom I had not seen for many years. She was working in the pub. She had thick makeup on her face, and she smiled more than before. But her smile looked fake to me. It reminded me of the smiley-faced dolls I carved hundreds of times. Her job was to take food to the guests. When she passed by, there were always people who placed their hands on her body. Every time that happened, she smiled more clearly and even faker. I remember that she was still very young, but I noticed that she already had wrinkles at the edges of her eyes. Pilly said that I was an adult now. He had already paid, so Sister Shauna would take me to the second floor and help me to become an adult. Only then did I realize that she had become a prostitute, and her business was quite good. Many people paid for her. I remember how my mind became blank. I fought with Pilly but lost. He was taller and tougher than me. I was pressed on the floor and beaten up badly. Sister Shauna did not come to help. I don't know if she recognized me. After that, I was thrown out of the pub. My eyes swollen, and my body hurt, but I did not want to return to the hotel and wandered around the streets. On that night, I met a wizard. Sometimes, I can't help but admit how unpredictable life can be. When I was a kid, I never thought that I would become a wizard in the future. Over the next 5 years, I learned all kinds of spells and ways to make magic potions in Stone Heart City. Mr. Lanley always praised me, saying that I'm talented. I don't know if he meant it. Anyhow, I stepped into another hidden world. My old life became distant and unreachable. The others set a goal for me, to beat a person called Vosamid. Although I didn't know him, everyone said that he's my enemy. When I was 20, I met 4 people who called themselves deities. I never thought that this would be the turning point of my life. Their appearance changed everything. They easily completed the goal that us wizards in the Gathering Point had spent 50 years fighting for. I saw my enemy, Vosamid, for the first time, and then he was casually killed by the deities. The deities chose me and brought me to the kingdom of deities. I thought I would then become a faithful believer, but everything that happened after overthrew my knowledge of everything. We boarded a huge metal box, and this box could actually fly. When we entered the sky, I realized that my world was actually a ball. Why is it a ball? I don't understand. The god of luck told me that the world I was in is called Naluin. Something called a planet. Outside the planet is a place called the universe. In the universe, there are countless planets like planet Naluin. I was really shocked, more shocked than when I realized the existence of deities. I never could have thought of something like this even in my wildest imaginations. However, the god of luck then told me that them being so-called deities was just a joke. They were just visitors from the universe, and I'm the only one from planet Naluin to enter the galaxy. I could not believe that this had happened to me. He said that his name was Phaidon, and he told me what the real world was like. This completely shattered my past worldview. Phaidon said that they were all members of the Black Star Army. That guy who tricked me is the leader of the army. I have never seen someone this shameless before. Nonetheless, I felt gratitude toward him. If he had not chosen me, I would have forever been an ignorant native like Phaidon said, never getting to know the truth of the universe. His Excellency Black Star changed my entire life. The Black Star Army seems to be a very strong organization in the universe, and I became a member of the Black Star Army. Alright, I'm used to things like this. Just like back in the Gathering Point, I once again joined an organization out of nowhere. For many days, I was confused and lost. While Phaidon taught me the general knowledge of the world, he told me that if I don't know what to do, I should take helping my mother planet as my life goal. This is the destiny of a pioneer of a civilization. Honestly, I like this destiny. Mr. Phaidon helped me a lot. I think he's a good man. He looks nice when he smiles like Sister Shauna in the past. After a few days, I was sent up to another spaceship. They were sending me to the Black Star Army headquarters to learn magic. They said that I'm talented. Sigh, why does everyone think I'm a magic genius? Isn't magic very simple? I was handed over to a person that looked miserable and depressed. He said that he would be my teacher from now on. Honestly, I don't think he's a suitable teacher. He told me magic is actually not that useful. Just learn something so that I can say I've done my part. 3 months later on planet Mecifer. This was a well-known, neutral planet in the Shattered Star Ring, located at the edge of the star field and not ruled by any civilization. At this moment, Han Xiao's spaceship was hovering above planet Mecifer. 3 months had passed since his trip to planet Naluin. In those 3 months, the biggest battle up till now had erupted in the Secret War. As the Crimson Dynasty leaked rumors about the negotiations starting to come to an end, Section 0 and the Bloodshed Land began an all-out war to delay the time. The two sides gave up all conservative strategies and fought head-on. The warfare was tragic. In just the short 3 months, the calamity grades that died on both sides added up to close to 100. Han Xiao did not participate and Purple Crystal allowed that, but the Black Star Army had to fight given how many resources they had consumed. The army was led by Lagi and Herluz. The players were given suicidal missions, so the number of casualties of lower-middle combatants was kept to an acceptable range. As for the high-level combatants, without their leader, Black Star, many calamity grades were injured. However, Han Xiao told Aurora to make some super-strong recovery potions that saved lives in crucial times. Thanks to that, none of the high-level combatants of the army died. During all that, Han Xiao took Hila, Aurora, and Phaidon to travel all around the starfield to do side missions. Tomar was the only protagonist character that he had been able to woo. This leek was given to Lagi to slowly cultivate. Han Xiao had obtained 5 new talents in the past 3 months. 3 of them were common talents and 2 were rare talents. All of them were useful in some way. His actual combat capability increased to a certain extent. However, the most important thing that he received was not those talents but the experience that he had been hoarding throughout the 3 months. The senior players and new players of the army provided him with plenty of experience. According to his calculation, that experience was more than enough for him to level up to above level 235. He was getting closer to level 240. The speed of getting experience is faster than I expected. It seems to be because these new players are starting to learn advanced knowledges as well. At this rate, in about half a month, my experience would be enough for me to reach level 240. Inside the spaceship, Han Xiao was rather excited. He had yet to use the experience on leveling up. This was mainly because he wanted to use the experience as a trump card for dealing with the possible revenge of ES-God's subordinates. However, after waiting for 3 months, ES-God's subordinates had yet to appear. Since the enemies did not appear, he was in no hurry to level up. After all, the experience was not going anywhere. Thus, Han Xiao continued to farm talents. Planet Mesifer was his next stop. This neutral planet was known for 2 things: their enormous black market that consisted of countless products and their developed galactic shipyard industry. There were a ton of mechanical and magic-based shipyards there. A large number of spaceship models could be ordered there. Many galactic travelers went to Planet Mesifer to build ships. As it was a neutral planet, Planet Mesifer was filled with all kinds of people. The shipyards did not care about the guest's identity. Anyone could make an order as long as they paid for it. Quite a number of galactic pirates or wanted criminals would put on a disguise and go there to purchase and resupply their spaceships. Neutral planets always had a powerful ruler, and Planet Mesifer was no exception. The owner of this planet was called Sardim, nicknamed Giant Soldier Architect, a powerful grade A+ mechanic. However, Han Xiao's goal for this trip was not him. Through the spaceship porthole, Han Xiao looked down on the metal planet surface of Planet Mesifer. He then turned around to the others and said, "Let's put on a disguise. We're not using our real faces here." As he spoke, Han Xiao placed a transparent membrane on his face. Electrical circuits flashed on the membrane surface and turned into the face of another person. This was a mask that he had learned to make a long time ago. The technology used in it had been updated dozens of times, and it was much more undetectable. Gila and the others did not ask why and wore the membranes to disguise themselves. They had become used to Han Xiao's strange actions in the past 3 months. There was an obtainable mechanic class talent on Planet Mesifer. Its effect was to enhance the ability to build machines. This was a mission exclusive to mechanics. He had to apply for employment in a certain shipyard and become a shipbuilder. Of course, with Black Star's identity, there was no doubt that he would not become a shipbuilder of a shipyard. Thus, Han Xiao had to disguise himself, cover up his handsome face, and be an ordinary man temporarily. Only then would he be able to trigger the mission. After I'm done with this mission, I should have around enough experience to reach level 240. Han Xiao took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and gave the order to Philip. Descend. Chapter 746, 746 Planet Mesifer and the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. 746 Planet Mesifer and the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. As Planet Mesifer was not a colonial planet but an industrial neutral planet that would naturally attract people. There were only 5 cities on the planet's surface, 1 main city and 4 sub-cities. Han Xiao landed in the main city, which was the biggest. Looking down from above, Planet Mesifer had a very strong industrial theme. It was mainly made up of large spaceship yards. Some were even assembling large spaceships in the open, and the skeletons of these spaceships could be seen from above. There were no actual residences on the planet, only the hostels for the mechanic workers and entertainment facilities, as well as all sorts of hotels for the galactic travelers. At the heart of the city was a conch-shaped mechanical hovering city. This was the base of Giant Soldier Architect Sardim. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. 16 240-meter-tall sentry-type mechanical giant soldiers were mounted at the base of the hovering city. which were all in standby mode and would automatically be activated when attacked. They were very powerful. The 3 branches of the mechanic class all had their specialties. Sardim was clearly an armed branch grade A+ mechanic that mastered building powerful mechanical giant soldiers. Planet Macipher had 8 planet surface ports. Han Xiao's spaceship followed the instructions from the surface and landed in Surface Port 3 before entering the hangar. After Han Xiao went through the simple procedures, he led the disguised Gila and the others out of the port, mixing into the crowd and entering the city. There were beings from all kinds of races on the streets, human-like beings and even some pedipalp beings, all galactic residents from different star clusters. The universal translator allowed them to communicate with each other at ease. It's so boisterous here. Both are neutral planets. Why is Floating Dragon so quiet? Aurora looked around curiously. Well, that's because Floating Dragon doesn't have a specialty, and it's not friendly to foreign financial groups. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. Places with beyond grade as in them were always popular. The reason that Floating Dragon did not prosper was completely due to their strategy. Ames did not want to develop Floating Dragon at all. Furthermore, from the aspect of the territory type, Planet Macipher was a pure industrial planet while Floating Dragon was Ames' home. The management mode and openness of the two were different. Sardim had enough strength to be the boss of an organization. He was also a mechanic who was good at attracting investments and businesses. Thus, it was easy for him to make a place popular. This time, the sound of energy spraying flashed past the sky. They looked up, and a team of mechanical soldiers happened to pass by. They were the armed forces that Sardim used to maintain the law. They were also his own mechanical troops. Opening a neutral planet is quite profitable. Although my Black Star army is at a higher level, making a neutral industrial planet seems to be quite a good idea. Can gather more leaks, but that's a matter to think about after the secret war ends. Han Xiao caressed his chin and pondered about the business expansion of the army. Black Star's name was quite well known in the Shattered Star Ring. Fortunately, they had put on a disguise so no one recognized him. The group boarded ground vehicles and went to a shipyard at the center area of the main city. This shipyard was extremely large and grand. Han Xiao and the rest stopped outside the gate and looked up at the colorful floating virtual signboard. On it were the words Cornerstone Summit Corporation, written in universal language. This was one of the most credible and reputable shipyards on planet Macipher. This is the right place. Han Xiao nodded. He opened the communicator. On it was the hiring notice of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. This kind of large shipyards recruited mechanics constantly. The minimum requirement was grade CS or owners of a mechanic technician work permit distributed by a star system civilization, just like companies in the real world that required minimum education qualifications. Han Xiao did not have a machinery technician work permit. This was something that only those supers focusing on researching and life skills needed. Its main purpose was to make things more convenient for research personnel and technicians that did not like fighting. Han Xiao had never had a need for this. Plus, with his grade, he would get it easily without any tests if he wanted to. Supers had extraordinary powers. Some used this power for violence, such as the galactic pirates, mercenaries, and bounty hunters. Some used this power to produce and manufacture things. Supers were also important labor and production forces in the galactic society, among which the business of mechanics and mages was the most popular. Some espers with special esper abilities also had quite good business, and psychics were suitable for therapy, reconnaissance, and the like. Pugilists were the only ones that had very worrying futures in the business world. After all, pugilists were the best in manual labor jobs, which was something even robots could do but for a much cheaper price. After all, who would hire pugilists just to carry things around the site? Han Xiao and the rest walked into the shipyard. There were many guests in the reception hall who were all there to order spaceships. They were using the self-service screens to browse through the spaceship models available and make orders. Han Xiao went to an unoccupied self-service screen and pressed on manual service instantly. The next moment, the image on the screen changed into a pretty lady receptionist of the galaxy human race. Hello. Welcome to the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. How may I help you? I'm a mechanic here to look for employment. Han Xiao expressed his intentions. The disguise was effective and he would not be recognized. Okay, please follow the reception robot. You will be led to an interviewer. A palm-sized, spherical robot wearing a mini receptionist uniform flew over. It was really adorable. It bowed and led the way. They left the reception hall, passed by the exterior factories, and entered a huge workshop. Han Xiao immediately saw quite a few low-level mechanics working on the various workbenches, assembling parts. This time, an old man approached. His white hair was tied into a braid behind his head, and he was smiling. He looked rather amiable. Hi, I'm a senior machinery engineer of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. Luke, right, I need an alias as well. Han Xiao smiled and said, I'm Barn. Luke paused and said with a deep voice, Cornerstone Summit Corporation is constantly recruiting mechanics. You should have seen the requirements. Which kind of test would you like to take? Showing your permit or testing your grade? Testing my grade. Luke nodded. He raised his hand and released a wave of mechanical force. He then grabbed the reception robot in his hand. The energy that he emitted had reached the grade B standard. He secretly sized Han Xiao up. Seeing that Han Xiao's expression did not change, he then pressed a few more times on the reception robot. A probe popped out from the head of the robot. This was a device used to detect a person's energy rank. I assume you know how to use this thing. Just release your mechanical force toward the probe, Luke said. Han Xiao exhaled deeply and carefully controlled the mechanical force inside his body. He worried that he might release too much of it and expose his grade A identity. A stream of mechanical force shot out from his fingertips. As Luke saw the results, his expression changed immediately, and his tone suddenly became enthusiastic. You're a grade B plus mechanic. That was still too much. Han Xiao thought in resignation. Grade B plus was basically the top talent that a shipyard could employ. Although calamity grades were common in the Secret War, they were exceedingly rare in normal galactic life. There was no way a grade A would look for a job in a normal shipyard like this. Are there any other tests? No, we will immediately give you the senior engineer position and salary. This is what someone at your grade deserves. Luke was very enthusiastic. In the corporation, being grade B was the basic requirement of becoming a senior engineer, but one still had to accumulate contributions before becoming one. Anyone at grade B+, however, could become a senior engineer immediately. Please wait a moment. I will tell my superiors to discuss with you directly. Then, he turned around and instantly reported the situation to his higher-ups before passionately escorting Han Xiao around to tour the various areas of the shipyard. Not long after, a few Cornerstone Summit Corporation managers arrived and sincerely discussed the terms with Han Xiao. Han Xiao came just for the talent, so the 2-year contract was very quickly agreed and signed by both parties, which included the usual terms such as not allowing Han Xiao to leak some blueprints and such. Of course, Han Xiao was not planning to comply with the contract. He signed the contract as Barn and planned to leave as soon as he received the talent. Even if his real identity was exposed someday with his position in the galaxy, would this shipyard dare to go after him for breaching the contract? Furthermore, he was not planning on hurting their profit. I, a peak calamity grade, am working for you. What else do you want? As the contract was signed, Luke smiled and shook hands with Han Xiao. The Cornerstone Summit Corporation welcomes you. Han Xiao nodded. What project do I need to be responsible for? Well, the corporation recently accepted a high-level order from one of our big customers. They provided the blueprint and asked us to mass-produce a rather rare battleship model. Our assembly lines are unable to build some parts of it that require very advanced technology. Only grade B mechanics and above are able to learn and build these extremely complicated blueprints. Therefore, we used many of our senior engineers, but the progress is not optimal at the moment. Understood, so my job is to build some of these parts. Han Xiao nodded. Yes. I shall first arrange your accommodation, then I will give a part of the blueprint to you. You have 5 days to learn the blueprint before borrowing the corporation's factory to build it. Every senior engineer has a quota to meet. You're new, so your schedule might be a little packed, Luke explained. 5 days is completely unnecessary. Just give me the blueprint and I will learn it within a second. Han Xiao laughed in his mind. Plus, with the manufacturing ability of a calamity-grade, mass-building spaceship parts was a piece of cake. Finally, a mission popped up on the interface. Engineer. Mission introduction. First line in the mechanic code of conduct. A mechanic's career is incomplete without the experience of using others' resources to train oneself. Mission requirements. Using the Cornerstone Summit Corporation's resources, build 1,500 products of any type. Must be for the corporation. Current progress, 0/1,500. Reward, 6,500,000 experience. Proficient technician talent. Finally triggered. Han Xiao was joyous. Although the name of this talent was a little boring, its effects were rather good. Talents that could strengthen the main class were always valuable. He now had a total of 12 mechanic-type talents. Energy modification, machinery analytical comprehension, virtual technology essence, machinery theory summary, military machinery enlightenment, flexible weapon usage, super electromagnetic sense, elementary grade mechanical sense, assembly line professional, high-level mechanical suit pilot, machinery truth knowledge, and mechanical force ascension apostle body. Most of them came from the class advancement of his main class. The bonuses from these mechanic-type talents added up to a considerable amount. For the rest of the day, Luke accompanied Han Xiao to know more about the areas within the shipyard. When night arrived, his accommodation was finally arranged. He would be staying in the high-level hostel at the internal area of the corporation. The other three had been acting as his bodyguards, so they moved in as well. After they finished unpacking, Aurora could not help but ask, "Uncle, do you have some other motive for working here?" "Oh," Han Xiao wondered. "You actually want to steal their blueprints, right?" Aurora said with an excited tone and a smug expression. "You're overthinking this. I don't need to do such low-standard things." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "If I wanted a blueprint, I can just buy it. I'm not poor." "Black Star, we're not really going to stay here for 2 years, are we?" Fiden suddenly asked. "Of course not. What are you thinking?" Fiden sighed. "We've followed you around for 3 months. You said this was to experience different lives and see more things, but I really can't figure out how this will help you to break through and reach beyond grade A." Han Xiao had no choice but to create an excuse. "I fought a 7-year-long war and did not improve much, if at all. Maybe relaxing will give me something different. Anyway," Fiden said with resignation, "you have to know that you really don't have much time left. If you aren't able to break through, it's best to make plans. Be it asking for the Dragon Emperor's help or escaping the Shattered Star Ring, you have to at least have a plan. You're saying it in a way as if I'm near my doom. It would be great if you're loggy." This time, someone rang the doorbell. Luke walked in carrying a thick stack of blueprints, placed them on the table, and chatted for a while before leaving. These were the blueprints for 3 parts. To prevent the technology of the entire spaceship being leaked, every senior engineer received blueprints of different parts and was responsible for the production of those parts. Freewenville.com. Han Xiao quickly browsed through the blueprints in less than a minute. The blueprints of these 3 parts were recognized by the interface and quickly turned into abilities, fully learned by Han Xiao. The technology level of these 3 parts is a little high. Usual spaceships won't need to use these 3 parts. Only super large spaceships do. Han Xiao was stunned. If he was not wrong, only spaceships using star cluster level technology would need these 3 parts. Linking these factors together, could the order that the Cornerstone Summit Corporation had received be to build a star cluster grade flagship? Like the Star Diamond grade flagship of the Purple Crystal Civilization? That would be a secret manufacturing process even for star cluster civilizations. Han Xiao was tempted. He was not an armed branch mechanic and always had a shortage of blueprints for large machines. All he had that was considerably impactful was the armed satellite fortress. If he could obtain the blueprint of a star cluster grade flagship, it would be an amazing surprise. Chapter 747, 747 Eternal Light and Sardim's Attention. 747 Eternal Light and Sardim's Attention. The next day, Han Xiao arrived at the shipyard early in the morning and was ready to craft the spaceship parts assigned to him. For the sake of secrecy, the blueprint of the spaceship would be split into different groups and given to different senior engineers to complete. The core components of the spaceship would be crafted by the direct subordinates of the organization. New engineers like him usually would not be involved in such a large order. The Cornerstone Summit Corporation considered the problem of the deadline and also the grade B+ strength that Han Xiao had displayed. Thus, they had pulled him into their plans. However, they would never pass the core portions of the blueprint to him. The three components that Han Xiao was in charge of had a high technical requirement but were not core components. Because it was a high-grade made-to-order component, the corporation did not have a corresponding assembly line. As such, the high-grade engineers were put to use. He originally did not plan to steal the blueprint, but if it was a star cluster grade flagship. Cough cough. Since it was the job of a mechanic, could it be considered stealing? He planned to make use of his virtual technology skill to infiltrate the database of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. He should be able to steal the basic framework of the star cluster grade flagship. The virtual engineer that the Cornerstone Summit Corporation had hired to guard their database was no more than a little brother in front of him. He could easily take a stroll in the other party's backyard without anyone noticing. Most important blueprints were still being kept in hardcopy format. Although such a method was pretty prehistoric, it would never become outdated. After all, virtual mechanics were infamous all around the world, and no one wanted their own database to be eyed up by others every day. The Cornerstone Summit Corporation was currently rushing to complete an order, and his construction speed was his advantage. As long as he could complete the quota on his hands, the corporation would probably give him the blueprints of a few more parts for him to construct. He could then farm for progress points for his mission. As long as he found a way to steal the remaining parts of the blueprint, he would be able to complete the blueprints of the entire flagship. Upon arriving at the work region for high-grade engineers, Han Xiao immediately saw Luke and greeted him. "Bame, why are you here?" Luke was a little surprised. "Why do you look so surprised?" Han Xiao raised his brows. "I thought that you would spend the entire day learning the blueprints. If you want to view your workbench, I will get someone to show you around. The deadline is coming up, and I am extremely busy. I will not have time for anything else." Luke thought that Han Xiao was there to familiarize himself with his workplace. Han Xiao shook his head and said, "You misunderstand. I'm here to start work." Luke's eyes widened upon hearing that. "You only needed a single night to leam the blueprints I gave you. This efficiency was way too high, right?" He was truly in disbelief. The parts of these high-grade spaceships were extremely complicated, and he had needed a full 3 days to grasp them. The way he saw it, Han Xiao should have needed a day or two to learn it at the very least. However, to think that he was actually able to leam them in a single night. Han Xiao looked at Luke, who was in a daze, and said, "I shall get to work if there isn't anything else." Luke snapped out of his daze and hurriedly said, all right. I won't disturb you anymore." Han Xiao nodded and entered his workshop. Luke only retracted his gaze when he saw Han Xiao close the door. This new colleague barn was even more amazing than he had thought. The access card of a senior engineer could gain access to a high-grade workshop of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. The facilities of the workshop were extremely complete, and although it could not be compared to his personal workshop in the Black Star Army, it was still extremely valuable. Closing the door, Han Xiao was the only one left in the workshop. He then looked around at the workshop and nodded. "They gave me a deadline of half a month to complete my parts, but I will only need half a day to complete them. I think this is a little too exaggerated. I should slow down a bit and drag it out for 3 days. Clank. Han Xiao then flicked out a series of compressed orbs to form various different assistants. These were specially modified machines that he had constructed personally and were peak-grade A+ machines. These machines could not be bought on the market and were his personal equipment. Buzz. Mechanical force shot out from his arms, and his assistants all began to spring into action. They then made use of all the various materials and began their construction. His large pool of experience was the reason behind why he was not afraid of the soul embryo. As he constructed the parts, he used his quantum network matrix to connect to the network of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation and infiltrated their database. Han Xiao's virtual technology skill was more than sufficient to deal with the firewall of an ordinary shipyard corporation. He easily hid his tracks and went past the firewall and alarm of the database. He then got Philip to make a copy of all their information. Let me see what kind of good stuff there is. Han Xiao was in a good mood. An endless stream of information appeared in his mind, including records of all the Cornerstone Summit Corporation's past transactions. After eliminating all the useless information from his mind, Han Xiao dug out a bunch of useful information. Blueprints of high-grade spaceships would not be kept in the database, and a special safe would have been constructed to store it. However, the location of the safe was not located on the map, so he did not know the location of the blueprints. The blueprints kept within the database were those of ordinary spaceships, but Han Xiao would not reject any freebies and accepted them all. Even the meat of a mosquito was considered meat. Furthermore, he had the talent research theory, and would gain 1 intelligence point for every 3 skills. It would only benefit him to learn more blueprint skills. After searching for a while, Han Xiao finally found information about what he was looking for, the recent large order for the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. Eternal Light Fortress? Han Xiao was stunned. This flagship model was truly too famous. It was not the product of any star cluster civilization within the Shattered Star Ring but one of the flagship models of the Federation of Light. Although the Eternal Light was not the trump card flagship of a universal civilization, it was still a top model. In ordinary galactic wars, this was one of the main flagships of the Federation of Light. The combat capability of the Eternal Light was comparable to star cluster level flagships and was even stronger in terms of energy. Furthermore, the cost to construct it was also cheaper, and it was one of the flagships within the Federation of Light that had a lower technical requirement. Battleship blueprints of the Federation of Light could not even be found on the black market. To think that an ordinary shipyard in the Shattered Star Ring was actually able to construct the high-grade battleship of a universal civilization. Is there a reason behind this? Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he could not help but think about various possibilities. For the Federation of Light to secretly employ local workshops in the Shattered Star Ring to construct battleships, are they actually trying to build up their forces in this star field? Could it be that they're about to make a big move? If that's the case, the Cornerstone Summit Corporation shouldn't be the only corporation constructing Federation of Light battleships. And that's not right. The Federation of Light should have their own secret warehouses in the Shattered Star Ring, so there's no need for them to outsource production. Furthermore, the only reason for them to build up their forces in the Shattered Star Ring would be to fight against the Crimson Dynasty. Could it be that their negotiations with the Crimson Dynasty are no more than a farce and they wish to occupy the flickering world with force? That doesn't seem too likely. Not to mention the fact that there wasn't such a storyline in my previous life. If the Federation of Light wanted to do so, they would have sent an army already. After exploring the different options, Han Xiao had a more reliable guess. This matter should not be related to the Federation of Light. Perhaps an individual got the blueprints from some unknown channel and placed an order with the Cornerstone Summit Corporation for them to aid with the construction. If that was the case, this large customer would either have extremely close ties with the Cornerstone Summit Corporation or was in existence that the corporation could not afford to offend. If not, they would not dare to casually provide such a valuable blueprint. If this is the case, stealing the blueprint will be even more difficult than I imagined. I may even offend a powerful organization in the process. Han Xiao frowned slightly. I am Barn now and not Black Star anyway. What has Barn stealing blueprints got to do with Black Star? He can just steal the blueprints and run away. However, the basic framework of the Eternal Light Fortress was stored within the database. The framework of the spaceship referred to the outer armor and components of the spaceship and formed the outer shell of the spaceship. It was akin to the skeleton and skin of a spaceship and did not have any core technical skills involved. Because the external frame of such a large flagship would usually be constructed outside the atmosphere, the technical skills involved were extremely high and required the aid of an artificial intelligence. Thus, the blueprints of the framework were entered into the database. The core components of a spaceship included the energy furnace, shield generator, hyperdrive engine, and many more. All those components formed the organs of the spaceship and were much more important than the outer frame. As Han Xiao viewed the framework of the Eternal Light Fortress, a notification popped up on his interface. You have received Battleship Blueprint. Eternal Light. Incomplete. It's fine even if it's incomplete. I'd better get the other parts of the blueprint. Han Xiao thought to himself. Over the next 10 or so days, Han Xiao hid himself within the shipyard to construct components, and the progress of his engineer mission shot up. He completed the first target in 3 days, and the upper echelons of the corporation were stunned. After checking to ensure that there were no problems with the quality of the components, the upper echelons all felt that they had truly picked up a treasure. They then passed the blueprints of a few more parts to Han Xiao, and he completed them in less than 2 days. The upper echelons of the corporation then gave Han Xiao a few more blueprints, which were completed extremely quickly. However, the upper echelons immediately fell into a conundrum. Han Xiao's efficiency had far exceeded their expectations, and they were faced with a problem. If things continued as such, this new recruit, Barn, would learn of many more blueprints. If this continued, it would go against their initial plans of splitting up the blueprint into parts to lower their risk. Just when the upper echelons were hesitating, the big boss behind the corporation came to inspect their progress. In the conference room, Sardim flipped through the latest report of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation, and his gaze swept over the managers who were by the side. I am disappointed in your efficiency. Why isn't the Eternal Light constructed yet? Your Excellency Sardim, this is the flagship model of a universal civilization. We can't construct it quickly with our technical skills. Furthermore, our corporation only has one grade B+ engineer at the very most, and the production capability of those high-grade components is too low. Oh! Sardim narrowed his eyes. I truly wonder if all of your attention is only on the sales figures of the shipyard. All of you only want to increase your sales figures for the outside world and don't want to do your jobs. You misunderstood us. We do not have such thoughts. The expressions of the upper echelons changed greatly, and they hurriedly defended themselves. Although they were the upper echelons of the corporation, Sardim was the true boss, and the Cornerstone Summit Corporation was actually Sardim's property. Apart from accepting the orders of the outside world, their other responsibility was to produce machines for Sardim. If Sardim was the ruler of planet Mecipher, then the Cornerstone Summit Corporation was a state enterprise. As long as Sardim was willing, he would be able to easily take back the authority of those managers. Constructing the Eternal Light Fortress was a mission that Sardim had given the Cornerstone Summit Corporation, and the blueprint belonged to him. Don't forget whose subordinates all of you are, Sardim warned. I will give you 4 more months. If all of you still cannot complete the Eternal Light, the upper echelons hurriedly expressed their loyalty. Don't worry, we will definitely construct it. Sardim then nodded and suddenly asked after reading the report, You hired a new senior engineer? Yes, he is called Barn. Sardim then pointed at the data displayed on the report. Even if he is a grade B+ mechanic, his efficiency is extremely rare. There are 2 possibilities. He may be an extremely talented mechanic with the potential to become a calamity grade super, or he hid his strength because of some motive. The upper echelons were stunned. What should we do? You do not need to bother about this. Sardim waved his arms and revealed an excited look. If it is the former, it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to take in a disciple with potential. If it is the latter, it may be even better. All the upper echelons then looked at each other. Then how should we arrange his job? Do we continue to let him construct the Eternal Light? With his efficiency, he will probably learn a large number of blueprints. Sardim's mouth curled up, and he said, We just need to protect the blueprints of the core components. There's no need to be worried about the other parts being leaked. All right, no one dared to rebut. Sardim then stood up and had a teasing look in his eyes. Observe him for a while. I will find the time to come into contact with him. I think that he will be an interesting fellow. The sea of stars was boundless, and the universe was endless. The shattered star ring was at the edge of the explored universe. This star field was split into more than 10 star clusters and at least 1,000 star systems. Among all these star systems, the Eternal Night star system was one of the most special ones, because a new star cluster civilization was being born in this star system. Under the lead of their leader, their civilization rose at an unprecedented speed. Their race evolved at an unbelievable rate, and their race would forever remember the glory that their leader brought them. They changed the name of their race and were called the Star Pupil Holy Race. Psyker was the leader of this civilization. Today, the Star Pupil Holy Race welcomed an uninvited guest. Chapter 748. 748 Target. Evolution Cube. 748 Target. Evolution Cube. Planet Avitan of the Eternal Night Star System was not the Star Pupil Holy Race's mother planet. It was a highly developed administrative planet. Its location was optimal, and it was an important financial center. There were more than 12 billion residents on this planet. In a certain main city on planet Avitan, hovering carriers flitted between the tall buildings. The Star Pupil Holy Race people who were born with the ability to fly were traveling in the sky following the traffic rules. The city was peaceful and prosperous. However, on this day, the peace on planet Avitan was shattered. A crimson meteor suddenly appeared and started descending extremely quickly from outer space. The radars did not detect the movement of this meteor before this at all, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. The meteor descended at an extremely high speed, right toward this main city. The time in which the fleet stationed at planet Avitan could react was very little. Countless fully automatic planetary defense formations deployed outside the planet's atmosphere quickly responded, releasing an enormous amount of dark energy and forming a net that extended more than 100 miles, standing in the path of the meteor's descent. Such devices were usually used to stop meteor showers. The dark energy was close to materializing. It had extremely strong elasticity, toughness, and extensibility. The net could make use of the tens of thousands of meters between the atmosphere and the ground as the buffer zone to shroud the meteor and stop it. However, the meteor penetrated this dark energy net instantly like a knife cutting through silk. Prowess.com. The automatic defense formation immediately started executing the second plan. It launched countless homing annihilation beams, attempting to turn the meteor into dust midair, but to no avail. It was as if the meteor was indestructible while at the same time having some kind of anti-lock-on ability, causing the majority of the beams to miss. Looking down from above, the blocks of strange black marks caused by the annihilation beams could clearly be seen. Woo! At the same time, an airstrike alarm rang throughout the city that the meteor was falling toward. Countless entrances of underground shelters appeared on the city surface. Most of the citizens quickly hid in the underground shelters nearby. Very soon, the streets became empty. They activated a gigantic protective shield, which shrouded the entire city, in an attempt to stop the impact of the meteor head-on. Thousands of anti-aircraft cannons extended from below the ground of the edges of the city and fired simultaneously at the meteor in the sky. Outside the city's protective shield, the Calamity Grade Star Pupil Holy Race Super protecting the city floated in midair. The black-red meteor covered in burning flames enlarged quickly in his blue eyes. The flames are too thick. I can't see the exact shape of this meteor. It's almost reached the ground. I have to stop it now. The protector was a Calamity-grade psychic. He looked up at the accelerating meteor and released all his psychic energy, hoping to stop the meteor or at least alter its course. However, to his absolute shock, he realized that his psychic energy disappeared as soon as it touched the meteor. He could not do anything to it at all. What the hell is this thing? The next moment, the speed of the meteor suddenly increased again as it strongly penetrated the protective shield and landing right in the city. Bang! A several hundred-meter-wide crater appeared on the ground. The tornado-like flames quickly dissipated, showing the true identity of this meteor. It was a completely black human-shaped being, like a cluster of fog, emitting black smoke from all over its body. It had no face, only a vortex on its head with a red dot of light in the middle, as if that was its core. It was an ES-God doppelganger. The observation satellite of planet Avitan recorded this and broadcasted it live to the other cities on the planet. The ES-God doppelganger was being watched by more than 10 billion people. The garrison on planet Avitan had already noticed this. The protector of the city and the guards were trying to surround the ES-God doppelganger. The fleet station there started moving as well. Spaceships quickly gathered in the area, and more than half of the military forces on the entire planet were hurrying toward this city. However, the next moment, what the ES-God doppelganger did terrified the entire planet. As he opened his arms wide, his energy level increased at an extremely high speed. Horrifying energy gathered like a supernova that was about to explode. The next instant, the blinding light made all the people of planet Avitan watching the broadcast close their eyes. Then, the exploding radiation forcefully cut off the broadcast. However, even without the broadcast, everyone on the planet Avitan felt it. The ground beneath their feet trembled. With the ES God doppelganger as the center, a black and red energy sphere quickly expanded into an enormous size, devouring the entire city. Could even be seen from outer space. The energy sphere expanded over the entire city, seemingly having reached its limit. This time, the energy sphere suddenly split into two layers of energy. The outer layer became weaker, and its color became lighter, still maintaining its original size. The inner layer quickly constricted. When the inner layer was half of the size of the outer layer, the entire energy sphere seemed to lose its balance. Be it the inner or the outer layer, they both exploded violently, turning into a radioactive impact wave, sweeping across everything in its path. Boom! Great rifts were created right in this city. Be it the city protector, the ground troops, or the citizens in the underground shelters, they all turned into ash in the explosion. It was like doomsday. When the aftershock of the explosion finally ended, this main city was wiped off the surface of the planet, erased of its existence. All the tall buildings disappeared. Only the enormous crater and great rifts were left. Not a single soul survived. The ES God doppelganger slowly flew up from the bottom of the enormous crater, out of the dust that covered the sky, and exposed himself in the satellite image. He paused for a short moment in midair before suddenly flying in another direction, toward another city. As the satellite broadcast recovered, everyone on planet Avitan saw this, and everyone seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. Endless fear grasped everyone's heart. A few minutes after the gigantic explosion, every galactic news channel of the star pupil holy race reported the news, broadcasting what was happening on planet Avitan to the entire civilization. At the same time, a fleet with Psyker's ship in the middle took off from the star pupil holy race mother planet and headed to help planet Avitan. 3 Light Fox spaceships in stealth mode slowly parked in an area not far from the star pupil holy race mother planet. Psyker's made his move. The first step is a success. Collins smiled ferociously and clenched his fists in excitement. Psyker guarded his mother planet all the time, and the evolution cube was on his mother planet. They would only have a chance to steal the evolution cube if they could lure Psyker away. Psyker's weakness was how important his race was to him. All they had to do was place an ES God doppelganger with beyond greatest strength on an important colonial planet and let the ES God doppelganger massacre the star pupil holy race people. Psyker would undoubtedly leave his mother planet to provide aid. Unless Psyker chose not to care about the lives of his people on that planet, he did not have a choice. For this first doppelganger, ES God had gifted it Esper abilities with very strong destructive powers. ES God could create many doppelgangers but not infinite. Although he possessed countless Esper abilities, his doppelgangers could not use all of them. Only after his original body gifted Esper abilities to his doppelgangers would the doppelgangers be able to use those abilities. His original body would not be able to use the Esper abilities that were given to the doppelgangers until the doppelgangers were dead or if he actively made them disappear. For example, if he gave 10 Esper abilities to his doppelgangers, he would then not be able to use those 10 Esper abilities, nor would he be able to give those 10 Esper abilities to another doppelganger. Therefore, ES God kept collecting Esper abilities, even duplicates. Fusing the super high-risk Esper ability list was not the only reason. Once Psyker arrives at planet Avitan, it'll be the time for us to move. Orozen smiled. Colin nodded, looked at the second ES God doppelganger beside him, and said, "Your Excellency ES God, please wait a while. We will move when the time is right." The second ES God doppelganger nodded. This doppelganger was controlled by the original. Colin and the others were communicating directly with ES God, who was far away in the central galaxy. This second doppelganger was gifted stealth, teleportation, anti-detection, and various Esper abilities related to espionage. He had been hiding this team as well as blocking Psyker's large area psychic senses with his Esper abilities. This was why they could hide right under Psyker's nose and remain undetected near his mother planet. The main force of stealing the evolution cube was also the second ES-God doppelganger. He was the only one that could send Colin and the others to where the evolution cube was stored unnoticed. As for the third doppelganger, he had hidden on planet Avitan long ago. His plan was to work together with the first doppelganger to stall Psyker. The third doppelganger had mostly control-type Esper abilities. Although his doppelgangers all had beyond grade A level strength, they were still just doppelgangers, and they would not be able to match Psyker. One doppelganger would not be able to last long. Only two doppelgangers working together would be able to stall Psyker long enough to keep him from his mother planet. As for why ES-God was confident in stealing the evolution cube, it was because he had the only detailed information about the evolution cube. The evolution cube was no small item. Without the instruction manual, no one knew how to carry the evolution cube around. Chapter 749. 749 It will not be so easy. 749 It will not be so easy. When the reinforcements led by Psyker arrived on planet Avitan, the first ES-God doppelganger had already destroyed more than 20 cities, causing heavy casualties, and was still remolding the surface of planet Avitan. The fleet stopped in the orbit of planet Avitan. Psyker flew out of his spaceship and floated at the front of the fleet. He looked down at the planet's surface filled with wreckages, and an immense amount of rage appeared in his eyes. Normally, those of the star pupil holy race had 4 arms, 3 eyes, and smooth azure skin. Their organs were also different from the human race. They had 2 brains and 5 hearts, and they had no totally lethal weaknesses. Under the influence of the evolution cube, their genes were outstanding. Their bone structure, muscles, and blood vessels were all enhanced. Although they were not at the level of rare universe species yet, even the normal members of the star pupil holy race could survive in space with just their body. Psyker's appearance, however, was very different from his people. He had awoken the ancestor genes in his body, so he looked more ferocious. He had 7 eyes on his face, among which 6 formed a diamond shape surrounding his main eye. His eye was like a black gem, flickering with infinite stars as if it had a galaxy in it. He had long, white hair, but it was not actually his hair but countless tentacles as thin as hairs that could sense things. A pair of straight, snow-white horns with jade texture extended from his forehead. His shoulders, chest, wrist, knees, back, and several other places were covered by a naturally grown white exoskeleton, like he was wearing skeleton armor. His azure skin was filled with dark purple patterns. 3 pairs of pipeline-looking bone limbs grew from his back, looking like the skeleton of wings when they were opened. Of course, as the leader of a civilization, Psyker was not naked. He wore a gorgeous, tailored robe. The next moment, Psyker dived right toward the planet's surface. The first ES-God doppelganger noticed and stopped on a wasteland. He then looked up and looked at Psyker as he landed in front of him. "ES-God, I know you can hear me. You threw your doppelganger to my territory. Do you want to be my enemy?" Psyker demanded in a cold tone. He had once traveled to other star fields and had knowledge of all the beyond grade as in the galaxy, so he had recognized this as ES-God's doppelganger long ago. The red dot on the doppelganger's face flickered as ES-God took control of him. Through the doppelganger, ES-God smiled and said, "You know why I've come? You think that as long as you lure me out, you will definitely be able to snatch away my treasure?" Psyker sneered and instantly pointed out ES-God's intentions. He was the leader of a civilization, so he was clearly not stupid. For a notorious beyond grade A brute of the central galaxy to suddenly appear in the Shattered Star Ring and cause destruction in his territory, it was not because ES-God just wanted to have fun. His evolution cube was desired by tons of people. As soon as Psyker saw the news on the mother planet, he had known what ES-God's goal was. It could only be the evolution cube. However, even though he clearly knew that leaving his mother planet would mean he was completely following ES-God's plan, he had no other choices. No one would be able to stop the ES-God doppelganger from destroying planet Avitan if he did not come. No matter how strong someone is, as long as he cares for something, he will forever have weaknesses. The ES-God doppelganger smiled faintly. What's the point of being strong if one has no goal to stand by? Psyker's 7 eyes narrowed simultaneously. An enormous amount of psychic energy shot up the sky. His voice suddenly became solemn and holy, as if it filled the entire sky. I indeed have no way to ignore your trap, but as long as I kill you quickly, luring me away will be meaningless. Boom! As soon as his sentence ended, Yes God Doppelganger Noel punched forward with both fists. A maroon energy wave ejected from his fists. The ground cracked open, and the already heavily damaged lands started to vibrate violently, gradually shattering. Esper ability, destructive dark energy. Psyker completely ignored the approaching tsunami-like energy wave. A light shot out from his 7 eyes at the same time. Invisible psychic energy turned into countless needles and shot right toward the energy wave. Boom! Like fireworks, the energy wave exploded. Though colorful and dazzling, it was extremely dangerous. The energy emitted dug out one rift after another from the ground. Everywhere they passed, even the mud turned to ash. PSH. The psychic energy penetrated the explosion and landed on the ES-God Doppelganger. His body violently exploded and turned into a cluster of black fog in an instant. In the black fog, a red dot of light flickered. This was the core of the ES-God Doppelganger. The next moment, all the black fog condensed around the red dot and turned back into the doppelganger but thinner. Psyker's psychic energy happened to be able to deal the most damage to the core of the ES-God Doppelganger. Even the ES-God Doppelganger would not be able to endure attacks from beyond grade as with ease, not to mention the fact that the ES-God Doppelganger had already used quite a lot of its energy. Bang bang bang! The battle between beyond grade as shattered the sky and the earth, mainly because the ES-God Doppelganger did not care about the damage caused at all and released his energy without holding back. On the other side, Psyker's ability would not cause too much impact. It looked like the ES-God Doppelganger's attacks were much more horrifying, but in reality he was no match for Psyker. After all, he was just a doppelganger. There was no way he would be able to beat a true beyond grade as super in his full form. Bang! For the next few minutes, they fought intensely. The ES-God Doppelganger was turned into a cluster of black fog time after time and barely reformed his body afterward. The red dot of light flickered constantly as if it would disappear at any moment. As Psyker was about to maintain his momentum and completely destroy this doppelganger, he suddenly sensed a new beyond grade energy source, and he instantly looked up at the sky. The other ES-God Doppelganger that had been hiding for a very long time on planet Avitan finally appeared. He was now attacking the fleet in the orbit of the planet. You're right, I won't be able to stop you with just one of my doppelgangers, ES-God said through the doppelganger, but if it's 2 of them, stalling you for a short period won't be a problem. After I destroy your fleet and your spaceship, you won't be able to rush back to your mother planet. You talk too much. Psyker's eyes became firm. He did not want to waste time by speaking and immediately overwhelmed the first ES-God Doppelganger with his psychic energy. Psyker did not panic. He was not worried about the evolution cube being stolen at all. He felt that ES-God only knew that the evolution cube was a universal treasure but most likely had no idea what the evolution cube really was. The evolution cube was very strange, and it was enormous. He was not able to carry it along even after studying it for so long. Unless it was directly snatched away from him, the possibility of it being stolen was next to nothing. This was also why he was confident enough to leave his mother planet and go there. Of course, Psyker did not know about ES-God's true trump card. On the star pupil Holy Race mother planet, while Psyker was being stalled by 2 doppelgangers, the remaining ES-God Doppelganger acted. Using its teleportation Esper ability, it teleported Colin, Orozen, and the others to where the evolution cube was stored. An extremely strong, blinding light. When they finally adapted to the blinding light around them, they finally looked around. This was a strange area. They were shrouded by a light green protective shield released by the ES-God Doppelganger, and everywhere outside of it was filled with a hot, viscous liquid. What is this place? Orozen wondered. The outer core of the star pupil Holy Race mother planet, the ES-God Doppelganger said with a calm tone. Psyker had hidden the evolution cube in the inner core of his mother planet and covered it with his psychic barrier, blocking the majority of detection abilities. If not because the evolutionary civilization recorded the method to locate the evolution cube, the ESGA doppelganger would not have been able to directly teleport there. After confirming the location, the ESGA doppelganger used his psychic esper ability to melt the barrier left by Psyker. The next moment, a gigantic metallic object appeared before everyone's eyes out of nowhere. They did not know how huge this object was. All they knew was that they could only see one side of the evolution cube, and they could not even see the end of it. This is way too huge. Colin's pupils constricted. Curious, Orozen reached out and touched the evolution cube, but his hand entered the evolution cube unobstructed, as if the evolution cube was just a projection with no physical form. The physical state of the evolution cube was very strange. It was between material and energy, could not be touched by usual means. The information says as long as someone's entire body enters the evolution cube, they will evolve inside. That's the simplest way to use it. Orozen was tempted. Colin was a little tempted, but he still remembered the mission. Stop wasting time. Quickly contain it with the device. One of the people quickly took out a silver, palm-sized cube and passed it to Colin. This was a device that ESGod had built following the information left behind by the evolutionary civilization. Like a container to store water, its only use was to carry the enormous evolution cube and make it portable. This was special technology possessed by the evolutionary civilization that had been lost for a long time. ESGod, who possessed information of this civilization, was the only one that could build this device. Without this device, stealing the evolution cube would be an almost impossible mission. Colin raised up the silver cube and activated it. Ding! The silver cube suddenly emitted a gentle light. The enormous evolution cube seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly shook, and the next moment, a black beam suddenly shot out from the side that was facing them, like it was a pipe. The evolution cube started to turn itself into pure energy. Through this pipe, it slowly squeezed itself into the silver cube, as if it had finally found a home. The evolution cube in the outside world started to shrink. It was as if the silver cube was slowly drinking the evolution cube from a straw. Seeing that the device worked, Colin felt relieved. The process should take a few minutes. We have more than enough time. As soon as his sentence ended, a ton of pale white light clusters appeared in their peripheral vision and quickly headed toward them. If not because they were all supers, they would not have even noticed these inconspicuous ligam among all this blinding light. What are those? Colin's expression changed drastically, and he was instantly alarmed. As expected, the ESGod doppelganger said, Psyker has a backup plan. These clusters are all his psychic energy. Every one of them is equivalent to one beyond grade a psychic attack. This is to protect the evolution cube and will attack all intruders. You guys focus on the evolution cube. I will stop these things. Every one of these psychic energy clusters had strength equal to the one-time psychic weapon that had been used on Han Xiao. At this moment, more and more energy clusters appeared continuously and swamped toward them. The ESGod doppelganger opened an invisible psychic shield that shrouded everyone. Boom, boom, boom. The psychic energy clusters landed on the shield one after another like pouring rain landing on a lake, causing countless ripples on the surface of the psychic shield. The ESGod doppelganger's red dot core dimmed at a visible rate. His energy was being consumed extremely quickly while enduring so many beyond grade psychic attacks. Quickly. Everyone was anxious as they stared at the silver cube slowly absorbing the evolution cube. They knew that once the ESGod doppelganger was destroyed, they would certainly die. Seconds felt like years while they waited. Fortunately, although the evolution cube's physical state was weird, it was still a whole object. When the silver cube absorbed a large enough portion of the evolution cube, it started absorbing the rest at a much quicker rate. Finally, the last bit of the evolution cube turned into energy and entered the silver cube. The absorption was complete, and the cube turned from silver to black. This was the evolution cube in its complete form. It's done! Colin hastily shouted. Go! The ESGod doppelganger could not hold on anymore. Using the last bits of his energy, he sent everyone else back to the spaceship and immediately cut off the teleportation gate. The next moment, this doppelganger could no longer maintain the shield and was devoured by the energy clusters. disappearing instantly. Nonetheless, he had completed his mission of protecting his subordinates till they stole the evolution cube. Doppelgangers had limited energy. Only those subordinates of his could cross the desolate universe belt and take the item back to the fallen Arkansas. God's original did not dare leave the central galaxy casually. The three universal civilizations had their eyes on him at all times. If his original made a move, he would not have been able to hide this mission, and things would have been much more difficult. With a flash before their eyes, Colin and the others were teleported back to the spaceships. Before they could speak, their attention was attracted by the loud alarm inside the spaceship. *T. Our spaceships have been discovered. The star pupil holy race has sent a fleet to attack us. The expression on their faces became worse instantly. Three light fox spaceships were surrounded by a large number of star pupil holy race battleships. Their shields were swamped with attacks. When they were stealing the evolution cube, Psyker had sensed it. He had quickly ordered the military stationed on his mother planet to do a thorough search of the universe space around. When the ESGA doppelganger was eliminated, the three spaceships lost their stealth barrier and were finally discovered by the star pupil holy race. They were instantly besieged by the fleet. Quickly, leave. Colin had no time to observe the evolution cube and quickly piloted the spaceship to dodge the attacks. The three spaceships parted ways, and one spaceship was soon destroyed. Relying on the spaceship's powerful engines, the two remaining spaceships entered high-speed hyperdrive and escaped. The armor of the spaceships was covered in damages. Colin gasped for air. When they entered hyperdrive, his tense body finally relaxed. We escaped. With our speed, the enemies won't be able to catch up, Colin said with a low voice. Activate spaceship diagnostics. Calculate damages. The artificial intelligence of the spaceship replied with stutter, TSSS self-diagnosing. Ship body damage at 63%. Shield generator close to broken. Energy furnace damaged moderately. Power output decreased by 42%. TSSS thruster damage at 38%. Engines number 4 and number 6 are close to broken. Self-repair device malfunctioning. Immediate repair of the spaceship is suggested. With the current state of the spaceship, it can't stay in hyperdrive much longer. Orozen grinned and said, stealing something from a Beyond Grade A was so exciting. No matter what, we have what we came for. Colin glanced at the evolution cube that was now palm-sized. The spaceship can't travel across star fields in its current state. We just have to find a safe place to repair the spaceship, and we will be able to return. I know a planet that can repair spaceships and is not controlled by any civilization, Orozen said. It's very safe and is located at the edge of the shattered star ring. We just have to fix our spaceship there. Then we can leave this star field. I escaped from the shattered star ring from there 60 years ago. Hearing the name of that planet, Colin checked the star map and nodded. Okay, it's very far from the star pupil holy race. We can use our speed to earn enough buffer time for us to repair the spaceships. They would only dare travel across star fields after they fixed their spaceships. Otherwise, if the spaceships malfunctioned in the middle of a desolate universe belt, they could be stuck there forever. The Light Fox spaceships immediately changed direction, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. On planet Avitan, the last ESGod doppelganger was destroyed, turning into a cluster of black fog and dissipated. Psyker patted away the dust on his clothes and looked up at the sky with a grave expression. The evolution cube has really been stolen. I didn't expect ESGod to have the detailed information on the evolution cube. This was a miscalculation. 3 ESGod doppelgangers were equivalent to 3 Beyond Grade as they were working together while he was alone, so ESGod succeeding was not completely illogical. Psyker felt resigned. This was also why ESGod was very difficult to deal with. However, Psyker was still calm and did not panic. He narrowed his eyes and murmured, "You did succeed, but don't ever think you'll take the evolution cube away from me this easily." Although Psyker did not have the instruction manual of the evolution cube, after having the evolution cube for so long, he had gained some knowledge of it. Like how Austin owned the Palace of Hidden Spells, after Psyker had the evolution cube in his hands for so many years, He had almost made the evolution cube his own treasure. He had built a spiritual connection with the evolution cube. Even if the evolution cube was not beside him, he could still remotely use the evolution cube to improve his psychic abilities. At the same time, he had left a mark on the evolution cube. No matter where it was, he could sense the location of the evolution cube. He could sense the coordinates of the evolution cube moving extremely quickly, marking where Colin and the rest were. Fleeing right after you stole from me? It won't be so easy. Psyker pressed a finger on his forehead and communicated with his subordinates through his psychic abilities. Prepare the fastest spaceship for me. I'm going after those thieves. Chapter 750, Unexpected Invitation. Chapter 750, Unexpected Invitation. Planet Macipher, the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. Han Xiao had been working here for more than 20 days. His name had already spread widely among the senior engineers. The entire corporation knew that a highly skilled mechanic had joined them and that he had completed more than 10 times the workload of a normal senior engineer in less than a month. As the boss behind them had already spoken, the upper echelons of the corporation did not worry about the confidentiality of the blueprint anymore and daringly used Barn. They gave him extra quotas to hit, which led to Han Xiao getting more and more parts of the Eternal Light blueprint. The engineer mission was already completed, and he had obtained the proficient technician talent. Its effect was a slight increase in the attributes of the machinery he built of 8 to 14%, 22% quicker building speed, and 6% reduced cost. This scaled well given how much machinery he would be building, so it was quite a good talent. As Han Xiao obtained the talent, he had only had one goal left in the Cornerstone Summit Corporation: to steal. No, learn the blueprint of Eternal Light. Due to how many responsibilities were given to him, Han Xiao learned quite a lot of the blueprints. As for the blueprints given to the other senior engineers, he used virtual technology to hack into the artificial intelligence assistants of those Grade B mechanics and monitored them in various ways. When the senior engineers looked at their blueprints, Philip would then capture the image and duplicate the blueprint. As for some blueprints that he was unable to see with this method, Han Xiao just visited those senior engineers with various excuses. All he had to do was look at the blueprint for a short while, and he would be able to obtain the blueprint through the interface. Sadly, after a past race evolution, he had lost the Observer's Mark ability, otherwise secretly learning the blueprint would be much easier. In more than half a month, Han Xiao was able to obtain the majority of the Eternal Light's blueprint. All that was left were the core blueprints. These were all tightly stored by the core engineers of the corporation, and Han Xiao had no chance to see them. He had been pondering how to obtain these blueprints for quite some time. During this time, as players were learning more knowledges from the faction store, his experience increased once again. Inside the workshop, Han Xiao was doing his job while looking at the experience he had on his interface, calculating. With the current amount of experience I have, I should be able to reach about level 238 or 239. I'm just one step away from LV240, which will be filled up in 3 or 4 more days. Han Xiao was secretly excited. Beyond grade, as were on a completely different level to calamity grades. They were important people throughout the entire galaxy, and even universal civilizations had to take them seriously. Once he succeeded, he would get a seat on the highest table of the starfield, and the Black Star Army would become a real beyond grade A organization. After looking forward to it for a while, Han Xiao looked at the time. It was time for his lunch break. He stopped working, retracted all the building assistants, and planned to go for lunch. As soon as he walked out of the workshop, Han Xiao noticed that Luke was standing outside the door. "Bame, I was looking for you. What is it? You want to have lunch with me?" Han Xiao stopped and looked at this old gentleman curiously. Luke smiled and shook his head. "I'd be glad to do so, but this is not why I've come. The real owner of the corporation wants to see you." "The real owner?" Han Xiao raised his brows. "Sure. Lead the way then." Luke gestured for Han Xiao to follow him and led him to the core area of the corporation. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two of them arrived at the top floor of a tall building and entered a wide office. In the room, a person sat in a chair with the chair's back facing the door. Han Xiao could only see the back of his head. Luke stepped back and closed the door, leaving Han Xiao and this so-called real owner of the corporation in the room. This time, this person spoke with his back still facing Han Xiao. "Bame, this isn't your real name, right?" Then, this person turned around to face Han Xiao. Seeing his appearance, Han Xiao was stunned for a moment before understanding. It was Sardim. Of course, that made sense. As the owner of Planet Mesifer, Sardim controlled many of its industries. The Cornerstone Summit Corporation belonging to him was not much of a surprise. In his previous life, the players only knew that a talent would be rewarded if they worked in the Cornerstone Summit Corporation, and any mechanics could do this mission. However, with the strength of the players at that stage, they did not come into contact with the corporation's core. In the players' eyes, the Cornerstone Summit Corporation was just a small, unimportant side mission. Therefore, the players did not know that the owner of this shipyard turned out to be Sardim. Nonetheless, this was not difficult to guess. This means that the Eternal Light blueprint belongs to Sardim. Why did he suddenly call me here? Did he find out who I am? Han Xiao's mind was racing. Of course, he was not afraid at all. Although Sardim was a grade A+ mechanic as well, he would be no match for him. However, he just wanted to secretly learn the Eternal Light blueprint. If his identity was exposed, he would have no choice but to snatch it. Still, Han Xiao did not like making enemies. Seeing that Han Xiao did not speak, Sardim gave a knowing smile. "I've been observing you for quite some time. You've actually been hiding your strength. You're not a grade B+ mechanic, but a calamity grade mechanic. Am I right?" Without waiting for Han Xiao to reply, Sardim sized Han Xiao up and continued. "A calamity grade willing to work in my company as a normal engineer makes me doubt your true intentions. Through my observations, you seem to be interested in the Eternal Light blueprint, right?" After hearing what Sardim said, Han Xiao felt relieved instead. Phew, luckily, this guy only noticed that I'm grade A and did not find out my real identity. He just thinks I'm a normal calamity grade mechanic. Seeing how confident Sardim looked, Han Xiao could guess that Sardim was certain that he had the upper hand. Indeed, Sardim was grade A+ and had the entire planet as his base. This was his territory, so normal calamity grades were indeed no match for him in this situation. Figuring out Sardim's confidence, Han Xiao calmed down. Without correcting Sardim's misunderstanding, he acted alert as if he really was a normal calamity grade. "What do you want?" Seeing this, Sardim smiled with satisfaction. Barnd becoming nervous was exactly what he wanted to see. "I don't know where you got the information about Eternal Light from, nor do I know which organization you belong to. But don't worry, I did not call you here today to hold you accountable. Instead, I'm giving you an invitation." "Invitation?" Han Xiao raised his brow. Sardim stood up, smiled, and said, "Become my subordinate. I can guarantee that this will be the wisest decision you ever make." "You're recruiting me?" Han Xiao said with a strange tone. "Isn't that too careless? You don't even know my identity. Is this because you're absolutely confident I won't be a problem for you? Pal, that's a little arrogant of you. Even someone as outstanding as me is not this arrogant. I have a lot of companies and a lot of troops, but I'm short of a capable assistant. You have the ability to be one. Us together will be an amazing combo," Sardim said in a calm tone. Han Xiao shook his head with resignation. "I'm not inter." This time, Sardim shook his hand and interrupted Han Xiao. "If you're willing to become my subordinate, not just Eternal Light, I can let you learn all the blueprints I know." "I will have to consider." Han Xiao immediately changed what he was about to say. As the leader of a faction, of course, he was not going to be a subordinate of a calamity grade. However, scamming some blueprints from him seemed to be quite tempting. After all, whatever Barn does has nothing to do with Black Star. Ahem. Han Xiao suddenly asked, "Are you forcing me? If I don't join you, will you use force on me?" Sardim shook his head and laughed. "Don't worry, I don't like making enemies. If I was hostile toward everyone like you that visited Planet Mesifer, I wouldn't have been able to last till now. You can reject me and I won't chase you away. I won't even force you to reveal your true identity. You can still stay in the Cornerstone Summit Corporation as BAME. I have no need to reject a grade A mechanic from working in my company. However, I will always keep an eye on you, and I won't let you take part in any important projects. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. You're quite generous. It's very tough for someone petty to achieve great things in life. I've managed Planet Messifer for close to 130 years, Sardim said calmly. What situation have I not seen before? Han Xiao contemplated for a while and still shook his head. As an almost beyond grade A faction leader, it would be too shameless for him to become a subordinate of a calamity grade just because of a blueprint. Although he did put on a disguise, if he accidentally exposed his true identity one day, it would be a mark on his history he would not be able to wipe off. It would damage his high reputation in the eyes of the players and would not be beneficial for building a sense of belonging for the faction, as well as the cultivation of leaks. In conclusion, the cons outweighed the pros. The Eternal Light blueprint was indeed a good item, but it was not something that he had to obtain no matter what. Also, you think that I won't be able to get the blueprint without joining you? You're dreaming. Seeing that Han Xiao had rejected him, Sardim narrowed his eyes. I know you have the pride of a calamity grade, but I'm worth following. Do you think that normal people would be able to get the flagship blueprint of the Federation of Light? Han Xiao was slightly moved. Indeed, even he could not buy a blueprint as rare as the Eternal Light blueprint. How did Sardim get it? Sardim put his hands behind his back and looked at Han Xiao. You might think that as a calamity grade, you don't have to become a subordinate of another calamity grade, so you rejected me. But what if I told you that I'm not just representing myself and there's a beyond grade A behind this? Han Xiao noticed something. Now that he thought about it carefully, there should be some unknown reasons that brought about Planet Messifer's prosperity other than Sardim's personal strength. He might indeed be a secret officer of a certain beyond grade A. However, there were only 4 beyond grade as in the Shattered Star Ring. Who did this guy work for? Tyrant? Possible but not likely. After all, Sardim was not a buffed and muscular dude. Magus? That did not feel right either. Sardim was not a mage. Star pupil? Not likely given how rarely that guy left his own territory. Could it be the Dragon Emperor? Laughable. Seeing that Han Xiao was confused, Sardim shook his head and smiled. You have definitely heard of him before. Pride appeared on Sardim's face, together with a sense of superiority. Do you know about the Mechanic Empire? Han Xiao was completely shocked and almost wanted to leave right away. Mechanic Empire Manison? Don't know, never heard before. Bye. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.